All right, everybody, welcome to the Fantasy Six Pack Hour special edition. We have to get the 2020 NFL Draft Day One show. Me and Selyan Lonqueux return for our second edition of this. We did it last year. Hopefully, this one will be new and improved a little bit. We're both on video this year. Hopefully, we figured it out. The stream won't crash on us midway through. Apologies if it does. I'll try to get it back up as soon as possible. So, yeah, man, you've had a long few months, it feels like, leading up to this. You ready for this?
Oh yeah, man, more than ever. Feels like it's always a great moment. You study these guys for 8, 9, and this is the longest I've actually spent studying a draft class in all the time that since I've started doing this, and it's a great feeling to get this over with and then kind of celebrate these 10 months and see where these guys are going to go after studying them for so long and speculating about where they're going to go. So this is a special night.
I bet, man. Yeah, and you dropped that. You dropped your last edition of your draft guide, your prospect guide, just today, a few hours ago. That thing is phenomenal, by the way. If you guys have not seen it, check him out on Twitter. What are you at? Selyan underscore FB.
Yep, that's it. Selyan, that's SELYAN _FB. It's probably the pinned tweet. I'm pretty sure I pinned it. Otherwise, it's the one right under that. So
I've retweeted it. So if you can't find him, go find me. And I'm at F6P _ Joe. It's definitely good stuff. Lots of good information that I am excited to hear about this draft because you do way more studying than I do. I'm here just to kind of lead you through this tonight. I've got a few takes here and there, but not a ton, just like last year. I'm here for the ride, drink a couple of beers, have some fun. So, all right, man. So it seems like the cat's out of the bag already, right? Seems like Joe Burrow's the guy. He apparently traveled to Cincinnati or something crazy like that the other day. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, it seems like he's going to be the first pick. Not that that's any surprise to anybody, but I mean, you should start talking about it, man. I mean, what does this guy present for a team like Cincinnati, man?
I mean, he's pretty special when we think about all the quarterbacks that have come out in the last 5 to 6 years. He's probably one among, if not the best, he's definitely among the best that have come out. And for me, he is the best. When you think about the toughness, when you think about the diversity of ways he can split the defense up, he can escape the pocket, escapability is amazing. It's just playmaking after playmaking, but with such poise and such knowledge of where he's supposed to go, even with pressure in his face. He can get from progression to progression. He can look defenders off. And it's crazy how much better he's gotten at doing that over the span of what. I mean, he was pretty good already in 2018, but the step he's took since 2018 is tremendous. It's unbelievable.
I didn't see this coming from him at all. I'll be honest with you.
No,
I
think nobody did.
The play he had this year was crazy. You know, granted that team was pretty fantastic around him, and that always helps. But you don't expect that kind of a jump.
But most of those guys were around the year before. I think a lot of credit goes to Joe Brady, but most of the guys were around. It's the way he's kind of repositioned everyone. When you think about Justin Jefferson moving to the slot, he's just and giving a bigger role to Clyde Edwards-Helaire as well. Who, when you try and think that he was behind Nick Brossette back in 2018, you just can't understand why. I mean, that team really, really took a huge step forward overall.
Yeah, so I guess, with that being said, I mean, we got the Redskins right behind them. I mean, I don't see them going too crazy, right? Obviously I'm wearing my Redskins shirt. I'm bringing it back out this year. I'm not boycotting them like I did last year. They got rid of the GM. Brought in a new coach.
Yeah.
I realize Snyder's not
whole new coaching staff, whole new scouting staff as well. I mean, it's a fresh start.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see Snyder be gone, it's just not gonna happen, man. So I'll take what I can. I can't totally give up on him. I got the helmet behind me here, the old school helmet here. So I think gotta go Chase Young, right?
I think, and that's the noise we've been hearing for the past 2 hours. Apparently, it's kind of a slam dunk right now. They should really do it. I was kind of keeping a mind open that the Redskins might possibly be looking to trade down because they have no picks in the second. They have to wait quite a bit until they make their next selection. So I thought they would be sitting kind of on a pot of gold here in terms of trade value and with all the needs they need to fill. But it's definitely it should be a slam dunk when you think about the talent presented by Chase Young. They should be bringing this guy in. I mean,
it's not a huge team need. I mean, they got needs everywhere.
I
but
agree.
Like, it's not one of their biggest needs by any stretch of the imagination. It's just, there was talk that they were going to go Tua, and I was like, oh, please no. It's not. Like, I don't like who they have, but I think that'd be just a detrimental pick to the organization. Chase Young's arguably, by everybody's standards, it seems like the best prospect in the draft by a long shot. It seems like, actually, in some.
I wouldn't say a long shot, but personally,
I don't know,
opinion, not that big. But in terms of position value, is definitely the one that can bring you the most.
Yeah,
bring the most to your defense in terms of the value of the position and what he does with it it's pretty special.
Yeah. I was reading,
but about the whole Tua and about Dwayne Haskins not being the guy, I actually wanted to mention that when we talk about Joe Burrow. I was listening to an Urban Meyer interview the other day, and Urban Meyer has been reinstating over and over that back in Ohio State when they opened up the competition, he still believes today, and he believed at the time, that Dwayne Haskins is the best pure passer of the two, and he's still the best one he's seen sling the football. He's the most accurate of the two. Joe Burrow is a hard worker. He's the one that's done the most progression since. I mean, he used to play basketball a lot in high school, which obviously kind of hindered his development early, and now he's kind of growing up into a great passer. But in terms of pure talent at the quarterback position, Dwayne Haskins is still, according to him and according to many people, the one in the front runner seat. And I think he's gonna need a shot. He just needs a proper offense against him. I mean, in front of him. I mean, he didn't have a ton of protection, not a lot of weapons around him. The running back position has been really unstable. So let's see what he can do with a proper offense around him. I'm kind of with you. Don't bring in Tua. Give this guy a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, again, I ripped the pick last year. I still don't like it, but I'm gonna move on and just hope I'm wrong at this point. But so I mean, so we got a slew of guests, and we're gonna bring one on here in a couple minutes. But I want to talk to you just a little bit more before we get into just start rolling with picks and things like that. We're just focused on the players, but. The number one question was, is there any room for intrigue with the first pick? Well, that's a no now. I guess we know that. So I guess we're looking at your big board right now on the YouTube channel to the left of us. You've got Chase Young, Derrick Brown, and Okudah 1, 2, 3. I mean,
oh yeah, real close.
I've seen a lot of people have Burrow too, and
well, I think that comes with the way that you grade and the way that you rank your prospects. If you rank according to position value and the importance of the position, then it makes sense that you're going to have a quarterback in the top 3 or even number 1 overall when you think about what a quarterback brings to the table. But if you take just pure who's the best football player at each position, then I don't know. That's the way I graded it, and that's the way I looked at my big board. So I just figured that I would just take the best football player who's the best at their position and grade it from there. But that's definitely the highest grade I've ever given to a quarterback, and I've been making a big board for 5 years. So that's not a huge lifespan in terms of grading prospects. But Joe Burrow is definitely one of the best I've seen come. And 8.17 at 8 is a very high grade in my opinion. In the way that I grade them. But coming back to the top 3, I think Chase Young is the front runner, but it's not as clear of a split between the number 1 and the number 2, in my opinion. When you look at the disruptiveness in the interior that Derrick Brown caused, and the way he just purely annihilated competition in front of him just out of pure power, it's very comparable to the production that Chase Young brought on the outside, and it's less flashy coming from inside. But if you have a close look, this guy was changing games on his own. It was quite special. And same goes with Jeffrey Okudah. At corner, he was just shutting down whole sides of the game. So those are 3 very, very special prospects that are going to fall today.
Yeah, I mean, they all should go really early too. I guess one more question before we bring on our first guest here, who I know you're itching to talk to for sure. You're super excited to get this guy. What's going to be the position that's going to get reached for the most? I feel like it's always quarterback. People just go nuts with it. But, maybe
Yeah.
besides the obvious quarterback, what do we feel like is going to get reached on?
Well, I think when you think about reaching, you want to look at the position that there's a little less of in the draft, or maybe that doesn't hold the most value throughout the draft. And my first thought was interior offensive lineman. There's virtually I have no center or guard within the first 40 picks, within my first 40 guys on the big board. So I thought maybe at the back end of the second round we're going to see someone go. There's been talk of Cesar Ruiz. He's a good run blocker. He's very stout, not very tall, but built like a brick house, really moving people and opening lanes. It's a good pick. It's just to me it'd be a reach. I can't see someone really stand out from this class. And then then you want to look at need over supply basically for teams. And I think there's such a big need at tackle that the first four are going to deservedly go. And then after that, it's going to be a free for all and who's going to make their way into the first round. I think Josh Jones is the one that could deservedly make it there. But there's been talk of Ezra Cleveland. There's been talk of Isaiah Wilson, Austin Jackson. I've seen Lucas Niang. There's been so many tackles getting mocked in the first round and talked about that. I mean, who knows where this is going to go? So there's definitely two positions that the whole offensive line is something I'm eager to see how that shakes out.
Good stuff. All right, well let's start off with our first guest. We have Dr. Deepak Chona from Sports Medicine and Analytics. Deepak, you there?
Yeah, right here.
Hey, welcome to the show, man. Glad you could join us. Like I said, you reached out to our boy Selyan here, and he was like, "Man, we got to bring this guy on. I have so many questions." I was like, "Yeah, me too." But all right, man. So I'm gonna let Selyan run this interview, man. He's got all the questions. He did all the hard work for this, and I know most of them are Tua related, but I got a couple after that if we got time.
All right. Yeah. Well. How are you doing? First of all, Deepak.
Doing great. Really excited to be on. The NFL draft got littered with injuries for better or worse, but we love talking about them. So.
Yeah, I mean, well, we want to get some clarity. We want to understand, like, is it really that big of a deal? Because news do get overblown during draft season in terms of how the media announces them. But so my first question was obviously the biggest, the most publicized injury related prospect, injury flagged prospect is Tua Tagovailoa, and I want to understand exactly what injuries are the main concern, because he's had a fair share of injuries throughout his career. We're talking about the ankles, about the hips. So I was wondering, could you give us a quick timeline of the injuries and how they've affected, at what point have they come and how they've affected his career to this point?
Sure, absolutely. So the first one that we have a clear timeline on is March 2018. He broke his left index finger when he hit it on an offensive lineman. He didn't miss. He did undergo surgery, but didn't miss any games. Played well, so don't really anticipate much effect of that. Then later that year in October, he sprained his knee, but it was treated non-operatively. And non-operatively treated knee sprains generally don't involve things that are going to be recurrent. They're generally going to heal on their own. Then in December 2018 is when we started to have a little bit of an interesting twist. He had a left high ankle sprain that he underwent surgery for, had a tightrope procedure, so-called, basically to stabilize the two bones in the lower leg. And he returned pretty quickly in 4 weeks for their bowl game, so he didn't actually miss any games. And then he had the same injury on the other side in October 2019 and missed only one game after undergoing surgery for that. So there's high ankle sprains littered in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes, AJ Green, Saquon Barkley, just to name a few. Now, we do know that the severity of these is correlated with the amount of time missed, and Tua returned pretty quickly. So we can infer from that maybe they're less severe on that spectrum. And then the big injury, of course, the famous one is the November 2019 when he dislocated his right hip and had the fracture as well. So we've seen him move around. We've seen him do well in his pro day workouts. He also had a physical by a really prominent orthopedic and hip and sports specialist in Nashville, where he's been working out. and everything has reportedly gone really well. His surgeons have come out and said they're very happy with the way the joint looks. So with that injury long term, I think he is at an increased risk of having an arthritis type of situation develop. The question is really the timeline. So I don't think this is likely to affect him in the short term or medium term of his career. It may maybe towards the very end of his career, or more likely, I think after his career, he may end up being higher risk of having a hip replacement or something like that down the road. But his overall complication rate from these is not expected to be extremely high during his playing career. And then the one that we have a little bit of mystery around is reports from Mike Lombardi that he broke his wrist, was treated with surgery, and then re-broke the wrist again. Now, we don't know exactly when this occurred. Presumably, we've seen him play since that time, and he's played quite well. So if it's truly a broken wrist, a wrist fracture, it's not something we necessarily expect to recur. And it's also, in his case, something that he's shown us he can come back from. So overall, I think the injury risk of Tua the injury history is significant, but I think the injury risk is not as high as the sort of media has sort of presented it to be.
Okay, yeah. That's a lot of interesting information and all that. Because it was my understanding from the news that we've been hearing around the league that there was a possibility that teams were a lot more concerned with, as you said, the ankle the ankle history rather than the hips. Mostly as you mentioned that the hip was fully displaced and they were able to operate on it before it could worsen at all. But my question is mostly focused on the playing style of Tua Tagovailoa and the way, because he does show a lot of spring off his ankles in the pocket, the way he escapes, the way he steps. He does put a lot of stress on his ankles, and I was wondering about the lingering aspect of a high ankle sprain. The way is there, because sure he recovers from them quickly, but is there really no risk at all when you suffer two of them and the amount of stress you put on them when you're navigating the pocket with his playing style? I was wondering if you thought there was precedent in terms of his playing style and high ankle sprains, if you had any idea on that.
Sure. So, in terms of his playing style, I would say that it's probably actually the most relevant for position players, speed players who are making rapid cuts and changes of direction. Certainly it impacts everyone, but we have seen him come back from these injuries and still be agile. And then most importantly, the most recent footage we have of his pro day, we can see him nimbly moving around on his feet. And some of those they were dynamic drills, so to speak. So they weren't planned movements. So he's reacting, he's reading. And I think overall, I do expect that he's going to have good outcomes from both of those surgeries, just based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. That pro day was pretty special in the way he moved, and I was trying to track exactly which hip, because there's no data on which hip was injured, and there was no way to tell which hip was the bad hip or which ankle felt wrong. So he looked pretty smooth out there. This is all great stuff, man. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic information. I was scared. I thought Tua was going to drop like a rock, honestly, at this draft, but like he's come along, and it seems like he's a lot more healthy, like you said, than people thought. So that's crazy. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think, if you look at his timeline, he's now about five or 6 months from his surgery. And what we've seen is we have one case notably in Dennis Pitta from a few years back, tight end for the Baltimore Ravens, who returned to play after about 5 or 6 months from a similar injury where he also dislocated and fractured his hip. So this is around the time when we would start to see Tua being released. And he said that he's 100% ready to roll. And I think his play so far really reflects that.
Yeah. See what you got next there, man, for him?
Well, regarding Tua Tagovailoa, I think that's about it. There was other prospects I had several questions on. I don't know if you've had the time to have a look at them, Deepak, but I was wondering about DeAndre Swift, running back, who we don't really know if there's going to be a running back falling in this draft, in this first round. If not, it would be the first time since 2014 that a running back doesn't fall in the first round. So president does say that a team is going to make a move for one, and a lot of people would agree that it could be DeAndre Swift. He's been through his fair share of injuries, and particularly early in 2017, I think, but I might be wrong again. He had surgery on two sports hernias on each side, I think, which is a kind of a nagging injury. If you don't, you can play through it, I believe, but it does hinder a bit your ability to just burst and run comfortably. So he got it treated during the off season. I was wondering if you had any idea if that could linger or pop back up, because it could really nag on.
Sure. So, sports hernia is not an uncommon injury in the NFL, as you can imagine. We see them. We've seen recent ones in Odell Beckham and Jadeveon Clowney as well. And he's in general, they're having them repaired. We're not really expecting to see any performance decline as a result of the injury. It's something where you sort of, once you repair it and it heals up over itself, then you let the player go and not really any restrictions to him. We do have some data that suggests that they are associated with having decreased career lengths long term and decreased number of games played per year after the injury. Now, with that being said, we can't perfectly apply data from a large sample to one person, but it does raise a little bit of concern for his long-term durability, but I would say overall relatively low concern regarding the sports hernias.
Okay, that's interesting. Because I was just having a quick look as well at the other injuries I had listed for him. There was also a shoulder contusion, and a toe and ankle injury that doesn't seem to be disclosed very clearly. And one play that those injuries kind of remind me of that we've seen kind of have issues with those sort of upper body injuries as well is Dalvin Cook and that shoulder. So I was wondering if a shoulder contusion had any maybe chance at just more details if you could share on that, because my knowledge on this is
sure
limited.
Yeah, so I would say it's Dalvin Cook has had some shoulder problems. I would say that it's a little bit different than what Swift is dealing with. A shoulder contusion is something where we would basically let the athlete heal up on his own, and when his symptoms tolerate, he could basically return unrestricted and not necessarily expected to aggravate or be aggravated over the long term. So I don't think it's something that we expect to recur necessarily. It's usually a result of direct impact. So it's one of those things where usually it just happens and you can't really do much about it, but you let it heal up on its own.
Yeah, that's what I figured, because there was no record of how he dealt with it or how he got over it in the last couple, since the 2019 season.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, so we're speaking to Deepak Chona from Sports Medicine Analytics. Tell me if I got that wrong.
Sports Med
what?
Close enough.
Yeah. So want to ask you about this report that's come out recently about Jerry Jeudy. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this yet, but there's reports that his draft stock might drop because of some knee issues that have been that haven't been disclosed yet. But I guess there's kind of like rumors going around right now. He underwent a surgery for a meniscus injury in 2018. What kind of impact would that have on a player like him?
Sure. So this is actually one of the most interesting cases in the draft to me. The meniscus is like a shock absorber in the knee. So you can imagine what they did is they took out the torn part. And when you take out a shock absorber, then the other structures in the knee see a little bit more stress. And as a result, over time in NFL players, there's a couple of good studies that have shown us that if they have a history of that surgery going into the NFL combine, then they tend to be associated with less career length, about a year and a half shorter than their peers, and also fewer games played overall. And in wide receivers specifically, they tended to have less games played, about 4 games or so in their first 2 years of their NFL careers, and they played in a little over half of the snaps compared to their uninjured peers.
Wow.
So right now, the report from Dr. Lyle Kane, his treating physician at Alabama, is that his MRI looks perfect. He's had no symptoms. He's required no further treatment regarding his knee and his injury. But it's sort of the wear and tear thing there. He is more susceptible over time, and particularly if he has another injury to that knee, we would really get concerned about him. So I do have some concerns about his longevity, not necessarily his performance trajectory. I think he's going to maintain his high level of performance here, but his longevity and durability is somewhat concerning to me.
Interesting. Yeah, I know, like, when you hear about these injuries in basketball, they're like career ending for some people. I mean, like Derrick Rose, like it just crippled his career, which is awful. The guy was so good. So yeah, we got the Bengals on the clock, so we're ticking down here pretty soon to the first pick. But before you leave, man, like, what other guys have we not touched on, like the high profile guys that have injuries history that we haven't really touched on yet? Anybody that we should be like worried about, or that maybe is like an injury history risk that we are worried about that we shouldn't be?
Sure. So I think really the most concerning guy in the first round to me is Zach Bond, the linebacker from Wisconsin. He's had multiple surgeries, including the meniscus, like we talked about with Jerry Jeudy. And he's also had foot surgery and then had some aggravations and complications related to that. And all of those are independently associated with having fewer games played and shorter careers. So all combined, I think there's really strong evidence to be concerned about him. And then what I'm seeing is regarding Javon Kinlaw. I think his injury risk may be a little bit overblown. I've seen him compared to Miles Jack, and Miles Jack had an injury related to his knee cartilage, which is really pretty strongly associated with lower performance and career lengths. Whereas Javon Kinlaw has what we would consider more of a tendonitis, which is like an injury, an irritation or inflammation involving structures outside of the knee joint itself. So it's not necessarily as catastrophic. And I think his case, from what we know about his injuries, and keeping in mind that there is a little bit of mystery in all this, I don't think that he's going to be nearly as affected as some of the reports may imply.
Fair enough. All right, man. Great information as always. But yeah, so we're heading into the first pick here, so we're gonna let you go. But this was awesome, man. We're gonna have to bring you on to the show again just to talk some injury news soon. But before we let you go, man, go ahead and promote yourself. Twitter's, your website, whatever it is that you're on, man. Let us know how to find you.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you again for having me. Again, if you want to find us, sportsmedanalytics.com. And we're on Twitter, Facebook, and everything. So you can locate everything through the site. But feel free to get in touch with us. We love to hear from you about what you want to know about, and we'll keep talking about injuries as long as you'll keep listening.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Good stuff. So enjoy the night, man. I know we will. And like I said, we'll have to keep touch and bring you on again.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Thank you, man.
All right, so again, that was Deepak Chona from Sports Medicine, Sports Med Analytics. Great plethora of information, man. Like, we can't figure that stuff out, so this was great. But yeah, so Bengals on the clock, where they're gonna milk it, man. They're gonna milk it, even though they know the pick. So I guess you never know. Maybe somebody will offer the world for him, but that'd be pretty stupid to give. I don't think it matters.
I don't think it'd be a case of trading up. I think we hope they're gonna go Burrow. There's a 99.9% chance they go Burrow. But I don't know, man. It's the draft. You never really know where it could change. I mean, I've seen mock drafts mocking Justin Herbert up there. And when you think about the biggest knock about Joe Burrow, is the arm strength. It's the first one people bring up. It's kind of the only one that is the easiest knock to place on him. Not arm strength in terms of hitting down the field, just arm strength in terms of driving the ball and really lining the ball down. And the one that people do bring up a little bit is piercing through weather. He's been playing down in Louisiana. He's playing in the SEC. He's not facing a ton of bad weather football, and playing in the AFC North, you've got a pretty good chance to face some heavy winds and pressure. And so they're in that aspect, I guess you could think of Justin Herbert being a possibility here if you're really going for someone that can play through bad weather. But I mean, we're really reaching here.
That's a stretch.
Yeah, exactly. We're really reaching and looking for arguments out here. I really think it's a slam dunk of a pick.
Yeah. I wonder, man. Like, I always kind of wonder, like, if Tua hadn't gotten hurt, would it be a harder decision? I still wonder, because Tua came into this year the number one guy. Like, he was the guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was him, and then a couple blocks down, then we had Herbert. But he was literally the front runner for the thing and for the first pick, and then Joe Burrow kind of
tank for Tua.
blew the doors right open. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were hearing, but earlier in the process, my what made it switch between Burrow and Tua was definitely the injury. But then the more I dug into what Tua did and where Tua's struggles kind of came from and how Tua wins as well, I started to see that there was a bit more polish and a bit more ability maybe to succeed in what he does right now in the NFL with Joe Burrow than Tua. Tua's gonna kind of look to get out of the pocket a bit early and play outside the pocket and kind of direct traffic in his direction to see if his receivers can create an opening out through scramble drills, while Burrow is kind of gonna sit in there. He can move up in the pocket, really buy time without necessarily moving out to the flats, and doesn't need his receivers to necessarily go off schedule as much as Tua might require. Burrow has done a better job deciphering coverages downfield and rotating coverages as well, which is a very reoccurring thing in the NFL, and we've seen Tua have some turnovers on those looks as well, particularly versus Clemson back in the national championship and a little bit again this year. So when they throw a bit more complicated looks at Tua, he starts getting flustered. He's very good at diagnosing coverages before the snap, but once things change in snap, he still struggles a little bit to change his plans. So now I'm very firm on my decision to have Burrow over Tua in my rankings, and in terms of the step up they'll need to have for the next level.
Yeah, there's not much else to say about Burrow, honestly, man. Like, this is really not much else. He's gonna be the guy. It doesn't matter. So
he should be.
I want to ask you, like, to me, I have a position that I'm most excited to kind of see how it falls, and where it falls, honestly. But I want to ask you what position you're most excited to see come off the board in round one.
I'm excited. There's quite a few. I'm excited in seeing the offensive tackle class. I mean, there's been like 24 different rankings to the top 4. If you want to consider the top 5 as well. I mean, some people have Becton at 1, some people have Wirfs at 1, some people have Wills at 1, some people have Thomas at 1, and then behind that is just a whole scramble mess. So I'm curious to see who teams like the best. I personally like Jedrick Wills a lot. I think he's got tremendous feet, and I think his upside is amazing, both in the run game and in the pass game. Then you got Becton, who's got huge size, just freakish physical traits to his to play off of. His polish is not quite there, but you just don't find guys like Becton in every draft. Then you got guys like Wirfs, who's a tremendous athlete. Dude could squat a fucking house. It's there, and then you got Andrew Thomas, who's probably the most, I don't know, the less flashy of the 4, but maybe the one that does things the right way and has the highest success rate. He doesn't allow a lot of pressures. His pass sets are pretty polished. He's a pretty pro-ready prospect, but there's just nothing that really flashes as elite talent. He's got good length. I mean, he's got the same wingspan basically as Mekhi Becton. So he's being really not talked about enough, in my opinion, and kind of discredited to the flashiness of the other 3 players. When you think about athleticism, size, and strength, he has all 3, but not at the level of the other one. But he embodies all three. He's the most well-rounded of them all.
All right, so we got our first pick in, man. I'm looking at
Yep.
him making the pick right now. Bengals select Joe Burrow, quarterback LSU. So congrats. Yep. You got first pick of the 2020 NFL draft right there. Much expected, but definitely
well deserved.
Definitely well deserved. So look, we are a fantasy site. We gotta talk about this from a fantasy perspective too, right?
Yeah.
So what does this mean for the guys surrounding him? The Joe Mixons, right? If he plays, AJ Green, right? I mean, he's there, man. Like, this is a fairly good offensive team, except for the offensive line. Although they are getting, and I'm blanking on his name, the guy that got hurt.
Jonah Williams.
Yeah, so they are getting him back, so that's gonna help for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's a pretty potent offense.
I mean, is he gonna be that much better than Dalton year one?
Well, I think he can. I think it's from year one. I don't know. I don't think they're drafting a franchise quarterback to really win year one or offer high boost to the offense from year one. But he's definitely going to have the weapons around him to spread the ball around, and they're going to want to put the game in his hands a little bit. So in terms of fantasy production, he's going to have plenty of weapons. You think Tyler Boyd is there? They've got AJ Green, as you said. If he can stay healthy, he's going to be a top reliable. Boyd, Green. I think John Ross is a pretty limited profile at this point in his career, but he can still take the top off.
Absolutely.
And Burrow has loved to play deep, and he's got a great accuracy playing deep. Definitely better than Dalton, if you ask me. So I think he opens up the game a little bit more in terms of attacking all three levels of the field as well. And he's going to have the help of Mixon underneath, and that's going to give much more open lanes for Burrow as well. So in terms of fantasy landing spot, I think this is the ideal place for him if we're looking for year one production and for a quarterback.
You don't find a lot of first picks, at least round one quarterback, like high picks like this, falling into spots where there's this much talent offensively around him. I mean, this team was awful, for many reasons, but it wasn't the receivers, it wasn't the running backs. It was quarterback play, it was offensive line play, and it was defense. So, the quarterback don't care about the defense when it comes to fantasy points. Just keep him back on, get him back on the field. You'll take it. Like, exactly. I don't know where I'd rank him right now, but maybe top 20-ish, like lower, 18, 19, 20 range. I think would be maybe the highest I'd go for him. I just have a tough time ranking rookies high. It's hard to rely on them, but I mean, like, honestly, when you get down to that level, like, they're pretty trash. So, like, he's got the talent if he gets the chance, and if they draft some more offensive linemen, I think it's going to be a great fit for him. So,
yeah, definitely. I think they have to. They need to add talent now that they got Burrow. The good thing though is that they got that blind side protected. They got Jonah Williams. He's a safe protection on the blind side. He hasn't played yet, but I think he had the chance to practice last year. He was just a redshirt. He wasn't completely injured. They just kept him off the field.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be all right. He's got his blind side, and we know that as long as you got the blind side protected, Burrow sees the field very well. He's very poised, so he's gonna be able to move around
and like
he sees the field really well. He's gonna move around.
He moves around the pocket very well, and he keeps his eyes downfield.
Amazing.
It's not that he can't run, but he keeps his eyes downfield, and that's key, man. Like, those running quarterbacks are awesome, but they take a lot.
And the tough. He's not even afraid to run it, and he's gonna lay some hits himself as well. And if he gets hit, he's gonna get right back up.
I'd be careful if he starts doing stuff like that. I'd be terrified.
You like to see that toughness in college. You like to see a quarterback that's not afraid of pressure and not afraid of contact, because that means that when he's gonna see pressure and contact in the pocket, he's still gonna be himself. He's still gonna be able to deliver throws, and that's something that tends to translate usually.
Yeah, so I want to get back to this last topic where you were talking about the lineman here. My most intriguing position is wide receiver. You hear a lot of different thoughts with the position. It's super deep, as everybody knows, and it's super talented up top, right? At the same time, so
it's talented everywhere,
right? But like, here's the thing: it's just kind of, you hear this. Okay, well, that means you can wait. So maybe some of these guys like Jeudy and CeeDee, maybe they'll fall a little farther than you think. Well, I think they're all just going to go in round one. They're like 8 of them are going to go in round one. Like, That's the like I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I was a GM making a pick right now and needed a receiver. Do I wait because like maybe I can take a position that's not as deep right now and wait and get somebody like almost just as good, or do I take this guy and then like when I think of fantasy drafts, right? It's value based drafting. So do you do that with the wide receiver position, knowing you can get somebody maybe just a couple notches lower, but not too much? Or if I pass on this linebacker right now, if in the second round I'm going to get somebody like 3 tiers later, and I don't want that guy, that's where it's like, I don't know. So how do you see this position shaking out?
Well, I think it comes to the way that I see the wide receiver position as a whole. I think it's a very wide position, which is no pun intended. I just said that like that. I think it encompasses like 3 different positions within itself. You got your slots, you got your deep threats, you got your possession guys, you got your big targets, the guys that can make plays in the red zone. You got so many different types of receivers, so many guys that can fit different needs on your offense, different schemes. I think. And this class is like a diner menu, man. You look at you just pick and choose who do you need for your offense, and you can find that guy at different levels of the draft. But the thing is, with the top of the draft, this is where you can get the most complete guys. That's where you can get the Jerry Judys and the CeeDee Lambs, the guys that are really going to open up your offense. If you need that solid floor, and you know he's going to grow into a 1, those are your 2 options. Those are the guys that you're going to go and get in the first round. And if you like someone, receiver, I don't think teams tend to pass on their guy as often as people might think because of the depth of the class, because it's just there's not many. You don't have a ton of people that can fit your scheme on in terms of a wide receiver. If you're looking for a slot, there's maybe 5 or 6 top guys in this class out of a class that has 20 top wide receivers.
Right.
If you're looking for an X, there's not a lot of true X receivers in the class, but they're all very talented, but there's not as much as the rest of the entire class. So it's just little portions all over the draft, and it's all about finding, as you said, the right value and the right point and which guy do you want where. But if you want the top guy at that set position within the wide receiver position, they're going to go and get him in the first round. So I think we're going to see 3 at least, maybe 4 or 5 fall in the first round today. Starting with Jeudy and Lambert.
That'd be a lot of receivers.
I think Jeudy and Lambert are locks. I think Ruggs is a lock because of just the athleticism he presents. I think Justin Jefferson is, in my opinion, a lock because of the polish. Then after that, we could see Chenault. We could see Aiyuk. We could see a Denzel Mims has been mocked. I'm not the biggest fan, but when you see the athleticism he presents and the size, I mean, it's going to be fun to watch.
All right, so we got the Redskins pick is in. They haven't announced it yet, but coach and GM are sitting still.
Are you stressing a little bit?
Nah, dude. I think it's obvious.
Dude.
If I will take both my shirts off because they're both Redskins shirts if this happens. If it doesn't happen, I mean. So yeah, there we go. Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State. Lock it down. Super, super awesome pick, man. I'm stoked to see how he just tears up defenses or tears up offenses, man. This guy's a monster. One of the best prospects to come out in not a while, but like one of the better prospects like ever, dude. This guy is amazing.
Definitely. He's drawing comparisons to Julius Peppers. That's high praise.
Yeah, man. He's something else, man. It's just one of those like I don't know. The Pro Football Focus comp that they had on him was like they haven't seen a better. His NFL player comparison was Aldon Smith, and I was like, okay, I'm good. Move on. I'll take it, man. That guy's a monster. He doesn't get stopped. So. There's a couple cons with him. Apparently, like his hands get too wide and stuff like that. But like that's easily teachable.
Yeah, but that's
like,
exactly.
So
that's what I was gonna say. He's not he's not that the level of polish that the hype would indicate. But it's type of things that you could fix in very quick. Now, my question is how quick, when you think about the fact that they might not have this offseason program and their hands on the prospects very soon. I think this is something that generalizes to the whole class this year is how are these prospects going to develop for year 1? And I think it could apply to fantasy as well when you're thinking about the wide receiver value, and wide receiver is a position that requires a lot of early development if they want to contribute.
Dude, that
it's
is
going to be
a
worth
phenomenal
tracking.
question. I don't know, man. I think guys like Chase Young can probably step in more so.
Oh yeah, no.
But like when you look at like
No.
receivers and tight ends, dude, their
Yeah.
value is getting destroyed because they're not going to be able to pass with their quarterback. I don't know, man. Like, you know, we haven't said the word yet, but the coronavirus is making things interesting everywhere. I mean, like, the NFL is trying to play, you know, like they're trying to play like this isn't going to affect their season, but we don't know. It's definitely affecting their offseason. I mean, like, rookie camp is not opening up next month. Period.
It's a huge difference. It's a massive difference. It's gonna change. It's gonna change the way teams sign undrafted free agents. It changes the whole team building process, the evaluating process, who you select in the. It's having a huge effect not only on this draft but just the season already and the way that they're gonna prepare for it. So,
absolutely, man. Yeah, they're competent to, you know, size wise to Jadeveon Clowney. Like, he's just a monster. This guy, Chase Young, is so good, but
his first step, he's got jets, man, getting off. And the scary thing about Chase Young is that often you can see that he's kind of getting off with a high pad level and it's kind of slowing him down. So, and he's already pretty fucking fast off the line. So when you think that he can get even faster once he polishes that, he's going to be a true threat to tackles that can't set quick enough. He's going to threaten the arc big time.
All right, well, we got the Lions on the clock. Pick is in. Let's bring on our Lions guest, Dave Eddy. What's up, man?
How you doing?
Good,
hey,
man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, I'm hoping they trade the pick.
Yeah, if they trade him, we'll put you back on hold and we'll get you back on. We'll see what happens. But right now, it says Lions pick is in, so.
Nah, my money's on a trade down to the Jaguars. I'm calling my shot.
I think you might be wrong because it says pick is in. Unless pick is in is trade.
Virtual draft.
We'll see what happens. But who are you hoping for here, man? If they pick.
I've been saying Tua for a long time. I think that.
So you're a believer. All right.
Tua is one of the top 3 guys in the draft. If they couldn't get Chase Young, they either need to take Tua or they need to trade the pick. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard earlier when we had the doctor on, Dr. Deepak Chona. You know, he kind of he basically said that a lot of the injuries weren't as serious. You know, that was kind of the overall feel I got from it was that the injuries that he had weren't as serious as everybody, you know, was. Some people, I guess, was making them out to, you know, sound like. But, yeah, we got you know, Patricia's smiling. Quinn's leaning back happy.
Yep.
Got Goodell.
They're getting the guy they want.
Here we go.
That's usually how it goes.
Selection. We're either going to hear Dave curse or we're going to hear him, like, yell.
I feel it's going to be Okudah or Brown.
Oh, Okudah. I mean, look, you guys need corners bad. So that's not a terrible pick, dude.
I like it. It's a great pick.
I like it for you guys. Like, I know you're not happy, Dave, but.
Well, so, I mean, do I like Jeff Okudah as a player? I do. Do I like Jeff Okudah at 5 or 6 or 9 better? I do. I think that when you have the 3rd pick in the draft, you've got to go for, you know, high upside, you know, a real impact player. When I say impact, I mean wins and losses. And I don't think that they could draft Deion Sanders in this spot, and it would be a great selection. It's better than taking Derrick Brown at 3. Okudah is going to have a greater impact than Derrick Brown could possibly have. But I think they could have, even if they'd have got, you know, a much less return than I think a lot of people think, if they could have traded down to 5 and just picked up, you know, a 3rd round pick from the Dolphins, I think that would have been the better play, and they would have been able to get Okudah at 5, and then they could have blown the 3rd round pick on a punter or something stupid. But you know, I don't think Okudah. I don't think Okudah at 3 is the right pick.
I mean, if they're making it here, it means they probably wanted to move. I doubt they had the offer that was worth moving down. I don't. Maybe the Dolphins didn't want to move up, and maybe no one offered to move up. So if they're making it here,
it's also possible the Dolphins called their bluff and they won. So
yeah,
they got it. So
And I would have been thrilled with Bob Quinn having the balls to sit there and take Tua and say, okay, I have him now, and really push the hand and say, now you have to trade to get him, because you can't call my bluff when I have the guy you want.
Yeah, but if you don't really want him,
And again,
then what are you gonna do with him?
Yeah,
Well,
we're assuming the Dolphins want Tua though.
Well,
yeah, that's true.
Again,
they might not.
I'm a little biased.
There's a good chance they want her. There's
Tua to begin with. So I don't know. Okudah isn't the worst thing they could have done. That's better than Derrick Brown. I'd rather have had Isaiah Simmons, but I mean, I'm not gonna lose any sleep tonight over Okudah as the pick. I just don't think it was the best choice.
Fair enough.
Oh, when we'll see.
Yeah.
When he puts up Darius Slay performances, I don't think anyone's gonna Darius Slay like performance. I don't think anyone's gonna get mad at whether it was made at the 3rd pick or at the 6th pick when you got a lockdown corner.
Well,
you
don't know me very well, then, my friend.
Yeah.
Dave gets mad at everything.
I just think if you've got a top 3 pick, you've got to shoot for the fences. Okudah there is zero chance that Jeff Okudah ends up being the best player in this draft. Tua,
yeah, that's fair.
Could have been.
That's true.
Isaiah Simmons, he could have been.
Chase Young will be. That's okay.
Be the best player. Well, I know, but
I'm kidding with you, man. I gotta brag a little bit.
So. I know, but I think you gotta swing for the fences. The Lions always play it safe, and Derrick Brown or Okudah was going to be the safe play, and that's who they were going to take. So yeah, I think most of us were hoping for a trade down.
Yeah,
fair enough.
That's fair.
All right, man. Well, there's not a lot of fantasy analysis to have on this one, so we're gonna let you go and move on to our next guest, who's talking Giants football with us, man. So thanks for coming on, Dave. Let us know let people know where they can find you on Twitter.
At Corporal Eddy on Twitter. If you go on there and look now, you'll see that my personal mock draft had Tua as my wanted to be picked. So I'll die by it. I'll be curious to see who he goes to.
Fair enough, man. All right, man. Have a good night, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, man.
See you, man.
All right, so talking Giants football. See if they shock the world again this year.
Yeah. I got my hat on. I'm ready.
Oh, man. Rudy Gamble from Razzball. What's up, man?
Hey, man. Yeah, it's no pick in yet. I'm hoping the Giants are able to trade down. I feel like the Chargers have if you're the Chargers and you're looking at a quarterback, you can't be comfortable right now.
No.
Miami.
No.
I think we could give a clap to Miami. Like, because we talk about how teams look
panic,
like dumb in like I look back to the Giants the year where they got Eli Apple, where basically everyone knew they wanted Conklin and everyone knew they wanted Floyd, and the Bears and the Titans trade up, go ahead of them, and the Giants get caught flat-footed. It was really the final nail in the Jerry Reese coffin. But I assume the Dolphins are going quarterback, and thus.
You'd think.
Right. So if you're the Chargers and you like Tua or Herbert, I don't see how you don't throw Gettleman a 2nd or 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Just for because they can't. You can't be ambivalent and like, yeah, we can go with Tua or Herbert. That just doesn't make sense. I feel like it's really binary.
It's
on
rarely
the
case. Yeah.
So either way, if the Giants pick 4th or 6th, or I don't see anyone else coming up, but it's possible. I think OT is the way they should go.
Agreed.
And it's a 4-way toss up. I mean, I think let's just say Becton's off the board for the Giants. Like he seems the least likely because of his floor is really low and some extracurricular stuff. So if I had to rank it, I'm picking Wills.
Yeah, Wills. Let's go. Yeah.
Then Wilfs. It's and then Thomas would be what I think they'll do. Or Wirfs. I'm sorry. And I think the Alabama connection is what makes me think like there's. I mean, I'm not really. Is there? I don't know how much of a ceiling there is on these three guys. I mean, or like the thought that one has a much greater ceiling than the other. All three seem like they could be very good to great offensive tackles for the next.
I think Wills is
7,
a
8 years.
tremendous ceiling. I think
Right.
Wills he's got such great footwork and athleticism. And I think what could really make him fit with the Giants and what Gettleman likes to do is the way that he affects both the passing game and the running game when you know that they want to get the ball to Saquon Barkley and run the football. This guy's he's a bit undersized, but don't get him wrong. He's a mauler. He's gonna throw someone. He's gonna finish some dudes and throw them to the ground. So that side of the football is taken care of. And then he's got elite footwork. His passing sets aren't perfect yet, but his athleticism and the way he can just mirror and change directions and get his hands accurately on the pass rushers and delay the arc. I think he is definitely the guy I hope the Giants go after here in terms of upside and floor.
I'm with you. Now, so to tell you, the one that scares me is that they go Derrick Brown. That's going to make me friggin' freak out. Let's not talk. And then there's obviously the Isaiah Simmons thing. And here, this is what I'd say about Isaiah Simmons. It's not a scouting report. Basically, you need your defensive coordinator standing on a table for Isaiah Simmons. That there's guys that like if he goes like let's say Derrick Brown. You do wonder how much is it the GM choosing him versus the defensive coordinator and the coach. Because you could see, I chose Derrick Brown because I believe in hog mollies. Isaiah Simmons is no GM is thinking, I want a guy who could play 4 positions. That's a defensive coordinator's either dream or nightmare. So that the interesting thing would be whenever Simmons gets picks, and I'd go with Carolina as the most likely one choosing him. You got to assume that the defensive coordinator loves him because it's so much easier. I mean, just if to take Henderson or just punt defense to the second round and hope, you can get like a Delpit or something. So the Giants definitely waited a while. I've got on my thing. I feel like I've got a 5-second delay on my ESPN app, but I feel like the picks
I'm a little delayed too. So we're probably on the same spot because I'm streaming through YouTube.
There you go.
So
I've
pick us in now. So here we go.
I want it. Okay, so I'm going OT, Simmons, Brown, and Brown would be friggin' awful. And I'm the way they waited that long. I mean, I'd probably put Chargers trade above Derrick Brown. But I'm still going Wills over Wirfs.
Thomas off of the tackle, Georgia.
They went Andrew Thomas?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not too mad. I mean,
that's too. I mean, I would have liked.
I really wanted Jedrick Wills.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know a ton about the offensive tackle. The good thing about Thomas is that we know for a fact that he can play left tackle and that he can get on the blind side. Wills has never played left tackle before, and it was a pure projection whether he'd be able to stay in there.
And you have to admit, Alabama linemen haven't really been great.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
I mean, I'm not an O lineman aficionado, but it seems like it's been that like. So yeah, I really saw this as a toss up. So it's frustrating that they couldn't get a trade down here. So that I mean, I'm frustrated, but OT, if they weren't going to trade down, OT was where I wanted.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything this team needs, it's just like Bengals
protection.
Besides quarterback, right? It's linemen bad. So you'll take it. I'm guessing. So I mean, how much is this going to help out a guy? The guy under center for them and vice and everybody else around there. Like
it's going to help out Saquon as well. Yeah,
right?
It's going to help out Saquon.
No, I agree. I mean, from a fantasy perspective, I mean, the good games for the Giants were really good. And you've got to remember, there was dysfunction there. I mean, Jones doesn't start the year as the quarterback, and he's coming as a rookie. Barkley was dinged up at times. You had a couple of how much of the offensive line was new? At least 3 parts. And you could argue, I mean, like, was anyone really coming back from the previous year? Was there anyone who was like a carryover? I mean, like Halapayo maybe played like a down or two. It's, so you've got a lot more, so even with that, I felt like Daniel Jones had some really big highs. I kind of see it like Tampa Bay last year. This isn't a team that feels like a 10-win team. It feels like more of a 6-win team going into the year. From a fantasy perspective, though, gotta like this for Barkley. I mean, Engram is just whatever you want him to project him to be.
If he's
but I'm
still
not
there, who knows?
Right. And I mean, the wide receivers are not gonna be the first 15 or so off the board, but I think all three of them are going to be some pretty nice plays. They're going to have some games. I think it's going to be a pretty high scoring offense. We'll see with Garrett coming in. You'd think that would be helpful for Barkley. As seeing Jason Garrett over the last 10, 12 years, I believe he's into screens. He likes, and we've had I don't feel like Barkley in the passing game was ever utilized the way I wanted him to be. The way I wanted it to be was like at least 10% of the snaps I wanted him rolling out and being basically a wide receiver on the sidelines. And see who they were going to put on him, because I think he wins every matchup there unless you have a cornerback on him.
Makes sense.
There just wasn't the flexibility there or creativity, I felt like, with Shermer.
No, it makes sense. All right, man. Well, Rudy, I really appreciate you coming on, man. This was awesome. We got to move on to our next guest, though. The Dolphins are almost up. Got about 3 minutes to go, so we're going to bring our next guest on from Fantasy Six Pack and talk to him. So remind everybody where they can find you on Twitter and stuff, man.
Oh, at Rudy Gamble and on Razzball.
Yeah, man. He's a great follow on Twitter, so make sure you follow him. All right, man. Have a good night, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Thanks.
See you, man.
See you, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right, man. So it's time. I think it's time, man. And the guest we've got coming on was kind of banking on this. Taylor Lambert from Fantasy Six Pack, one of the newer writers. You there, man?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, man.
How you doing, man?
So you were hoping for this, man, big time. You were hoping for the non-trade. You were hoping for the trade up. The pick's already in. They didn't even wait till the clock done. They were like, psh, done.
Yeah, and you know what I was terrified of too was with that trade up. I've been seeing reports recently that they were considering on going with an offensive tackle at the 3rd overall pick, which was just going to make me sick to my stomach.
Get it? Come on, talk about offensive tackle.
Yeah,
damn it. Fine, I'll be back for 17 or whatever it is. 18.
I understand all of the concerns with Tua and his health, but, as Dr. Deepak spoke about earlier, I don't believe that he is injury prone. He certainly has an injury history, but early into his career, I don't think that's going to be much of a factor. I think that maybe down the line, somewhere in his mid-30s, you could see something with his hip resurface. But, for the foreseeable future, if he's right, you've got a franchise quarterback. Yeah. All of the things that you've seen in college has shown that he is NFL ready. I mean, the worst thing I think you can say about him right now is that, he played with an incredible amount of talent. People often say that Joe Burrow had nothing but just insane weapons around him. Well, I mean, Tua had possibly 3 first-round wide receivers, 2 going this year, and obviously next year was Smith. But I can't find much fault with his game.
Yeah, I loved him before the injury. The hip injury scared the living bejesus out of me, man. Like I want to curse so bad, but like it scared me so bad. It scared the shit out of me, dude. Like it really did, man. Like I saw it, was like, oh man, it's game over, man. Like it's game over. Thought he was done. I was Bo Jackson all over again. Just but as the doctor pointed out, who was it? Heap? No, who was it? The tight end for Baltimore.
Yeah, Wait, no. Pitta.
Pitta.
Yeah. Thank you. Heap. That was a long ass time ago. Pitta, right?
Throwback.
Yeah, he had that same injury, came back, maybe not quite as severe, but he came back and was fine. So there we go. Tua Tagovailoa to the Dolphins. So, hey, tank for Tua still worked, even though they didn't quite tank for Tua. So whatever, man. They
that was kind of serendipitous.
Games. Yeah, I know, man. Like everybody was like, "What are you guys doing?" And then like Tua got hurt, and I was like, "Well, maybe they still will get Tua." So, all right, Taylor, break it down for us, man. What's he gonna do on a Dolphins team? Is he even gonna start this year?
You know what? Honestly, I hope that he doesn't start this year, and I think even if he does, it won't be until the later half of the season. I love it when franchises do not rush out their new quarterback. Let them learn. Let them take some time behind a veteran to get the nuances of the game. Playing in the SEC, you do see more pro-style defenses than I think any other conference in the NCAA. That being said, give him some time. Let him work with Fitzpatrick. Help him refine some of his game. That by the time he is ready to go, I think that you're going to get the most out of him. But really, I think another thing that's going to be super contingent on his play time is, all right, what do the Dolphins do? And, the later parts of the draft. I think you're going to see an offensive lineman come off from them. They have the potential to take Josh Jones out of Houston with their next pick at 19, which I think personally would just be a dream pick from them. But they also have the chance with their last pick in the first round to take Austin Jackson out of USC. But the bottom line is that for Tua, they are going to have to protect him in order to, keep their investment safe.
Yeah. So, Silen, I want to ask you this to kind of go negative with it a little bit. So, I watched the games, and yeah, amazing player, obviously amazing talent around him, as Taylor mentioned earlier. But you saw him in those games against Clemson, right, in the championship game where he got destroyed, man, just picked apart. I mean, is there any worry that he's not quite the prospect people really think he is?
I just think it's a question of he's not as pro ready as people think he is. He's not as ready in terms of his processing of defenses, because Clemson runs a very, very intricate defensive scheme. And I mentioned rotating defenses mid rep and just moving linebackers off the second level and bringing safeties down, or sending your cornerbacks into deep zones when they were originally looking like they were in press, and just bailing on that. It's a lot of moving pieces to diagnose for young quarterbacks, and Tua really struggled with that in the national championship game. And every time he threw a pick, it was against one of those looks, and similarly last year as well. So I think I agree with Taylor. I think he's not as ready to step in, and he should sit behind Fitzpatrick. And I think that's the best opportunity for him to do so. Fitzpatrick isn't the greatest quarterback in the NFL, but he might be the best placeholder. You might be the best person to just sit in for a little bit and then let someone else take over and not lose you too many games and keep you competitive and have a fun season watching
screw it, lose a bunch more games and get another top 10 pick.
Yeah, why not?
Listen, I'm trying to see.
But he's the type of guy that's going to make it entertaining.
So Taylor, last question for you, man. So obviously I think I'm with you. I don't think Tua is going to play this year. And if he does, it'll be so minimal. He's not going to get drafted in redraft leagues. What's your kind of round or your value on him in a dynasty league?
Ooh, okay.
Take Superflex out of it. Superflex, I think,
I
is
was
top 2 or 3.
just about to ask that.
So normal one quarterback dynasty league. Where do you think he falls, or where should he fall?
Given some uncertainty, because Joe Burrow, for instance, to me, I think he's a lock. He is a franchise league.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm even looking at middle second round.
Yeah, totally.
I just don't. There's just so much question, so many questions. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. So many questions surrounding him. It's hard to put a high pick on him, knowing that there's so much talent, wide receiver and even running back in this draft, that you could just get a ton of them early on and be fine. And
and that's the thing too, is that we haven't even seen where the skill positions fall. I mean, there could be, take someone like Zach Moss, for instance. I am not big on Zach Moss. Do not get me wrong. But, if you pair him with someone like, and I'm sorry if I offend anyone out there, the Chargers, where basically Justin Jackson goes bye-bye, Austin Eckler's involved in the passing game, and Zach Moss is toting the rock as that main primary ball carrier. That's someone who I don't think you would really consider that high in a dynasty league. But all of a sudden, maybe he creeps into the bottom of the first round, or even beginning of the second round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to guess somebody reaches for him because the name and everything else, but I won't. I'm going to wait. Thankfully, in my dynasty leagues, I've got quarterbacks who I can rely on for a little while, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm not getting Burrow anyway. So, all right, man. Taylor, I appreciate you coming on. So I think we've got you later for the Saints too. So
yes,
we'll
sir.
see you later tonight. I'll be a few more of these deep, so it'll be a little bit more interesting. It's always fun at the end. We're tired, so
Delirious.
Yeah, well, yeah, just in multiple ways. So all good, man. Thanks for coming on. Since it's early, we'll let everybody listen and figure out, where they can follow you on Twitter and stuff, man.
Yeah, if you guys want to follow me, I am at Taylor S. Lambert. Not the most original name, but it gets the job done.
Cool. No, it's all good, man. Mine's not super original. It's F6P_Joe, whatever. It gets the job done. Exactly. People can find you.
Yep.
I'm good. All right, man. Have a good night. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you later, man.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right.
See you in a bit.
All right, so the Chargers pick is in. I got Mel Kiper yelling at me on my TV. I don't know what he's so mad about.
I don't want to listen to Mel
He's
Kiper.
always so mad, man. Actually Mel is the least of he doesn't bother me. I like Wingo.
He bothers me.
I'm Mel Kiper's fine. They have way worse.
Oh, maybe as a person he's fine. Just his takes are terrible, but sure.
Yeah, whatever. He's more fun to listen to than 90% of the ESPN guys, and unfortunately, I don't get the NFL Network on YouTube TV. Fix that YouTube. Yeah, I was sad to see earlier today that my favorite NFL analyst, insider for ESPN was gonna miss the draft. Todd McShay. So thoughts go out to him, man. He got coronavirus. Hopefully he's a young, healthy guy enough that he can get over this. But that kind of sucked to see, man. I enjoy listening to him. He's got good takes, man. So, all right. So kind of what Taylor predicted here. Chargers kind of, or was it Rudy? Rudy kind of predicted here, they're just going to kind of fall for it, man. They just went, well, we've got to get our guy. We got to get him now. We missed on Tua. So maybe Chargers took Justin Herbert. But, hey, a lot of guys, he really rose up draft boards at the end. People really were starting to like him more than Tua. I mean,
the thing with Justin Herbert is, you got to remember that his usage wasn't optimal in college. He wasn't really thrown into an offense where he that really fit his scheme. Now, there's a ton of questions why they would do that. He was a ton of screen games, a ton of screen passes, a lot of old toss plays to the outside, just not letting him rip down the field as often as you think they would do it with a guy like that. So it's it's mainly a projection. And when you look at the tools that he has, some team was bound to fall in love with what he offers and what he brings to the table. So
I mean, coming into the year, it was Tua and it was Herbert, 1-2, and it was I feel like they were Tua was up here, and Herbert was here, and then it was everybody else down here. It felt like, but to me, I don't know, throws a lot of interceptions. He just didn't. He fumbled a lot. His decision making wasn't very good.
He's a tad slow. Yeah,
but
he's a tad slow getting through his reads.
About a guy's coming out of an Oregon system, right? We've just seen it time and time again. These guys coming out of these super spread offenses, and the NFL is kind of moving a little bit toward that, but it's nowhere near an Oregon, right? These guys coming out of these super crazy spread offenses, they don't produce in the NFL. That's what I worry about. And then you have all these negatives against him, right? Where, he kind of shut down in big games. He made really bad decisions left and right. I didn't like him nearly as much as Tua. For him to go one below him really shocks me.
I don't have a lot of issues with his decision making. I think, as a matter of fact, I'd like to see him take more risks. I think he holds on to the ball a bit too long. I'd like to see him try and throw with more anticipation, kind of be more of a gunslinger. He's got an arm for it. I kind of want to see him unleash. So
arm strength is pretty good. I will say that.
he's aware of it. He's aware of it, but it's surprising to see him not attack as much as he could, and it's just it doesn't stick. There's something that doesn't stick with him that's kind of worrying. In that aspect.
So does he start right over Tyrod? I mean, my Hokies here, man. My Hokies. Where am I pointing at? My Hokies right here. Is he starting over Tyrod? Day one?
Well, I like Tyrod because he's safe for the football, but I think so is Herbert. So I mean, I don't know. I think it's gonna.
I was looking forward to another year of Tyrod, man. I know this.
Yeah, I would. I think he's very underrated. I think he's a starting quarterback in the NFL. He's just kind of been tossed aside with the whole when Mayfield kind of took over with the Browns. He just slipped through the cracks, and everyone kind of forgot about Taylor. But he's not a terrible quarterback. I was actually thinking before this pick, could they actually go quarterback, or did they want to try their shot with Taylor?
Yeah, it sounds like we got our decision. So we'll see what happens, man. All right, well, I gotta take a minute and a half, 2-minute breather. So floor is all yours. We're on commercial break. Panthers pick is in. Feel free to announce it when it pops up. But
all right,
I gotta get up and do my thing. I'll be right back.
All right, man. Yep. So we got the Panthers on the clock, and apparently the pick is in. This team is in the middle of a defensive rebuild. There's a million ways they can go, defensive and offensive. They brought in Bridgewater. They don't have a ton of pieces on the offensive line. I mean, they brought in Russell Okung, but he's kind of getting up there in age. There's a ton of different ways they could go. I think there's a high possibility that they want to bring in a tone setter on their defense. I've said it repeatedly when I'm throughout my mock drafts, throughout my analysis, when I bring up the Panthers, they need someone to kind of take over that role that Luke Kuechly set in, that high production guy, a guy that rallies the defense, is gonna be a an outspoken person. Not he can be an outspoken person, or he could be someone that just brings the fire and the juice on every play and runs a hot motor. And I think that guy could be Derrick Brown. Derrick Brown's a guy that never gives up on the play, comes up with a lot of effort sacks. He's a pretty polished pass rusher. He can two gap. He can penetrate. He can stop the run. He's a big run stopper. I think he's a guy that could really set the tone up front, and then he could be the anchor for the pass rusher that they got in the first round last year, like Brian Burden. So there's a chance that they go after Derrick Brown here, and he just becomes that big presence over the middle, along with K'Wan Short. So it's not a big need, but it's definitely someone that they can set the tone, or they go the other way and they go with someone that just fits right in the position that they had with Luke Kuechly and just goes around playmaking, and that'd be Isaiah Simmons. We're talking about someone that they need to, as mentioned earlier with Rudy Gamble, we need a defensive creator that knows how to use him. They're not just gonna throw him in and let him roam around the field like Clemson has done. I think his talent does need to be tamed because he thrives out of structure. He makes great reads. But the moment he's kind of asked to fill that pure linebacker role and get through his run fits, diagnose plays and get through the gaps and make contact and just play pure inside linebacker, that's kind of where he has an issue. So I don't know if that's, unless you got a clear role for him to let him roam around in the slots or whatever they want to do with him, because he's very raw. I think he's a great talent, but clearly got to have a huge, clear plan with him. There's another position they could really address is corner here, and I got another guy in my top 10 that I think has the talent to be selected here is C.J. Anderson. We're talking about pure raw, fluid talent, not raw actually. He's a very refined cover corner, but I'm talking about pure talent out wide in terms of coverage. He's right up there with Okudah, and I put out a poll earlier on Twitter thinking who is going to go first. Is it going to be Okudah or Henderson? Because in terms of pure corner play, they're right up there together. When you think about Henderson, the first thing that comes up is tackling effort, pursuit angles, and just the effort overall he showed in 2019. But 2018 was a whole different story. He was getting in there. He was sticking his head in the fan. He was trying to make tackles. I think to me that 2019 season was a lot of business decisions. He knew he was going to the NFL. Why risk an injury? Just let. I mean, I'm not advocating for that type of play. I'm not saying it was a great decision by him to play like that. But I think they're not. I don't think NFL teams are going to give too much importance to his showing against the run. They're going to look at what he can do in coverage, what he can do in zone, what he can do in man. His hip movement, his ability to drop back and footwork and mirror routes and just stick in the back pocket and make plays on the ball. And he's among the top in the class doing that. So again, yeah. So 3 players. I really think they go defense here. There's 3 on all 3 levels. I got one player that they could hit, and that'd be Derrick Brown. Either Derrick Brown or Isaiah Simmons or CJ Henderson.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's Brown here, man. That'd be my pick.
Yeah, tone setter. That's who I'd go after too. Yeah.
So here we go. Here's the selection. Yep, bingo. Derrick Brown right there, man.
Yep.
Defensive tackle, Auburn. Monster
choice.
pick, man.
It's a revved up motor out there.
Number 2 on your board, right?
Yeah, love him. He's very productive out the interior. I think this is a guy that once he can, because he hasn't really had to develop a lot of technique out of his get off. I think his get off is the one that needs the most work. But once he's hands on with his matchup, he dominates just out of sheer force. Just he tosses people aside. He gets his hands right on the chest plate. He gets good hand placement. He's got some finesse moves. He's got a nice little swim move to him. He can rip under. He bends really well when he's gap shooting. He's got the length to 2 gap and stuff to run. I think versatile is the word that's going to come up a lot with this draft class. It's kind of been the buzzword of this draft season. But he fits that role, and he can do a lot of things for this front and be a tone setter. So this is a good piece to start up a rebuild.
Yeah, man. Again, I'm not as privy to the defensive guys as I am the offensive guys, so I'll take your word for it, man. But I know this guy is highly touted all over the place. I've got your guide, I've got other guides open. I'm looking at Pro Football Focuses right now, and I see some of these things where his motor wears down, he's slow to react to wide runs and stuff. So maybe it's just he's not as fast as you hope he would be, but I think he's just a monster inside. So that's what you're looking for him to be. It's just a disruptive force right up the middle.
Yeah, he crashes the pocket. But we're talking about that motor. There's plays where you just see him go to the sideline and he's there laying the hit on the side. He's actually much more athletic than any of his numbers could indicate at the combine. I was pretty surprised. I don't think he prepared very well for the combine. I think a lot of players in were kind of not expecting the combine to go the way it did in terms of timing and the way they had to sit around the field and wait so long because they moved it to prime time. It was just really not well handled. And when you look at the number of injuries that players have suffered as well during the combine. But yeah, we're seeing highlights from right there. He's so disruptive. I really think he's got double-digit sack potential. Again, I do think he needs to polish up his get off. He gets up a bit too quick, but that's because he hasn't needed to. He's just been throwing.
He's just a big guy. Just throws people around. You can tell. He plays high.
Exactly.
Too.
Yeah.
I was kind of watching him. He plays high. That's not going to work all the time, too. So
exactly.
All right, man. Well, hey, the Cardinals pick is in. I mean, what are we feeling here? I've heard CeeDee Lamb. He was begging for him. Do you think this is actually going to happen? It's not a need by any means, but how crazy.
You know what? It is Kingsbury.
I know.
You've seen
to play fast, right?
Yeah,
but they need offensive
fast
line.
and
Defense,
just offense,
right? I mean, they need O-line and defense. So I feel like we're gonna get another non-fantasy pick here. But hey, we're covering the whole draft. We've got you here to help out with those picks for sure. I can hit on the fantasy side of any of the offensive players for sure, and so can you. But
I think they got a gift here. They got wills that fell right in their lap.
That's kind of the way I was going, man. I think that dude is just begging to be taken right now. And
that athleticism with Kyler Murray kind of taking place to the outside and rolling out, and you could design Wills out in space. He's explosive. He's a great athlete. The way he moves out in space, I think that could have a nice match there as well with Kenyon Drake making plays outside. I mean, you got the potential to move him around. I like the fit in Arizona for Wills. And then defensive side of the ball, I was thinking they could get interior defensive lineman, someone that kind of anchor for Chandler Jones and the talented pass rush that they were kind of developing. But with Derrick Brown off the board, maybe Kinlaw, but I'm a bit less confident at this point in the defensive.
Well, what about him? What about Wirfs instead? I wonder if they go Wirfs instead. I mean, I feel like that'd be just as good of a pick as well. I think either one of those guys should be the pick, but we'll see here. Here we go, the selection. Goodell's Isaiah Simmons, outside linebacker.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, hey,
they have him there, so I don't hate it. They better have a clear plan for him, but I don't hate it. He's gonna roam around, make his plays out in zone, out in the slots, and when you think that you have Russell Wilson, okay, they're in a division with Russell. I'm just trying to envision exactly who are exactly who are the matchups they're gonna have. It kind of makes sense to have someone that can, because they're gonna want to force Russell Wilson out of the pocket with Chandler Jones, and once he's out of the pocket, let Simmons get after him, man. It could be fun to watch.
Simmons has a higher grade in a lot of places than both the offensive tackles, so I don't hate it by any means. I just think they got to protect their quarterback, so they're going to have to go get somebody soon. So we'll see when that actually happens.
I'm surprised.
They don't have a pick. They don't have another pick the rest of the first round, so it's going to have to
not
be
in
tomorrow.
the first. No.
So I mean,
or they move up, but
it's not honestly like. I feel like offensive line isn't quite as deep this year, but you can always seem. It always seems like you can.
I like
find
the tackle
guys.
class.
Yeah, I have heard that. The tackles are decently deep, but like I feel like the top two guys kind of separated themselves, top 2, 3, and then after that, I feel like if you needed
the
that,
rest
is go get them. You know, the rest are kind of they're all the same.
They're projects. They're not as polished as the top 4. That's for sure. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm surprised that I thought by this point at 8 we should have at least 2 off the board. And the 2, I knew we would have the Giants kind of going after one, and then I thought there was potential for the Panthers. The Chargers had potential, and now the Cardinals also have potential to go after.
Man, I kind of thought that at least 2 of the quarterbacks were going. I knew Okudah, and obviously I knew Young, so I mean that's already 4 picks. I had a feeling Simmons was going to go early. Wasn't quite sure where, but yeah, I mean maybe Thomas and Wirfs both go. I thought so. Maybe at best those 2 go, but yeah, it was when Herbert went. I was like, well, okay, that's pretty much a done deal.
Yeah, this isn't great news for the Redskins. I'm thinking because they were shopping Trent Williams to the Browns, but now it looks like the Browns are going to have their choices they're going to have a lot of options to choose from at tackle if they want to go tackle in the drafts. So I don't know where the negotiations were in terms of like trading Trent Williams to the Browns and what they were discussing.
Yeah, I was, man, that's such a mess of a situation there, man. Don't get me started on that. This is
yeah.
Again, our ex-crappy GM blew another situation there. You know, the not that I really wanted to sign Kirk Cousins to the contract he got, but like you sign him after the first year, even the second year, and you get him for dirt cheap, and then like you waited and waited and waited, and you talk trash about the guy. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And then I don't even know what happened with the whole Trent situation. You know, Trent's making accusations. Who knows if those are true? The Redskins organization is coming back and saying they're not, the other side. So I have no idea, man. It's just, it sucks as a Redskins fan. Like, we've got dead weight.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get traded, but I have a feeling it's going to be like a 5th-round pick because nobody's taking him. Everybody knows we're desperate to get rid of him. You know, you hear these rumors of like, and you need draft pick. It's like, who's going to give us a 2nd-round pick for this guy? Nobody.
I think that's just what the Redskins want.
Man. Of course we want it. Yeah. Of course we want it. I'll take it. We don't even have a 2nd-round pick, so.
Exactly.
You're desperate to get it. I would love for the Browns to, take somebody else here and then, go get Trent from us and give us their 2nd-rounder. Unlikely that. Yeah. Seems stupid at this point. The Jags got to go defense here. I would imagine their pick is in. We're on commercial break though. Got to ask you though while we're on commercial break. So 2 questions. What are you drinking? We forgot to do it, man.
True beer of the week. Yeah,
I know.
I'm not drinking anything special right now. Actually,
right.
I've been. It's left just a simple blonde beer from Belgium again.
Fair enough,
I think it's twice in a row now that I'm drinking Belgian beer.
Hey, they're good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm drinking a Stone Fear Movie Lions double IPA. I like this, man. I gave it like a 4 1/4 on Untapped. My first beer was a True Respite what was it? I think it was like Squirrel Nuts or something. It's a pretty funny name actually. They make all these funny names. Yeah, Squirrel Hops, Squirrel Nuts, whatever. Maybe I was hopeful thinking there. Squirrel Hops. Don't know what Squirrel Hops are, but it was a good beer. 3 3/4 on Untapped as well. But second question. Now that I've forgotten it, which is awesome. I got off topic here. Good timing, Joe. To blank out.
Yeah.
I know, right? I swear, I'm only this far deep into the second beer. I swear, promise, guys. So, when are we seeing these wide receivers go? We've heard so many good things for them, man. When are they going?
Well, I think the first team. Well, first of all, the Jaguars could very well go after one. We just saw they cut Marquise Lee. I know that's not a huge surprise.
Barely plays.
But yeah, because he was injured. But I mean, that does open up a spot on the roster for a possible wideout to come in and right now. Whether they bring him, they need defense. I agree, but they are candidates to possibly go after one, and the fact that the top end of the class is really talented. And then after that, I think it's the Jets. I really hope the Jets, for their own sake, go after an offensive lineman. When you saw what Darnold had to do to survive last year, I mean, they got to go O-line, but they have literally no weapons on the outside either. So they're the next, in my mind, that could go after a wide receiver. Otherwise, it's going to be the Raiders. I think I'm 90% sure the Raiders are going after a receiver. I think we're going to see a receiver come out in the next 4 picks. There's enough need at 3 of the 4 teams. So,
yeah, I would think Raiders, Jets for sure. Maybe Niners. Honestly,
I think the Niners want to trade out. I think they want to see who's going to slide. And I think this was, I wanted to talk about that actually. I think this was a great move because you're giving up DeForest Buckner's a great player, but you're giving up a position where you already have a ton of depth and a ton of talent at that position to move up to 13, which is either you make a pick or you're sitting right in that sweet spot in case if someone's sliding down the board, someone's going to want to move up to go and get them, and they could get very good value and then accumulate the picks they don't have in 2, 3, and 4 in rounds 2, 3, and 4. Because they have no pick there, and they would get more value by trading that pick number 13 than trading pick number 31.
Oh, of course.
So in terms of manipulating the board and giving themselves options to accumulate capital, I think that was a smart move. If that's what they have in mind. At the same time, they could, as you say, go after a receiving talent and open up the offense for Garoppolo. I think that's very much an option as well.
Are we surprised at this point that we haven't seen any trades? I kind of am.
Yeah, true. That's very true.
I mean, all the talk was trades. Yeah. Chargers, Dolphins, Lions, right? Redskins at some point. It's nuts, man. We haven't seen anything. Come on, man. Make this interesting. This is going to be an hour and a half show.
Do you think it has something to do with the communication issue?
I wonder, man. So, all right, man. Jags come in. Take a cornerback, C.J. Henderson from University of Florida. Go Gators.
Very nice.
I got family down there, so gotta represent a little bit. All right, man. Give us your thoughts on this, man. What do you think of this guy?
This is a great pick. This is a great pick. I was talking about it earlier. I actually got him as my 9th overall prospect on the board, I believe. And he's going at 9 right here. I think he's a tremendous coverage corner. He's a guy that has the potential to really step in and be a lockdown CB1, and on the outside play man, play zone. He can bail. He can play from off. He can really move around and prevent stem benders from getting into his blind side. He's very patient, keeps his eyes on the quarterback while keeping an eye. He's just very aware. He can bait. He's very dangerous baiting the quarterback and breaking on throws underneath. And the athleticism. I mean, at the combine, he was about as smooth as any other cornerback on during the workout drills. He was the way he was flipping his hips and just the movement of his feet and the choppiness of the footwork. It was training tape. It was teaching tape that he was putting on out there. For any young corner watching, it was exactly what you want to replicate on basically during the swimwear Olympics, I would call it. He looked as smooth as you can And then the issues when you think about C.J. Anderson that most people bring up is going to be about tackling effort. He just looked like he wanted no part of the tackle of the running defense in 2019, which wasn't the case in 2018. It looked a lot like business decisions, just knowing he's going to the NFL. I don't want the hits. I don't want to get in there. Don't want to get injured. You have to think that teams questions the heck out of him on that and wanted to know, dude, why are you staying engaged with that receiver? Why are you bending your pursuit angles to not get after him? Why are you avoiding and you probably just said, look, I didn't want to get injured. I wasn't getting paid. I don't want to get injured. That's what I assume.
True. I mean, you can take that side of it too, but then you can also take the side of it. It's like, well, if you think you're just going to get injured every play, like, are you going to tackle in the NFL? I don't know, but
I think he's going to give more effort at least because
so
he knows he's in the NFL. There's the next guy up
True.
right behind. He knows if he's not getting involved, he's off the field. I don't care how good you can cover, and I've heard that scouts think the complete opposite. He's like, I don't care how good you can tackle, just go out. Can you go out and cover, and then we'll take care of the rest.
Right.
So there's different mentalities and approaches to the position. I mean, we've seen corners have a ton of success without really getting involved in the run game. Like Stephon Gilmore, not the best tackler in the game. He won defensive MVP last year. So different views at the corner position.
So I gotta ask you, man. So like I see Pro Football Focus has C.J. Henderson as the third corner. They have Christian Fulton as number 2.
Okay.
And then I'm looking at the new site Fantasy Points run by John Hansen and company over there. They've actually got Trayvon Diggs
I like
Alabama higher as well.
Yeah.
I mean, what makes you put Henderson above both of those guys?
It's the cover skill. It's just the way he can mirror with every. To me, it's very comparable to what Okudah can do. He's just sticky. He's aware. He just keeps his hand in the back pocket of the receiver. He's got great field technique. He can play the ball. He's got length. He's got the size. It's just the versatility and how he can cover. Oh, there goes Jedrick Wills to the Browns.
Yep. I was just gonna announce it after you talk. Yeah. That's cool.
I was just happy because that's my favorite time. Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they need that, man. They need that pick big time. So that's good.
Yeah.
But
just to finish up quickly on Henderson, I just think the cover skills. There's no other corner in the class that can cover man to man, except maybe Okudah, as good as Jedrick Wills. And bait quarterbacks, keep his eyes in the backfield. I think he's a rare talent, and if he played in Ohio, at Ohio State, he might have garnered even more attention than Okudah has gotten lately. I don't know.
Good stuff. All right, man. Well, we actually have our next guest on. We had a little bit of a lull there of our guests, and now we're going to rapid fire through them again. We got a couple breaks here and there, but not too many, so we got to move on to this. But we got Josh Levy, fancy six-pack writer as well. You there, Josh?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man. Did I get that name right? You were trying to coach me on that.
Yeah, you got it, man. You got it.
All right, good stuff, man. We got the Jets up in about 5 minutes. They'll probably milk the clock like most teams do. Quick thoughts on where you think they should and will go.
I mean, I wish we had more than just one draft pick. Right now we have a lot of flaws. We need an offensive lineman. We need a wide receiver. We need an edge rusher. We need a head coach.
I was just gonna say, can you draft a coach?
we need a lot, but I think the most important player here right now is Tristan Wirfs. He's a player that is going to open up holes for Le'Veon Bell, protect Sam Darnold. He's going to be a full-on protector for Sam Darnold. All he needs is to be protected. If he could be protected, he'll open up the field for wide receivers like Crowder, getting Herndon back. Yeah. You have Griffin, you have Bell, who's a number 1 running back, but last year he was number 15, 16 because of what was going on.
Yeah. I think when it's interesting you mentioned pass protectors because I would agree with you. The Jets definitely need one. The one thing I'm thinking right now is that the 2 most polished pass protectors are off the board. I had in terms of pass protecting, I had Wills at 1, and I had Thomas as the second best pass protector. If they bring in Wirfs, he's going to need a bit more work. He's so explosive out of his stance, and he really, really uses it well, but sometimes he kind of oversets and opens up the inside. It's kind of the reason that a lot of people have him projected to move to guard if he struggles outside. He's going to get that outside help, and he's not that inside help. He's not going to have to worry about redirecting or opening up too many lanes on the inside. But I have to agree with you. I think the athleticism is there, and he can polish up, and he's got that versatility to play left or right tackle. So it's the next best thing that the Jets could go after to protect Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see how Wirfs isn't the pick here. Although I think if they don't go off the tackle, they've got to go receiver. Like, you got to go grab one of these monster receivers here, Jeudy, Lamb. Yeah. Those guys, like, they're so talented, but a receiver's not going to do you any good if your quarterback can't throw him the ball. Exactly. So I think you got to go Wirfs. I mean, you can find somebody around too who's going to be okay for you. So
you could even prove that a wide receiver is not going to do anything for us, because last year, even with Robbie Anderson, was a very decent wide receiver 2 for fantasy, reasons, even maybe a high end wide receiver 3. But, Darnold, he was under pressure the whole season. He never had that. He was never calm, clean in the pocket. He was always being harassed by other defenders. Yeah. Now look at the team like Washington, who just brought in Chase Young. You don't think he's going to be abusing Sam Darnold if we don't have an O-line when we face each other? Or any other team that brought in the nice, defensive player. That's it.
I'm a Redskins fan. So
congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it, man. One of the first times I can hear congratulations from my team in a long time. So I will take it. We didn't hear it last year in the draft.
I haven't heard it in years, man.
Although I will say I liked a couple of the picks. Like, Montez Sweat was good last year. I remember when they traded up to go get him, I was like, oh, man, that was a monster pick. But, their early round pick was so bad. It's like,
you guys actually turned it around towards the ending of the year. Haskins kind of somewhat figured it out. Scary Terry put it together.
I like Terry. I was a little bit skeptical on that one. I kind of gave my Ohio State friends a bit shit for that one. I was like, come on, man. He's just a flyer. Like, I don't know. I don't like those types of receivers, but he's the real deal. He's a good pick. So I was wrong on that one, but so far I'm right on Haskins. He looked atrocious, except for 2 games.
He had a small sample for the guy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's wait and see.
Yeah. Very small sample. No O-line, no running back.
We'll see. New coaching staff. Hopefully it'll matter.
The pick is in.
Really talented arm.
Yeah, picks in for the Jets. Still on commercial break, so I'm a little bit delayed. So if you're like cable, don't if you're plugged in the cable, don't ruin the pick. So I'm delayed streaming through YouTube TV. Not that I'm promoting them or nothing, but I keep saying that about 100 times this show.
I won't quit.
I wish I was getting paid by YouTube TV. I'd probably not be doing this.
Awesome.
No, he's not for free. But yeah. So yeah, it's
I think either Jeudy or Wirfs is the pick here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'd be really shocked if they go another direction. And yeah, Mel Kiper saying Jeudy or Wirfs as well. That's kind of funny. So,
if they take a defender, I'm going to bug out.
Should want me to take out my headphones? I'll just
you might have to filter YouTube
turn
for
down
5 minutes.
and mute. I can't mute you, but figure it out. So
it's funny because.
Here we go. So Keith, our producer in the background here, joined the slides, sent me a tweet link here, and Adam Schefter said, first time since 2015 that not a single team traded its draft slot in the top 10. So we were just talking about how there has been no trades. We were shocked. All these rumors, and it didn't happen. So yeah, there you go. 5 years.
Wow, that's crazy.
I know, right? I mean, all those rumors. I mean, you thought Chargers, somebody was going to trade up. It just didn't happen. But so while we're killing some time until this pick is in, it looks like it's imminent. But what's your favorite pick so far?
I think, I was listening to you guys. We have the basic ones, Burrow and, Young. We can't say that those weren't good picks.
Yeah.
But one pick that really stood out to me was Andrew Thomas and the Giants. I think that was a fantastic pick.
Yeah.
I think, they might have reached a little bit,
But
but
a huge need.
it was fantastic. You filled the need perfectly. Protect Daniel Jones.
Not quite as bad as a reach as Daniel Jones, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't think he needed to go there, guys, but hey.
Exactly, I
All
understand.
right, Jets pick is in. I'm seeing the logo over. I don't
I
even
see it
know
also.
what this is.
You got a camera on Lamb.
I like it.
Could
I
it
like the
be a
pick. I'll tell you that much. I like it. I like it.
Well, maybe they want the burner.
It works,
We'll
man. I'm
see.
guessing.
I like it.
Oh, Becton. All right.
Becton.
Hey,
Great
God.
pick.
You need a tackle. You'll take it.
Great pick. Great pick.
I knew it was gonna go that early.
All right,
but-
so
I
obviously, Selyan, you're not as thrilled with that pick.
I mean,
he's a definition of a boomer bust tackle, man.
Is he? I wonder. I was reading up on him. I wonder if he's left tackle material.
I don't think so. I don't think
so either. But
Yeah,
that's
so
all.
like, is that? Do you take a guy who's not going to be left tackle material this early?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's 6'7", 370 pounds.
It's big.
Yeah, but those guys don't have a lot of success on the outside when you look at the track.
Don't move.
Yeah,
That's what I worry about.
Okay. But he actually moves pretty well for a guy of his size. That's one thing he actually does pretty well. But nah,
you just said he can't move, but he ran a 5.140 at the combine for a 400-pound monster. That's not bad.
No, he gets to his landmarks. He's pretty good on the move. My issues with him is the pass game. First, it goes all the way down to his stance. He kind of gives away, like before the snap. You can pause the play, pause the rep, and you know whether he's going to be pass protecting or run protecting and run blocking. Just from the stance, he's going to need some polishing up right from there. And then this is the way he just flips his hips so early to prevent getting beat to the outside. He's gonna need a lot. Like, he's got sweet feet. He's like for his size, he's pretty good. But his pass protection reps need a lot of work. Now,
well, and that's what I meant by like. Well, that's what I meant by like he can't. Maybe he can move, but like we don't know yet. I guess maybe, but like the Louisville system wasn't. It was a quick strike offense, right? Maybe downfield quick strikes too, but like it was a quick quick move, quick strike offense.
Yeah, exactly.
Swing out.
He hasn't had a lot of true vertical sets.
Just hasn't had to drop back and pass protect in a while, and I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Like, I feel like there were more safer picks than him at this point.
Honestly, I actually like the pick. We needed an offensive lineman. It was either Becton or Wilson Turfs. So these two were pretty obvious picks. And yeah, I think Turfs is Wirfs is the better pick, but we still have to protect Darnold. That's number one.
Hey, I'll take it. I got Darnold in one of my dynasty leagues, so bring it. I'll take it.
Yeah,
I need all the help I can get with him.
And the Joe Douglas did a lot of rework on our offensive line this year. We brought in Alex Lewis, we brought in Connor McGovern, we got in George Trent. We brought in pretty decent players who are veterans in the league. And I think they'll definitely guide Becton to thrive in the offensive line.
Yeah. We shall see. So hopefully we get some fantasy guys coming up here, man. I think we got some picks with some receivers coming up soon. Maybe some running backs with the Bucks. We'll see what's going on. But
Raiders got prime potential.
I do want to thank you, Josh, for coming on.
Thanks so much for having me, man.
Yeah, remind everybody let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter.
That's Gang Green NYK.
All right, man. Yeah,
Gang Green as in for the Jets, baby. Good pick.
Yeah. All right, man. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of the draft, man.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. Thank you.
All right, man. See ya.
Right, take care.
Coming on, man.
All right, so we got the Raiders. My terrible
Las
impression.
Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
What? Why? This is not a football city, man.
No, we'll see how long that lasts. I mean,
This is not a football city. I don't like. This is my guy, Mike Mayock.
Yeah, it's up in the air to me if he's a good GM or not. I mean, he's a smart guy.
Oh, I love it. He knows his draft. I mean, I don't know about the whole team building through maybe free agency and through through negotiations and team relations, but in terms of knowing the depths, look at the draft they had last year, finding production out of Max Crosby. They got Trayvon Mullen. They had Hunter Renfrow come in and contribute.
I love that Renfrow pick, man. He was
Yeah,
underrated.
they
as
knocked
crap.
that draft out of the park, man.
But you got to think they go
Abram,
receiver here, right? I mean, there's no way.
Yeah.
Judy's on the board.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can't go CeeDee
This
Lamb.
is-
I don't care, right? It's Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I
Gotta
mean, this
be.
is 1A, 1B, and I think that both actually fit that scheme. And I think Gruden might prefer Lamb in terms of his Lamb. Sorry, I meant Jeudy. In term, wait.
Well, we'll see here. Pick is in. These
Yeah.
are moving fast, man. This is a fast.
I swear,
draft.
that's what I was. Yeah,
Maybe we're just talking a lot. We are, but it's
Maybe.
fine. So selection, Henry Ruggs. Excuse me.
Oh my God.
Whoa. I mean, hey, I like Ruggs, the burner. You know,
Talk about boomer.
I just
we
do
were saying
not
boomer.
understand. We just talked about this like what 2 weeks last week? Was it 2 weeks ago? I forget when we
yeah.
had that pick, when that show, but we just talked about this where it's like, man, Ruggs, yeah, clearly the fastest receiver in
Oh yeah.
at the combine
Cool, yeah.
in this whole draft, but is he worth this pick, man? Over guys like
You're
Jeudy and Lamb, who just
yeah.
seemed like they were home run hitters. Like just
No, you're really banking on upside
Ooh.
here. You're really banking on the upside. He's far from polished, far from as polished. And when you think about how I think they want to stretch the field. They already have a field stretcher in Williams, and I think they want to add someone on the other side that could give opportunities to guys like Renfrow to work underneath, and maybe Darren Waller a little bit. I think they just want to. I'm trying to make sense out of it.
you can't. You can't.
I don't like why. How I don't understand passing on Jeudy. That's the biggest. I mean, he's a cheat code. He's if you get him the ball in creative ways. Don't know if Gruden can do that really with him, but we'll have to see. Definitely a tremendous athlete with I mean, he's gonna draw some comparisons, maybe unwarranted comparisons to John Ross, who was also reached for in the draft, but I think he's a lot tougher, a lot more explosive, and a lot more complete than a guy like John Ross. He's also got better hands, so
It's
the tools are there,
man. San Fran's just licking their chops, man. They're going, man, Jeudy, this pick should be in already. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, look, that's what Lamb can, or that's what Ruggs can do. Like, we're watching the highlight where he caught like a little bubble screen and he just
and then takes it home.
busted it. But like,
when you think
like he's a very limited route runner. He can get
at this point in his career,
because he's
at
small.
the line,
Like he's gonna really struggle at times.
He needs to be schemed into production. Really, you can't just.
And
he's not going to create it.
Do
on
we
his own,
think Gruden can do that? I don't know.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't
yeah.
know if I believe in Gruden to be able to figure out schemes for a lot of people right now. He seems old school and like I don't know, man. I
Definitely
just feel
did not
like the corners in the NFL are going to hit him, and he's going to be like, "Whoa, what was that?" And like, he's not going to be able to. He's not going to be able to go.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking about the division there, and we're looking at how the Chiefs got a lot faster, are banking on speed to power their offense.
That's true.
Maybe they're trying to replicate a bit of that. We know that the Raiders are just mauling team, a team that's going to get in your mouth and beat you up. I really thought they would match up with the Chiefs with some keep building up that beat you up kind of mentality, and you can run past us, but we're going to hit you. Type of thing, but I guess they're just trying to beat speed with speed as well. I don't know.
Hey, it's a copycat league, man. And we're talking about the 49ers, and we've got our next guest ready to come on. We got Nick Robbins, Fantasy Six-Pack writer as well. Nick, you there, man?
Yeah. How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man. You're good. You sounded good. How you doing tonight?
Good. Thanks for having me. Classic Raiders there, huh?
Yeah, it's interesting. Taking the fastest guy in the draft. I feel like they've done that before, and it didn't work out very well for them.
Yeah.
Many
matter
times.
where they're at.
Who was it? Was it like an offensive lineman that was like the combine winner or whatever it was that and it was just like a miserable experience. The guy was such a bust.
Well, this just has
I forget that guy's name, man. I wish I did.
This just has Darius Hayward Bay written all over it again. Like,
Yeah,
I think he went before Crabtree or whatever that year. Same kind of
not
scenario.
that Crabtree was awesome, but he was way better than Hayward Bay. But yeah,
Right. Yeah.
So I mean,
No.
what are you feeling here, man? Like, it's gotta be Jeudy, right?
It's got to be Jeudy. I thought
Jeudy.
if the Raiders took Jeudy, I'm like, okay, let's get out of the pick. Schefter, he's on TV right now. He's probably talking about how we've been fielding offers and stuff. And
you should have been. But man, Jeudy
it should be,
at
but
12 or 13, whatever this is. No way you pass on that.
We got Kendrick Bourne, and and then we got Debo, and Pettis is, he's in the doghouse. Who knows if he gets moved? Goodwin's likely on the move. And so, it looks like it's got to be Jeudy. Oh, Schefter's pointing at his phone right now, so I think he's about to say something. But yeah, I think it's got to be Jeudy unless you get, something good, a second, and a third, and maybe something in like the early 20s range with the Eagles or something if they want to come up and get their guy.
I mean, like, honestly, I feel like you can find a decent receiver at 31 still. Like, you can get those guys down there, right? I'm blanking on the guy's name, but the dude from TCU, I feel like could be sitting there at that point, and you'll be fine, right? But I mean, I feel like Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb were like they were top 10 picks on a lot of people's big boards. I'm shocked at these. There we go. 49ers trade the pick, so maybe we'll see you later, man. To the Buccaneers. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they got.
Cause
so yeah, we can. You gonna come back later for that pick?
Yeah, if I don't know what did the.
Well, yeah, as long as the first rounder, I guess. But if not, we'll see
they got
31.
31.
We'll see at 31 at least. I'm trying to take out my one headphone because I got my TV to the left of me. That's why I keep looking to the left. So
and I don't know where the Bucs were picking before that. I don't know if they swapped ones or what the deal is here.
The Bucs are what?
They were at 14 before that.
I doubt they just swapped picks. That'd be kind of weird.
No, I think they got 2 consecutive picks right now, the Bucs.
Oh, so they got to be going worse.
Yeah,
wow. Yeah, I can't
really
see what
think
the trade was.
But we don't know the pick. Yeah, there we go.
This has to be worse.
So we don't have a Bucs guy on.
But I don't understand.
The Niners are getting the 14 and 117.
Okay, okay, so let's just hang out.
We're giving them
Here we go.
Then we're giving them
here we go.
245.
Tampa coming up to San Fran, spot for tackle. San Fran getting 14 and 117 and giving 13, and it's the last 7th round pick.
Okay, so we needed, there was a lot of talks about the Niners maybe going and getting a tackle with Staley possibly on the fringe, but they must have, gotten a thumbs up from him, or he probably would have said something beforehand. But wow,
interesting. I kind of think Tampa got had on that one, man. I don't think the Niners. I don't know. I wouldn't have.
I mean, yeah, that's
their O-line was obviously good enough to make them the best running team in the league last year. So.
No, but they need better pass. They need depth as well. It's getting up there in age too. So
if you're adding picks, you're all in.
Hey, you're fine. So good stuff, man.
I mean, this is playing out for Tampa.
Right, well, you're getting a little more airtime, so you're good.
yeah. So it's got to be Jeudy still, right?
I know, right? Like 49ers were like, "Excuse me, you guys want this pick? Yeah, we're good. We're good."
Yeah, sure. We'll take some. That's
teams.
a perfect scenario for the Niners.
Absolutely, man.
I mean, we land in the 3rd round, so we get our Friday pick, and hopefully we still get our guy right here. I think. I mean, it could be CeeDee Lamb too. I mean, he's the whole package in terms of route tree and everything, which I think Shanahan would love. Because Debo, him and Kittle kind of got the middle of the field under control. So, I could see them trying to look for more of an outside threat.
I mean, Jeudy can stretch the field a little bit too, though. I mean,
sure, of course.
Good for that.
Of course. Yeah, I think just.
I mean, he's got that Julio type of factor on him, man. He's just good everywhere.
Yeah, they could go either way. It's probably what Shanahan wants to roll the dice on there. because I don't think you can miss on either one really.
Yeah, no,
These
It's
are
all
both-
about your scheme. I mean, it's if you can scheme to these guys, and Shanahan's going to figure it out regardless. Like, Shanahan's so good. So you're
Yeah.
going to be fine with whoever you get.
I think
Yeah, and I think
in
from
terms
a
of
fantasy. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think if you're looking for someone that's the most schemeless out of the two, it's probably Jeudy. You can just line him up man to man against anyone. He's gonna
All right, here we
create
go.
separation.
Decision time. Tampa Bay Bucks take.
Let's see.
Yeah, they're
Awkward
taking.
silence.
I think they're taking Wirfs.
I do too.
Yeah,
He's fast.
Tristan Wirfs. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty obvious in my
you got to be
opinion.
thinking that San Francisco is probably fielding a lot of calls, but didn't want to move back too far to lose out on a receiver, which is
Yeah.
why probably the Bucks wanted to move up and go and get their tackle so that no one else would make that move. That's the only narrative behind that one
For
spot.
sure. Yeah, and who
Yeah.
was, Denver wasn't going to do that,
Yeah.
probably not because, they probably figured they'll get one of the two either way if they're going to go that route. So,
Mm.
it's hard
Yep.
to see one of these receivers if Niners do go that way. They're going to be one of the biggest question marks for fantasy receiver, I feel, because it's like, Emmanuel Sanders had games, Debo had games. They spread it around so
loved
much.
Debo this year in fantasy, and I wonder, like, to kind of put a fantasy spin on this and give you a question for this, if they do take Jeudy or Lamb, like, how much does that hurt Debo's value in redraft and then even dynasty?
Yeah, I think it's going to make everyone pause a lot on Debo when it comes to redraft. I mean, in Dynasty, I don't know if that changes your perspective too much because you saw how productive Debo was when Sanders was there. Just being a threat on the field and occupying bodies, away from Debo and Kittle doing the same thing for Debo. But, I think if you select a wide receiver this high, it's for a reason. And that's because they find ways to get open and attract, eyes of the defense. So
Absolutely.
I think it'll raise more caution when drafting him, but he's probably still going to land somewhere in that wide receiver 3 range, maybe, a low end wide receiver 2, at times.
Debo's still gonna get his touches, man.
Yeah.
Debo's
Yeah,
still
but
he's got that T role in that offense. That guy you want to run the offense through. If they go up for another receiver, it's gonna be to spread the field a bit more and give him even more opportunities out of the slot. I don't
Sure.
see him moving outside.
So you thinking Lamb more than Jeudy at this point?
Yeah, I think Lamb would open up the game
Yeah?
a bit more for Debo, but so could Lamb. I think Jeudy has a better opportunity to sit at the line and play against press right now, but I think Lamb can provide more threat down the field and more will require tighter coverage basically if they want to cover him. Jeudy, you have to play off of him because he's just going to beat you off the line. So.
Yeah, I agree too. I think that either way, it's going to benefit the pass catchers on the 49ers, no matter which one of those wideouts they take, if they decide to go that route. When Sanders got there, whether his numbers were high or low one week, the offense had a bump, and especially Debo, seemed to benefit from that as well. So I think I'm expecting a big year from Debo. I really loved what he did at the end of the year, especially after the catch. I think that's where
absolutely, man. He was great.
he's just, you can't really teach that, and
He's
that's
a big-bodied receiver, man. Like,
yeah, that's
you
that's
go
why
the middle and-
I was just surprised the Raiders took Ruggs.
Yeah,
Dude,
I was on Twitter. Like, God, this draft is so chalk. Like, someone make a trade. And then,
I mean,
and then
kind
I
of chalk. I mean, there was a couple. I guess because Herbert got bumped up late, like that was sort of chalk. But I still don't think that.
But
that's a
like,
good
no
pick.
one moved. Everyone's like, "Oh, Lions are moving out." You know, and there's always that stuff, but it was like, okay, no one's gonna move. Okay,
first trade, middle of the first round.
Yeah,
like,
it's
that
like
is nuts,
we'll move
man.
back one, you move up one.
Yeah,
Let's
it
just
wasn't
do
even
that.
like a real.
I just thought it was gonna be like, we've lost connection. Somebody trade. Go. Like, we can't connect. Somebody trade. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You heard all these, like, again, maybe it was just blowing smoke just to create press, but like you heard all this talk about how people were having so many connections problems during the little mock draft they had. It's just funny. Like, it seems pretty damn smooth. People are putting in their picks like 3 minutes early. This is earlier than when they're live in the room.
But you just know the media was gonna jump on that. Like,
my
it could
God.
be complicated. There could be some trouble with it. I don't know.
Yeah, minus the
Need a little
Bengals
narrative.
milking their FaceTime.
Of
It was
course.
like they already like announced it essentially before the draft, and they're like, "We're gonna take 25
Well,
minutes."
yeah, there was
to
like
get this pick."
rumors that they had already like brought Burrow
Yeah.
into Cincinnati, like, even though everybody's supposed to be quarantined, not touching each other, but they invited him over, said hi in
Right.
person or something. Who knows how that works? So I don't know, man. I'm waiting for these receivers to drop, man, because I'm sorry, I'm getting kind of tired of talking about defense and offensive linemen. This is what we did last year, man. The whole first round, I was like,
This is why I
Yeah.
keep telling you the second round is when you want to have a show.
I get it, man. Hey, I'll do the show with you tomorrow night. You just gotta stay awake. I'm here. I'll do the show late tomorrow night with you. You just gotta stay awake.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little worried about the Niners being able to move Goodwin, because they were trying to move Goodwin to the Eagles, and these wide receivers are starting to slip. I mean, maybe not. Maybe the next two teams take these guys, but it seems like the Eagles might kind of just slide away from that and try and make a move on a wide receiver here in the next few picks, because I was reading a lot about that, and they need a wideout, so they could be active
Desperately,
here
yes.
soon.
They could hang out a little bit and see how that shapes out. They also got Justin Jefferson, who could really bring some value out there
I mean, the
for
Broncos
for
are sort of receiver need, but I feel like they have bigger needs than that.
They had the breakout guy last year. His name's avoiding me right
Courtland
now.
Sutton.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I liked him a lot last year, and I have him in a couple places, and but
Ruggs would have been a great fit there.
Falcons definitely not. Cowboys probably not. Dolphins, yeah. Raiders, who knows?
Well, it hasn't been the theme.
I don't know if
but
the
I
Raiders
think-
are gonna do again.
The Raiders are going to go double wide
But
out, for
Eagles,
sure.
Vikings,
Oh,
like
man.
everybody, right? So, all right, 49ers are definitely picking this time. So they dropped one pick, gained.
Are they picking? They're just
Yeah,
30
well,
seconds
This
to
time
go.
it says pick is in.
Pick is in.
Although it said that last time, and then it changed real quick. I feel
They
like.
could be looking for more. Okay,
Whoa.
okay.
No, the pick
Yeah.
is in.
Are you dressed for live television, people? Look at these clothes. Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna comment on that.
They're showing Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb right
Yeah,
now.
I mean,
going
like,
back and
yeah.
forth.
Well, that's
It's
just
like,
ESPN being ESPN.
I know, but
Making.
Yeah, they did show Lamb before the Jets picked Becton, so.
Oh, it's because it's the expected pick at that point.
well,
Yeah.
no, because they got all the cameras too, and they know who's picking up their phone.
Hmm.
One of those
True.
guys is getting a phone call.
Yeah, Lamb looks pretty hyped.
Nah.
more than Jeudy, that's for sure.
Did you see who Lamb was sitting next to? I'd be hyped too.
Okay, here we
Maybe I should not
go.
open my mouth.
I was looking at the prop bets for the draft, and they had some pretty funny stuff, like who would be drinking beer and their sofa, who would pop
Oh
champagne
no,
when they
dude!
get
They
it.
had,
Like,
they had a ton. They had a ton of rules.
yeah.
That I read
like,
on Twitter.
how many
Everybody
cats?
was like, "You're not allowed to drink this, do this, blah blah blah." Like,
Shit,
I'm sure
really?
stuff like you can't drink
Oh, my
Coke, right?
gosh.
Because Pepsi, right?
Damn it. I
Can't
should
do
have
any of
hammered
that.
the under on all of those.
You couldn't do any of that stuff. I forget where I saw it, but there's a lot of rules that they had to send to these guys and say you're not allowed to do
Okay.
any of this stuff. So,
Oh my god!
all right, here we go. 49ers pick is up. Taking on my headphones.
Let's see.
Javon
Javon Kinlaw, defensive
They're
tackle.
addicted.
Oh my
Why?
gosh.
Why would you
What
trade
in
Buckner
the
and
world?
then go after I don't get it.
They're addicted.
I don't get it.
The Niners
Why would you
are addicted to pressure. They are.
I mean, it works for him, but
hang
I
on
mean,
to
I guess
Buckner.
Hey, I mean, it's interesting. You know, they
point?
got. I mean, so they traded Buckner and they got a first and a third rounder, and I mean, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I mean, I love
they
Ken
had
Law
to
as
do it
well,
here.
but
I don't
he's
think
a
you had to
fine
do it
player.
here.
It just
he's a fine player.
these
Great
receivers.
story as well. Super happy for him to get picked, but like just the fit is the decision. The fit's fine. The decision's weird.
There's 3 wide receivers on the roster right now, and you
don't feel great about 2 of them.
you don't feel great about 2 of them. Exactly.
But again, this
is
is what I was talking to.
It is a deep class, yeah.
This is what I was talking about to Sealand earlier before you jumped on, like very early. I was like, I am more intrigued to see how this wide receiver class plays out. Everybody talks about the depth. So I wonder if everybody's just going to go, well, I can wait and get my guy later. And now everybody's waiting. So, like, you're going to see the Pats go out and get Jerry Jeudy, dude. Like, it's going to be stupid. Like, come on. Don't do this, guys. Like,
come on.
So it's
just
crazy.
They'd only do that to just mock Tom Brady. Like, oh, we're going to spend a first rounder on a wide receiver now.
They're gonna call Tampa. Go, hey.
2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. Do that.
You guys with Julian Edelman. Yeah. Man, who knows? It's been crazy. It's gonna. I don't really understand it, but all right, Nick, we gotta let you go. Gotta bring our next guest on here, but hey, let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter, man.
Hey, man, we'll do. It's at NKR Fantasy.
Sounds good, man. All right, follow him.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, so, I mean, God, I don't know. Does a receiver finally go here? I mean, I feel like the Broncos need a guy, but we'll find out. Let's see. Let's see what our next guest has to say about it too. Jacob Dunne, what's up, man?
Hey guys, how's it going tonight?
Good.
We're
having a good time halfway through the the draft just about. We got our first trade. It's like got goosebumps, man. Dude, so these monster receivers are sitting there. Do the Broncos do it, or do they realize they need more? They need bigger needs.
Right. Well, so the biggest need that the Broncos needed was an offensive tackle. It's been known, and you could feel this sense of just depression when the Bucs traded up to get Wirfs, because Bronco country were just holding their breaths for Wirfs. So now that all of the good offensive tackles are gone, I think it's a no-brainer that they definitely go wide receiver here. It's definitely going to be Jeudy or Lamb. A bunch of mocks and a bunch of radio pundits out here say that they really wanted Jeudy. So I really see them taking Jeudy here. I don't know.
Such a steal. At 15? Oh, my God. I thought they had to move to go and get him. I thought they'd have to move to go and get him.
Right.
Oh, somebody would. This is nuts, man.
Yeah. I mean, they had a bunch of ammo in the third two.
What are they showing now? I don't even know who's
move up. So
somebody's celebrating.
It's going to be a huge surprise if they take anything else other than Jeudy or Lamb, because Locke needs those receivers.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you, but I'm guessing at this point now. I mean, absolutely nuts that these guys have not been taken. But I mean, Cillian. Well, I mean,
they're clearly
if
the
they
top
don't
guys on
take
my board
if they don't
hanging
take
around
these
right now.
receivers, what else? What else are they looking at here?
I could definitely see them either moving back and possibly drafting an offensive tackle in the 20s. Or if they don't, then I can definitely see them taking Ezra Cleveland. I was just talking with my father-in-law and Mark Schlereth over here. He loves that lineman. So I know. I definitely see them taking
that line. I do not like that line. No. I think he's a terrific athlete. I think he's got a ton of upside. But if you're taking him at 15, then that's way too rich for me. That's true. That is very expensive for what he's done. To me, the one out of the ones I've studied, and I've studied most of the class, he's one of the least polished tackles to the pass protection. But the athleticism is there for him to to actually improve. I think he has one of the highest sack allowance rate and pressure allowance rate out of that tier of offensive tackles we're talking about. But yeah, athleticism is off the charts. I think he lacks a bit of aggressiveness as well in the run game. I like my offensive tackles to finish. I like him to actually be able to actually throw dudes around and be a bit more aggressive, and he hasn't shown a ton of that yet. Again, obviously, I'm giving you reasons why I don't like him. There's a ton of reasons to like him as well. I mean, he's got smooth footwork. He can go out on the move. He lands to his landmarks when he's out in space and blocking for screen games or outside run games, but outside runs. But I just see. I would much rather they go after Josh Jones or even Austin Jackson right here. Let's see.
All right. Well, the pick is in. Oh wait.
There we go.
Do we get another trade? Or no, it was Jerry Jeudy. Okay, no,
Yeah,
Jerry
right.
Jeudy.
I missed the announcement. I was looking down at my phone trying to tweet people on the site. I looked up and I was like, wait a minute, it's Atlanta on the clock. All right, so we got the Jeudy. All right, we got some fantasy stuff. All right, let's do this. All right.
Absolutely.
My wheelhouse.
Yeah, this is great.
Let's do it. Jacob,
Yes.
how does this hurt Courtland Sutton or help him?
Oh, I honestly believe this helps him in a huge way, because if it was just Sutton out there, he would get double teamed every single snap. But now that Jeudy's there, they got to pay attention to him. So I actually think this boons Sutton's value a lot.
I don't know if it booms him a little bit. Like, I think his value is pretty high anyway, but I think this legitimizes that value a little bit. I don't know, Sealand, do you agree at all? And I guess you can kind of come back at the end of that argument with, what do we think Jeudy's value could be this season?
Oh, I think Jeudy comes in instantly as one of the best route runners in the NFL. There's not a lot of people that can do what Jeudy does, even without even playing a snap in the NFL. Just a pure route running talent. He's one of the best stepping into the NFL. What it does to his value in this landing spots, there's a lot of people that can get the football. There's Melvin in the backfield, starting with the backfield, Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay. Then you got Fant out of the tight end that's already flashed in his rookie year and now should be taking a bigger role. You have Courtland Sutton on the outside. Then you have Jeudy. That's a lot of moving pieces. It makes this offense really good, especially with what Drew Lock has shown at the end of 2019. But it's a lot of people to feed in terms of fantasy value. I don't know, but I mean,
I love Jeudy, man. I think he's the most complete receiver in the draft. He can run tons of routes. He just makes plays when he gets the ball. He's amazing. I love him in this spot. I don't know if I'm still going to trust Drew Lock with anything at this point. I just don't, man. I just don't. Like, I think he's going to be the X factor in this entire offense, to be honest.
Yeah, especially with Jeudy, because the main issue with Locke coming out of college was an issue of timing and his ability to throw with it. He made up for a lot of it with just pure arm strength, but the timing and anticipation.
I mean, he's just good. I mean, he's an athletic guy, but like, does that translate to the NFL? And I don't know yet. Like, he had a couple good games off and on, but like, I don't know yet, man.
Jeudy requires a lot of timing, is what I was getting to, and I don't know if Locke can click with that. Judy's a timing-based receiver. He's going to get into the blind spot. You got to hit him right when he breaks out of his break or out of the top of his route. I don't know if Locke had. Obviously, he's had a year to develop. Maybe they got that out of him, but it's a kind of a question mark in terms of fit with the quarterback.
Yeah, I'll tell you now. The Broncos need to focus on offensive line to keep Locke upright to get the ball to those receivers.
Yep.
So if they adjust that later, I would be feeling really good about Sutton and Jeudy. And I would definitely use Sutton and Jeudy as a chalk play every time they play the Chiefs this year. That's for sure in DFS.
High-flying, high-scoring game, huh, you think?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, man.
I can believe it. I can believe it. So
yeah.
All right, man. Well, Jacob, I appreciate you coming on, man. We got to move on. Let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter and stuff, man.
Yes, sir. You can find me on Twitter at Ain't Dunne Yet, and Dunne is spelled Dunne. I'd love for you guys to follow me, and thank you guys for having me on.
All right, man. Thanks for coming.
All right, guys.
Have a good night.
Later. You as well.
All right, so we're at commercial break, but the Falcons pick is in. So, man, this thing is chugging along. I thought this was going to go to like midnight easily. Well, it might. I guess
it's going really quickly.
Who knows? I mean, this doesn't really start till like 8:15, so 8:30, and we're an hour and a half-ish in and halfway through. So, what are we feeling with the Falcons here? I mean, offense really isn't. I mean, running back is sort of a need for them, but like they're not taking a running back here. But like
they have to generate some pass rush. I'm thinking Chase on right here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Chase on. This is where I would turn my attention to. I mean, there's been talk that they could go secondary. I think what you should do is help that secondary with some pass rush, and then you go and add someone maybe in day 2. But right now, go and generate pressure. I think they might get scared off. There is a possibility they get scared off from Chase on after the experiment with Vic Beasley, because they do have kind of comparable traits. But I think Chase on's a lot better as a run fitter and can crack gaps a bit better than Big Beasley coming out. So there might be some fear there, or they could go the complete opposite way that they went with Beasley and go after AJ Epinesa, which is kind of the way you go after breakups, right? You go for the complete opposite and try and see if you can do better. So I don't know. I really think they should go after a pass rusher here. Otherwise, go and maybe get some help on the O-line, or as you said, maybe running back. I think those are the top 3 possibilities now that I'm picturing them. They could also go cornerback. I mean, I said that they needed help on the secondary, but my thoughts on that would be
there's a couple corners here that I'm looking at. You know, like the like Fulton or the other guy that I mentioned earlier who
Diggs.
Diggs. What about like Josh Jones? Like, I mean, D tackle, but like, you know, does that help them at all?
I don't know if tackle is their main need. I was thinking interior guy, but
like an
interior guy, they're not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna find an interior line. There's not one worth the 16th pick.
I mean,
but again, that's why I said at the beginning. There's so little depth that we could see someone reach for an interior lineman.
Yeah, I mean, like
just to get the top one.
I feel like the best available guys aren't the best guys to fit the Falcons right now. If they take a guy, it's kind of a reach, right? That's in my opinion.
Yeah. For me, looking at the best available guys, if there's one guy that may fit, it's Chase on, but they might get scared from him. They're just out of the profile. Maybe they go Gross Matos.
I feel like he's fallen on boards big time. I mean, unless somebody's
Jason's flashy.
Yeah, unless somebody's really gonna trust. But we'll see what happens. It's well, the pick is in. We're gonna find out here in just a couple minutes. I mean, I agree with you. It should be D-line, you know, edge rusher or something like that. But those guys just aren't really at this spot, so like they probably should have traded down unless they like one of these corners that I think is rated a little higher.
They could go after Gladney here. Good man cover corner if they want someone to take over for what Trufant was doing on the outside.
Pick is in. These take a lot longer than I think. I wonder what is this view that they're showing here every time. I don't even know what that is. The Goodell's house.
Yeah.
No, the outside view with the little like walking bridge thing.
I don't know.
AJ Terrell. That's
okay. So they do go corner.
I mean,
Terrell's good.
Terrell's good. Clemson guy. I mean, you can't go wrong with Clemson and Bamas and guys like that. So,
exactly.
as a Hokie fan, I know all about the Clemson.
Yeah, they run a complicated defense in terms of translating to the NFL and contributing right away. I think you can't go wrong with a Clemson DB. I think Terrell kind of got exposed a little bit in the national championship game, and people kind of got scared off of him. But as time wore on during draft season, people kind of dug back into the tape and saw that, okay, well, it was the first time he faced in probably what was technically an NFL offense into the talent he was facing. When you think about Chase being a first-round pick, Justin Jefferson having first-round talent, the ball being thrown by Joe Burrow, the first overall pick, he was facing just NFL talent all around. And I mean, he did pretty well for himself outside of getting challenged deep. I do think he gets pretty grabby when he panics a little bit, and he might need some time to adjust. But in terms of scheme and being able to play both man and zone and turning his head to the quarterback and staying in coverage, well, they're showing a bit of footage from the national championship. He's pretty versatile, and I think he's a long
He's
and tall.
smart. He looks like, man, he can
guy.
read the coverage really well. He reads the quarterback really well. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
you know, he
He's
was
long, tall, good footwork. He fits the bill if you're looking for a cornerback 1, basically. So I'm not surprised to see him go in round 1 in terms of value you could get out of him.
There's guys, depending on whichever list you're looking at, big boards, that were ranked higher than him that, you know, you could argue anybody, right? But, you know, he didn't seem to kind of ever be in that top 3 or even 4, it felt like. And I'm looking at, you know, one list. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. He's 5th on one, 4th on another. Like, so I'm kind of shocked to see him go now. Maybe you could have waited for him, but all right.
I have him at 7 on mine.
We got the Cowboys. I'm reluctant.
Another team that should go for a cornerback.
Yeah.
They could stay in Texas and go after Gladney. If that's what they're.
So we do have another guest on from Fantasy Six Pack. Michael Tomlin. You there, man? I see you. You gotta unmute, bro. There
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So first things first, man. Gotta congratulate you on the new baby. Exciting times for you, sleepless times for you coming up, but definitely want to congratulate you on that on air. So glad you could have us, man. Born yesterday, right?
This morning at 1:04 a.m. I'm in the hospital room right now, just taking a nap.
Ooh. Good luck with that, man. So let's figure out where you think the Cowboys are going here.
I mean, I don't know what I'm missing with CeeDee Lamb. I never in a million years thought he would be here right now.
Right?
Yeah.
I didn't think the Cowboys needed a receiver, but I feel like you got to take Lamb at this point and just load up and just have the best receiving core in the league at that point.
God, that'd be crazy.
I mean, but they have options. They have the best safety, depending on how you look at Simmons, the second best pass rusher and Chase on, or they can get CeeDee Lamb, who I thought was the best receiver. So I'm excited to see what they do.
If they get Lamb, I don't know what to think with that offense. Like I will be pumping.
I mean, Dak Prescott has to be a top 5.
Right? I mean, he's already close.
But I think that definitely hurts Gallup, Cooper,
of course,
Zeke all vicariously. So.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it only helps.
It gives him a proper red zone target as well, someone that can really go up and make plays and get the football and post defenders up at the sideline. I think that's something they're looking for, so could make sense.
Well, that would involve Dak being able to throw red zone back shoulders or fades.
Ooh, all right. Throwing shade at your quarterback. I'll take that as a Redskins fan.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Dak fan, and definitely if we have to pay him over $30 million a year.
Jerry Jones is happy. Whatever's going on, he's smiling big. They're shaking.
It's gotta be CeeDee. It's the most Jerry pick ever, and it's actually the right pick for once.
I mean, they're showing CeeDee right now, so we'll see. It'll be interesting. So while we got you, man, like I don't know how much of this you've been able to follow from a hospital room, but like, what's your favorite pick from a fantasy standpoint going, so far?
I mean, the obvious one's Burrow. If AJ Green comes back, watching Burrow's highlight film again, he just makes ridiculous throws. Like, I mean, he almost makes Pat Mahomes type throws that no one wants to make that comparison, but just the cojones he has to make some of those. And if AJ Green ever gets healthy with Tyler Boyd, he could jump into that top 10 quarterback discussion pretty easily.
I can see that. I mean, I don't know if he's quite as artistic with it, but it's
true. Yeah, I mean, no one
he
can.
Makes these like no look throws and stuff. That's just crazy. But I could see that.
Ball placed out there sometimes.
Yeah,
you're like, how did he fit that in?
I totally get it. Well, McCarthy. Oh, the pick is in for sure this time. So they're talking. We'll see what happens here, but I
was curious if anyone's going to trade up to get CeeDee at some point.
We keep talking about how it's just not any trades. I mean, we were shocked to see that there weren't any trades in the top 10, and then Adam Schefter dropped the bomb right after that it was like the first time since 2015 that there wasn't a trade in the top 10. That's absolutely crazy that didn't happen.
They did it.
So pick is in. Yeah, so I'm a little behind you. So
sorry.
So it's official, CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm streaming.
Sorry.
Through because I don't have cable anymore. So yeah, that's cool. All right, so CeeDee Lamb. All right, so we got some fantasy stuff to talk about here. So, Michael, you gave yours. Selyan, what do you think here, fantasy wise? Like, how much does this change the landscape of Cooper and Gallup and with Lamb in place?
It just, I mean, kind of the same thing as with the Broncos. It just gives a lot of mouths to feed again. You got to think in terms of end zone and red zone production. Lamb has the best profile in the potential of getting his touchdowns and looks in there just because of his ability to make plays and leap and separate straight off the line and then get leverage to go and make plays in the red zone. But yeah, you're still gonna. I think it opens up the game for Zeke as well when you got that many receiving threats on the outside. I don't know how they're gonna line him up. They're probably gonna get Cooper on one side, Lamb on the other, and try and keep Gallup in the slot to decrease the amount of press coverage he sees because he hasn't been the best at getting off those during his time right now and since he got drafted. But I think again a lot of mouths to feed. But if anything, I think this really helps Prescott's value and maybe even Elliott in terms of getting the ball to the running back in front of pretty clean boxes if you want to cover all those receivers.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. You know, I think it actually. No, I'm not dropping Zeke in my rankings at all, but I probably will drop Cooper and Gallup ever so slightly. Not a lot because again he's a rookie wide receiver. Michael, I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it might hurt Zeke's touchdowns a little bit, as Selyan was saying about his red zone ability. But with Zeke, you're not really. It's not touchdowns anyway. You're getting his 1,600 yards and 500 receiving. So I would probably leave him, but I'm definitely moving Dak up and probably dropping Cooper and Gallup.
Absolutely. So, all right, man. Well, you have a lot of long nights ahead of you. I definitely appreciate you coming on, sitting in the hospital room. But we'll let you go. Get back to the family. Enjoy yourselves. And glad everybody's safe and healthy. And we will hit you up next time. Before you go, though, let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter and stuff, man.
It's at Tomlin3, TOMLIN 3. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and congrats, man.
Thanks.
All right, so Dolphins are back up. What are you thinking here, man? I'm gonna step away. You just talk your ear off, man. Talk everybody's ears off.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance they go tackle here. I mean, you went after your franchise quarterback with the first pick. My logic says go and protect him. Find someone that can allow him to produce from year one. I don't know that there's as much polish after the big four are now off the board, but according to my rankings, there's one guy I'd feel comfortable having here at 18. It'd be Josh Jones. If I'm going that way, I think he's got good footwork. I think he can really frame up a receiver. The polish in his sets isn't quite there yet in terms of technique and the way he's backpedaling right now instead of properly kick sliding. I think that's my biggest concern with him. That might take some time for him to adjust, but I think it's he's about as not pro ready, but as near pro ready as they could get right now in the at this spot in 18 after the big four are now off the board. There is a possibility for them to address maybe the defensive line. I was thinking edge rusher, maybe someone that could rush off 5-tech in for that odd front, that 3-4 defense. But it's tough to look anywhere other than offensive tackle in terms of what would help this team win now and protect a not necessarily fragile, but someone that a quarterback that needs the best protection as possible to get some time, get through his reads, and deliver the ball and make some creative plays. outside of Josh Jones, a tackle that could possibly get picked here might be Austin Jackson. His tape isn't the best evaluation of him right now, but he is very athletic. He does have some good traits. He tries to fight with his hands and maintain a clean chest and keep rushers at bay. But we've seen him struggle a little bit with that, and especially when you look at the top talent he's faced. Epinesa had his fair share of wins. I mean, it was a tough matchup for Austin Jackson. There's been talk of Ezra Cleveland going in the first round. I'm not the biggest fan, but again, all those offensive tackle picks, you'd really be banking on the upside. I think they could also help their secondary a little bit. We know they got two good corners already in Xavier Howard and Byron Jones. Maybe go and draft a safety. You have Eric Rowe, who's not necessarily that young at this point in his career, and then outside of that, it's kind of a free for all on who can win a spot at free safety. And there's some good safeties still on the board when you think about Grant Delpit and Xavier McKinney. And I'm a big fan of Antoine Winfield. He's a bit undersized, which might scare some teams off, but in terms of instincts and just getting ball skills and getting to that football, Antoine Winfield is very much an option here. I'm a big fan of Grant Delpit, though. That's my number one safety on my board. And if they're not going tackle, I could see them going for a safety and shoring up that. That could be one of the best secondaries in the league if you bring in that type of talent. When you consider the two lockdown corners you got on the outside, you got a big potential to be a lockdown secondary and lock down the passing game they'd be facing in that division. If they're not going safety, again, maybe tackle, but a lot of developmental picks there. They could find that exact same value if they hang around and make a tackle pick at 25 rather than make it at 18. While at safety, there's a lot of safety needy teams right behind them. I think those are the two positions they should be looking at. I struggle to find another need. Maybe linebacker. Linebackers have been hanging around. You think about Patrick Queen and Kenneth Murray as well.
Well, so I missed it, but real quick, like who would be the tackle here if they took one?
Well, yeah, I was thinking
Jones?
Josh Jones.
Yeah, that's what I was
but
thinking.
again,
I feel like he could be there, right?
yeah, yeah, definitely. But what I was saying is that none of them are very polished to contribute right away. Down that might fit with Tua, considering he's probably not going to play right away.
Yeah, maybe you don't care.
But yeah,
I mean,
I think that's
for the
number
Dolphins.
one
You're still
need.
not feeling. You're still not looking to. You're still not looking to win this year. I feel like. And, we mentioned
Not
that
necessarily,
earlier.
no.
So,
Which is also why I wouldn't plug in a running back with this pick. That's why I haven't mentioned it. I've seen mocks with running backs at 18. Don't do it now. Do it when you're ready to win.
I feel like those are like fantasy football mocks, man. Like,
yeah.
All the mocks where you got the running backs going like mid to early round, kind of, I'd say like 10 to 20 picks. Like, I feel like those are fantasy football like guys just making mocks. Like, look.
Opportunity.
Do I think Jonathan Taylor and Swift and those guys would be awesome? In the real life NFL, like that's not the pick.
Move.
You just don't do it. And it's unfortunate for these guys because they're good and they're valuable, but they're only valuable for so long. So
Yeah, no, definitely.
And
then they get expensive.
Austin Jackson, offensive tackle.
Oh wow.
So Josh Jones gets passed again.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a bit less surprised about who he's passed for here in terms of they're both very toolsy prospects, and again, they both need some development in what they can do. I'm a bit less of a fan of Jackson State, but I think this was a common conversation across all NFL draft rooms: is who do you like better, just Jones or Jackson? Because they're both very athletic. They both have nice feet. They both have their fair share of handwork that they need to get through and polish in terms of pass pro sets. So you could go either way with both of them. I've seen Jackson struggle a lot more, but again, he's faced the most NFL ready competition as well, NFL competition, with Jones playing in Houston and not facing as much as high caliber pass rush as Jackson. But I mean, you also kind of you can give Jackson benefit of the doubt because of how late he joined the team this season with the operation, the bone marrow donation that he made for his sister, which is an admirable move, admirable decision. He's a high character guy. I think he's a guy you want to bring in your locker room as well.
Absolutely. I mean, having a lot of character can go a long way in the NFL, and
Yeah, and word around the league is that a lot of people view him as a true left tackle with potential to actually develop. Like the belief in his developmental upside is very high apparently around the league,
which is more than you can say about a couple of the guys that have been drafted already. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
And to me, like left tackles are they're more valuable in my opinion. Unless you randomly have a lefty quarterback.
Yeah, definitely. And when you're looking at both Jones and Jackson, to me, those are both very, very like typical left tackle prospects that might not be ready right now, but have all the tools to develop. So to me, it's pick and choose between the two. I do have Matt Parrott between them, with Parrott having the second round grade, but I think Parrott is gonna stick to right tackle. So I never really envisioned first of all him going in the first round, especially with the level of competition he faced. But he needs some added play strength and size to his game. He basically looks like a rocked up tight end right now on the edge, but the athleticism is there as well. This is what I mean. This tackle class is filled with developmental prospects that could actually turn into pretty good tackles after some time. Definitely more than you usually see in the tackle class. But this is good for Tua. This is definitely something that's going to help him produce in the long run, especially for fantasy. You want to see longevity out of your quarterback, and I mean this is going to help him stay upright. And get the
it's exactly what they needed, man. They needed somebody who can come in and do this. So we've got the Raiders. Let's move on. The Raiders are in. It looks like somebody's cheering. I couldn't tell who that was, but I just looked up and somebody's house was getting up and cheering. So the pick is in. Somebody knows who it is. Did you catch that? I mean they already took Ruggs, so. Let's see what other craziness they do.
That was Austin Jackson.
Oh, that was Austin Jackson.
Okay,
so that was just that. Okay, so we haven't seen who the Raiders are taking yet.
Nope,
I was going to say, did they give it away?
No.
ESPN's usually not that bad.
Yeah.
But
I mean, there's a lot of ways that could go here. This is a team that's, to me, ready to win now if they had the right pieces. I think they need help on the secondary. I think there's a strong chance this is a
defense,
corner.
Period, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
the question is which corner right now.
They need defense. They need defense and an offensive line. I mean, it's just
they really rock. They got better on the second level of the front seven with bringing in Corey Littleton. I think that's one of my favorite linebackers in the NFL. Very underrated. Great cover linebacker. Let's see who the pick is.
That's actually a pretty badass looking stadium. Is that completed or is that like a picture?
I think it's ready.
Dude, that thing looks awesome. Actually, I like the all black. That's pretty badass. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that stadium's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Vegas in a long time. A little too old to party out there anymore. I don't gamble too much, so
yeah,
I don't go. But I got a huge Raiders fan. I might make a special trip with him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that stadium looks cool. Maybe worth.
He absolutely will go.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Corner seats. That's secondary. Cheers, man. Good pick.
Who? I haven't seen the pick yet.
Damon Arnett, Ohio State corner.
Oh wow! In the first round, I did not see that
corner. But yeah, that's a bit of a shocker. Yeah, he's
both
pretty far.
Ohio State corners going in
pretty
the first
far
round.
Down the list on a lot of people's.
Yeah,
boards.
didn't expect that.
I mean, hey, look. The Raiders are just saying, you know what, screw you guys. I like my guys. They're that team in your fantasy draft that's going, I don't care about ADP. I'm taking my guy.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's
they got their board. They got their board. They don't care at all. So, yeah, he goes off.
I mean,
really
a lot of people mocked Terrell. A lot of people mocked and thought Terrell would fit in there, and I thought they would be a good fit. This guy's kind of similar in terms of build, in terms of the way they play. They're physical. They like crowding the break and then making it difficult for cornerbacks. I think he needs a bit more discipline in his aggressiveness and try to be a bit less grabby, because he does draw quite a few penalties. But he makes good plays on the football, and he was targeted a lot with Okudah playing on the opposite. So offenses like to go after him a bit more, and he had a very good 2019 season. He's a 4-year starter, ton of experience, and he's played alongside some of the best corners right now in the NFL. When you think about Denzel Ward, he was playing alongside him. Now he's been playing alongside Okudah, and he's been getting constant looks, and he's been Mr. Reliable in terms of we don't care. You can look his way. He's going to cover just as well as the other two. So I think this is a guy they could rely on, and they play a lot of cover one as well. So this is someone that can really man up and play physical and make the job difficult for your.
I guess, man. Like, I don't know. I'm looking at its profile right now, and I'm just not seeing it. I think I'm kind of with you, man. It's I'm seeing round projections around round 3.
Yeah.
It's if we thought Ruggs was a reach, this is a super reach. Like, what in the hell happened? Like, it's not like his combine was super good. He didn't basically do anything. So I don't know what the hell the Raiders are doing again. I'm gonna call my friend Scott after this and be like, dude, what are the Raiders doing? I'm gonna text him right now. He probably doesn't even know. He's probably playing video games. He doesn't care. he just ignores it because he gets tired of this nonsense.
This is just straight scheme fit, in my opinion. You just want someone to crowd routes and make play man to man while Trayvon Mullen can confuse offenses and drop back, play bail, and they can have that one aggressive run defender as well on the outside. That can be that guy. I think it's just a matter of fit. I just don't know why you would go after him this early, to me.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know if they don't have like picks later on or something, but like that's all I can think of.
They have a lot of picks. That's the thing.
Yeah, who knows? All right, well, hey, Jags, this is moving super fast, man. Jags picks is up. We got our guest on for the next 3 picks. Oh, we hit commercial break, so perfect. My co-host for the Fantasy Six-Pack Hour, AJ Applegarth, here for the next 3 picks, man. I feel bad for you, Selyan. I'm sorry. Feel bad for all you guys. No, I'm just kidding. We just like to give each other crap. AJ, what's up, man? Can you unmute yourself? There you go. Good? No? I can't hear you, right? AJ, always ruin the show.
AJ.
No, we can't hear you, bro. You got to figure out your stuff. So we'll keep talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hey,
there you go.
All right. I hit it, and then it must have not hit, and I hit it again, so then it didn't hit. It's cool.
User error.
That's cool.
User error. It's okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, most nights we're basically starting the pod right around now, so it's right on par for what I'm doing.
All right. So before we get started, we got a commercial break. Beer of the week. What are you drinking?
Well, I had a true respite week away earlier with dinner, and now I'm drinking the Magic Hat High PA India Pale Ale brewed with hemp seeds. I don't remember if I put this one on the show yet or not, but
nope.
It's good. It's not as quote unquote dank as most of the hemp infused beers that I drink.
Good stuff.
But it's really good. I mean, it's just like it's a 6.5 or 6.7. Yeah, pretty easy drinking for what it is, but I like it.
Cool. So you got a new beer, Selyan. What's up?
Yep. I got my favorite beer, actually.
Nice.
I want to get it earlier. It's called Chouf. This is I don't know, it might be too close. This is a French beer. Again, typical blonde, a bit stronger, very hoppy. I really like it. It's, you can get a bit strong for certain people, but it's definitely my type of beer, and I get a lot. It's starting to get a bit more reputable, and you can find it in bottles a lot more now, or in cans. It used to be strictly straight tap that you found only in the north of France in certain bars, and now it's getting drank a lot more commonly. So that's really cool, and I'm really happy about that. And now I'm having it here during the draft, so perfect.
All right, man.
Excellent.
So I switched over to the Stone Diehard Fan IPA. These
Nice.
are all repeats for me, but whatever. It's not our beer of the week for real, so I figure I could cheat. So,
Yeah, saw your initial announcement of the fear movie Lions, whatever.
Yeah.
Sounds
That wasn't
good.
my first beer, but it was the True Respite. Squirrel hops. I called it squirrel nuts, which was funny. But it's all good. All right, man. We're boring everybody, so let's move on here. Jags picks is in. AJ, where are you thinking they're going here?
I'm hoping they go defense. I'm watching it on my ESPN app, so I'm a little behind. I'm still
you're
on
probably
commercial
about the same
break.
as me then, so we're perfect.
Yeah, Andy Reid just got the hug. Now people in the pool. Justin Turner.
I'm not.
No. So I'm actually watching it on like ESPN.
Oh,
ESPN,
you're on.
But I'm on like YouTube ESPN. So it's
okay.
like, but it is delayed. Somebody, I forget who it was, like blew the pick before, and I was like, damn it. All right.
So
didn't warn anybody.
I really think that they need to go with a defensive lineman here. I mean, especially
big time.
Especially after losing Campbell. Well, not losing, trading Campbell. I think they got to refill that void.
They're gonna lose Ngakoue. They're gonna it's that whole Ngakoue mess.
Yeah, so that's my initial thought on it. For what I think they should do, but we'll see. We'll see what they come up with here.
I agree. Cillian, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think they need a presence either on the interior or off the edge. I'm a bit more for a presence on the interior than the edge, but again, the options aren't really as high as if they had taken either I think Brown was off the board if they had taken Kinlaw a bit earlier. But now I think they're down with Blacklock, maybe Gallimore, maybe Madubuike.
Here we go. Clayvon, Chase on.
Yeah.
Hey, and edge rushers. Oh, could you imagine? Okay, so they're gonna have Josh Allen.
That's where I thought they were gonna go, but
he's gonna be a 5 tech on that odd front. He's gonna rush standing up, but now they're gonna have Josh Allen and on the other side Chase on, and that is a speed rush threat. That's gonna be actually quite dangerous for offensive lines. I like the pair up there. They're gonna have two very, very, very fast and bursty pass rushers on the edge that can bend very well.
Though, I wonder. Is that
well, Chase on definitely can. Jason can drop back. Well, they're going to be like online outside linebackers. You gotta project them to a 5-man front here. I think Josh Allen's the better cover guy of the two. The real question with them both is run fitting and being able to maybe polish up their stack and shed ability. Chasen's not quite there yet in terms of polish. I think maybe Allen has stepped up in that regard. But they're gonna need some real run fitters to help on the second level in terms of who they're gonna have as that pair of middle linebackers or whoever's gonna play next to Jack over there.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I think this fills the need for where they should be going. I love the defensive heavy first round so far. I really love the Henderson pick too. Go Gators. So yeah, I think they're looking at this. They're doing it right so far.
Yeah.
This is biggest surprise to me so far in this draft though is that none of the running backs have gone yet.
I'm not surprised about that at all.
Yeah, I'm not surprised
running
either.
Backs are a little overvalued, and
if
in
a running back
in our lane because of the fantasy value, but like these teams, like you can find guys later in the last 2-3 years, and then you move on to the next guy for the most part.
Yeah,
for the most part. I mean,
I get it. I felt like
there's
just
no
some of these guys
in this draft, in my opinion. They're all guys. They're good.
I mean,
I think
they're
they're impressive.
They're definitely
but
good.
They're not going to be, home. They're not going to be killed. Man. All right. So Eagles pick.
All right.
That's
well,
what you really came to get.
I haven't seen it yet. So
no. Quick prediction because I'm about to announce it. Quick prediction. What do you got?
They've got to go receiver here.
I imagine they don't, right?
I would be okay with them going with McKinney, but they have to go receiver, man. Xavier McKinney. I like Jefferson. I like and I like Higgins.
Higgins would be a reach here, in my opinion.
I think so too. I think
you do not want Higgins.
Yeah, I think Justin Jefferson is the pick here. Did I say Jackson?
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant Jefferson.
That's why actually I did a multi-analyst mock literally a couple of days ago, and I did an Eagles mock, a full on Eagles mock, and I had the first round pick, and I went after Jefferson here.
Yeah,
I think Jefferson's the pick too.
He's not
the guy.
I mean, he's not huge. 6'1", 200, 202, whatever. It's good size, but
he's a big slot, and he can be very successful in that role.
Yeah,
don't they have isn't Arcega Whiteside kind of a slot dude?
Nah, he's gonna be
he's a big guy.
100%. They're gonna put him on a side, out on the edge.
Oh, there you go. I mean, they're eyeing Justin Jefferson, so everybody's kind of. Oh, here we go. He's on the phone, so he's itchy, grabbing his knee. I love the reactions, like they're like trying to hide it.
Don't give it away. Don't give it away. But hey, we're the other surprising thing is when they zoom in and they show all the stuff. At least on the feed I'm watching, there's Peterson's happy.
Yeah, that's Jefferson.
Roseman. Let's go, Roseman.
Oh, there we go. It's definitely Justin Jefferson, man.
This is a great.
Happy.
You know what? This is a safe pick. We always say, Roseman can't select wide receivers.
Safe
this
pick.
is a safe
pick.
There he is.
Needed a safe pick, man.
It's They did.
Yeah.
They did. They've found so many ways to disappoint in the first round over the years.
This is Mr. Reliable. This is a guy you can give him the ball.
Justin Jefferson is one of the big reasons why Burrow was so damn good. Burrow just chucked some balls up to that guy. He was just like, I gotta buy.
He's got great body control making at the catch point.
Phenomenal, dude. He's one of my favorite receivers in this draft by a long shot, in my opinion. And it was like Jeudy Lamb, and honestly, I like Jefferson like right up there with Ruggs, man.
Same.
Like Ruggs is fast, but Jefferson's just like a way more guy, polished. Man. Like
that's what he is. He's a burner. That's it. I mean, not that's it, but
no, you're right. Ruggs is a burner.
Jefferson
right.
is still way ahead in my mind as far as a complete player.
Yeah,
and that's what they need. I liked Whiteside when they picked him, but they haven't been able to get him involved enough, I think, or he just hasn't come far enough along yet. I don't know.
You got to wait a little bit always, because it's rare when a receiver has that big of an impact on year one. You really hit when he does, but I think he's worth giving some time to and waiting and seeing. He could definitely be a big asset in the red zone as well, because he's got a nice high point ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think next year is going to be a much better year for him. He was he got put in a bad spot. I mean, they all did. Greg Ward got put in a bad spot. It's like, guy didn't even, it wasn't even playing. And then it's just like, yeah, sure, I'll come in, whatever. He's like the NFL version of the Zamboni driver coming in and playing, his ass off for the Eagles. There we go.
Oh, wait a minute. Jalen Reagor. I was actually going to say him.
What?
And then I was like, but they showed all the Jefferson stuff. I like Reagor a lot, but I don't think that he should have been drafted.
What? But, Jefferson was on the phone. I saw the. I saw the.
I like Reagor a lot.
But I like Jefferson better.
And all his family bouncing around like this, like, hey, we're not getting drafted by the Eagles. Maybe they're too happy.
Oh,
sorry.
What happened?
No idea, man.
That's crazy. Okay, well, I mean, I don't hate it. Reagor's really good.
Reagor's like right there with Jefferson, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, no, definitely. I don't think he's as safe as he's got his fair share of drops on tape. That kind of scared me off a little bit when I dug really into his film, but a lot of them are concentration drops, I guess, and then he might be able to get over that. Other than that, he's a tremendous route runner. He just creates separation. He makes tremendous plays after the catch.
He's 5'10", though. I mean, come on.
I would have
more height than that. Why would you have not gotten? Oh, man, that's
he's a playmaker, but I don't know. I wanted someone to be more reliable.
I I think
He's
he
a
was
tremendous
better.
route runner.
I think he was better than his numbers showed because his quarterback was
Yeah.
so bad
Oh.
this year. So like you can't look at his numbers and his production in college, especially this last year, and go, he's not as good. I think he's just as good, maybe if not better. But
He's just not as ready for me than
Yeah.
than Jefferson offers. in terms of-
maybe we'll see. I mean, like I think the season will tell us. You know, the years will tell us only because again he wasn't able to produce the way he should have been able to, right? So like, you know, poor quarterback play was all over his bios everywhere. So AJ, I want to ask you though, like from a fantasy perspective, like what do you think Wentz can do with a guy like this, and how does this hurt a guy like JJ Arcega-Whiteside, who was just drafted last year and a lot of people had hype on, and you know everybody else on that team? How does this affect everybody there?
I mean, I think that they needed a receiver regardless. I'm glad that they drafted a receiver. Not the guy I was targeting, obviously, so I'm still a little in shock. But I mean, I think that it's still going to play similar to where they were. I mean, I think they just need to get something on the outside going.
Yeah.
Well, that's
no matter who it is. So
I think Reagor actually projects a bit better to the outside than Jefferson would.
Yeah. So
said the line.
I want to say this, Selyan and or AJ, before you continue. The thing I wanted to read, and I just finally found it, was about the fact that he was dealing with an inaccurate quarterback.
Yeah.
Only 30.7% of his targets were charted as accurate this past season.
Wow.
So yeah, he only caught what 40. Where's the stat? He didn't catch a ton of balls because none of them actually got to him.
Yeah.
It was terrible. So and credit Pro Football Focus for that. I don't want to steal that stat. I did not make that up. That was all Pro Football Focus there. That is an amazingly horrible stat for a receiver. Like Wentz is 1,000 times better than that, and we know it. So.
Yeah, plus he's got the speed to play deep, and we know Wentz is going to be able to hit him deep in stride, which TCU has not been able to do.
Before he was so
he's a good.
Backer,
so take advantage of that.
I mean, just looking at the stats between the two it's almost comical because it's 43 receptions to 111 receptions for Jefferson. You know, Jefferson had almost 1,000 more yards and you know over 3 times as many touchdowns. But yeah, I get it.
Look at the year before that, 2018 though, right?
Yeah.
Reagor had 1,040 yards, 9 touchdowns. Yeah, not still where Jefferson was, but still good.
No, but it's
very good still.
It's much more respectable than where he finished last year.
Catches.
And you get a freshman quarterback in there, you're gonna have some growing pains, obviously. I mean the big thing that I do like is he averaged 20.8 yards per punt return, and then had 2 returns for touchdowns last year. So he's definitely got he's got the athleticism, he's got the speed, the quickness. So I definitely like that for him.
I think what we liked about Jefferson was the route polish, and I think he still has it.
Yeah.
Damn, his vertical jump is 98th percentile, and his 10-yard split was 93rd.
Oh, he's super explosive.
Man, just bam, out of the gates.
He was a long jumper. Yeah, he long jumped 26 feet and set a state record back in high school. So that in terms of explosiveness, he's got it. Like he's got all of that.
He's got the
damn good
explosiveness, and even his 40 was not far off from Jefferson.
It was underwhelming because we were expecting a much better 40 from Reagor. I thought he would run in the high 4.3s, maybe low 4, but 4.47 is plenty fast enough, especially when you look at the play speed as well. Because he gets away, he makes plays out of the screen game and finds space. He's really creative as well, twitched up ball carrier.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like this is a kind of a standard Eagles pick, though. It's like, all right, you think they're going here, and then they just go with this instead. because they know so much more about everything else. But hey, they know more than me. I'm not a damn scout. I'm not a GM and everything.
I'll tell you what, I don't hate the pick. It could have been a lot better.
No, I don't hate it either.
These receivers, this is the land where it's like other receivers were like they were all interchangeable in my opinion. Like every site was different. So Vikings pick is in. What are we feeling here for Vikings? I mean, like, do they go for one of these receivers that's left? I mean, they need a receiver. They got rid of Diggs. I mean, they still got Thielen, but he's getting up there in age. They got to get somebody, right?
I like Jefferson for them too, honestly.
I mean,
I think they need secondary help.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they lost Rhodes. Granted, he was not at all what
but now they're
could have been last year.
Now all they have is Mike Hughes, and then behind
they did get absolutely demolished in the passing game last year. So that was my other thought, is that they definitely needed to go with some kind of cornerback safety help. So I mean, they could go McKinney too.
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, safety, they got their starters. I think Harris is on the franchise tag, right? Anthony Harris. He had a great season last year, but I think
that's true.
Behind that, I don't know who they have. They have Harrison Smith, but that's a strong safety. Let's see who they pick.
Sorry, I really tried to cut you off totally, but Vikings pick is in.
I'm still behind on it.
You might have it before
Jefferson. There you go.
Okay. Yep. Oh, this is actually a great fit.
That is
when you think about replacing
phenomenal pick for them.
That's what I said on our show when we were talking a couple weeks ago. He can go from purple and yellow to purple and yellow.
Yeah, man. All right.
And he does.
So, AJ, you're the guest. I'll let you go first this time. Usually it's the opposite. But what you think here for the
I mean, I like it. Everything I just talked about Jefferson with the Eagles, I don't hate this pick at all for them.
Yeah.
I think Cousins is a smart quarterback. He knows where he wants to go with the ball, and he's got a very polished option here. I think that Thielen is going to still get his catches and targets, but I definitely like Jefferson in this offense as well. And you still got Rudolph there, so with what we saw last year, with a healthy Cook, they didn't have to pass the ball as much. So I think that offensive scheme is still going to stay even without Diggs. I felt like they were going to go after a receiver, at some point within the first couple of rounds here. So I like the pick.
Yeah, I love it too. This is actually the pick I made on my last mock draft.
And honestly, I think it. I know everybody was like, "Oh man, Thielen's gonna be a beast." Tight end, wide receiver one. Like, I think it helps because I don't think Thielen can carry it by himself. I really don't. I think he needs somebody else to take coverage away from him just a little bit. Like, he's good, he's talented, he'll make it. He'll make it work. And if all the targets were really going to him, he would have made it work, and it would have been phenomenal. But I think this only helps. Not that I think Jefferson's gonna be a monster in year one, but
he can.
But
I think he's
year one.
He can.
But
he can. He really can. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, a monster though, like.
Monster, I don't know what you mean by monster either. Like, it all depends. It's all relative, but he's very polished, very pro ready in terms of, can he produce year one? Yes, he can produce year one. What are you going to put on his plate? That's another question. But
I mean, they're looking at just looking at their roster right now. You've got Thielen is 29.
Hey, by the way, guys, I got to cut you off just a little bit. We had a trade a few minutes ago. I let us ramble a little bit. The Patriots traded their pick, and I don't know what it was for, but the Chargers moved up. So the Patriots now have 7 picks in round 2 through 4. I'm trying to figure out exactly what they did here. And by the way, Selyan, you screenshotted your mock draft where it said Minnesota drafted Justin Jefferson. So Should have touted that, man.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Chargers snagged a second and a third. So maybe the Chargers do not have a first-round pick anymore.
Nope.
Or
they
no, sorry,
dropped
the
out.
Patriots
The
don't
Patriots,
do
no,
not
yeah,
have a
they don't.
first-round pick anymore. Okay, so Jonathan Chan was supposed to be our guest for the Patriots. He's still on the line. You want to hang out for the Chargers pick, man? Because you ain't gonna have some airtime if you want. You can come on and say hi.
Yeah, I guess I'll say hi before I cut out.
Hey, why don't you just analyze the Chargers pick here for us, man?
I mean, I can give it a shot. I don't know their needs as well as the Pats' needs, but I could try.
I figured out, man.
Yeah, Patriots trading down is not shocking whatsoever. I called this from the second that the 3 QBs were taken, which clearly, but
pick is in.
I thought they would consider Epinesa because that's a really, really
so
Belichick pick.
needs here real quick before the pick is announced. Selyan's our guy.
For the Chargers.
For the Chargers, what do we need?
Well, the first thought my mind goes through is offensive line. I think they need to add more depth, especially on the interior. They got injured quite a bit. When you think about Forrest Lamp that they picked 2 years ago, hasn't really panned out. Suffered from his fair share of injuries. I think they really gotta add more depth here. Whether that be at interior, again, I keep mentioning. I don't think there's anyone worth coming up for unless they really want to go after Ruiz. But I really think he's schemed really into a center role, and I don't know if they need a center really.
All right. Well, they took Kenneth Murray, inside linebacker from Oklahoma.
Sheesh, that's fun. That's a fun pair up with Darwin James there. That's a fun pair up. I like him. He's a rangy linebacker with a ton of sideline to sideline speed. I think he's best in a weak side linebacker type of role where he can really roam around and stay away from traffic, where he doesn't have to get caught up with by spilling blockers and keep his chest clean. He can really read the game a bit better and break in the flats and make his tackles. He's a playmaker. He's just a guy that's gonna trust his eyes, try and break on the football. I think his aggressiveness needs to be tamed a little bit before he can be a star producer on the defensive side in the NFL. But this is a very, very athletic, very talented linebacker that can both cover and play the run. I don't know how well he fits as an interior linebacker, but I don't think that was their need either.
All good. I mean, Jonathan and AJ, I know you're still hanging out. You guys got anything else to add to this? I mean, I literally know nothing about this guy, so.
I mean, he was one of the linebackers I was looking at to replace either Van Noy or Collins with the Pats, but
that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good fit.
Yeah, so if the Pats didn't trade out, this is one of the guys that I would have liked them to take. But otherwise, I'm sure Belichick has, some other disappointing DBs to take in the second and third rounds.
Or he'll just trade all of his picks for next year picks because that's what he does.
When you trade for an entire draft, you can get Trevor Lawrence, right? That's how this is going to work?
Okay, pretty much.
Aren't they going to just tank this year anyway and just go get him?
No, they're not bad enough to tank. The defense is too good to tank.
But the offense is going to score 3 points a game.
I don't know, though. The defense was really good.
They're not going to be that good this year. Come on, guys.
6-7 games where they had a cupcake schedule. I mean, they were still good the rest of the year.
But let's put it this way. Miami's better. Bills are better. Not better. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying they're better than the Patriots, but they are better this year.
Yeah.
So the Miami will be better. The Bills are better. And arguably the Jets will be better this year.
Ooh, I don't know about the Jets.
The Jets are not going to be better.
The Jets are not going to be.
Yeah, no. Improved from last year is what I mean.
They'll be better than what they were, but they're still not going to be better than.
Okay, so they'll lose 33-6 this time, not 33-0. Whatever.
I didn't say they were going to be better than the Patriots. I said they were going to be improved from last season. So I don't think it's going to be a 6-0, right? Especially without Brady and everybody else. I think that offense helped that defense a lot too. That defense is incredible. I'm not going to lie, but they're not going to do what they did last year.
The offense hurt the defense last year, actually. a lot. There's so many 3-and-outs, like quick 3-and-outs from the offense. If Stidham can do slightly better with a healthy Sanu, maybe, but it can't. The offense can't get much worse. It was really bad the second half. The offense.
We shall see. All right, man.
Well, thanks for having me. This was great analysis of my Pats pick. Stayed up watching this whole thing so I could do the Pats.
Oh, don't lie. You're gonna watch it
The worst.
anyway.
No, I have my MLB The Show franchise to keep going on.
I was waiting for the Eagles to just trade the pick and be like, oh, God damn it.
Are you a PS4 guy or an Xbox guy?
PS4.
All right, MLB The Show. Which year?
19.
You gotta hit me up, I think.
Yeah, don't worry. You can throw 16 feet outside. I'll swing at every pitch.
Oh, me too.
That's just
I'm
that's how I play.
Hey, I suck. Yeah, no, I can't
Every
read
pitch I'm
pitches.
swinging.
All right, we'll have to talk later.
All right, we'll talk later.
Yeah, hey, before you go, man, let everybody know where they can find you on Twitter.
Yeah, you can find me jchan_811. I'm on there. I'm trying to make jokes. Yeah, follow me. It's a good time. Again, thanks for having me, guys. You guys have been awesome show to listen to so far.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right,
you guys.
I think you're done for the night too, unless you want to hang out. I don't care if you want to hang out.
Yeah, whatever. I'll hang for another couple of picks.
You're semi-co-host of the show, so you can just hang out and contribute.
Yeah, whatever. Drink
Yeah.
You were gonna drink anyway. Don't blame it on me. All right. Well, so Saints are up 2 minutes until their pick is in, and we've got a returning guest, Taylor Lambert.
Hello again.
And now he's back. Welcome, man. You been enjoying the night?
Yeah, I mean, other than the moments leading up to now, because I'm scared of what we're gonna do with this pick.
Fair enough.
I'm really scared because I feel like Sean Payton is not going to be able to help himself, and he's going to do the worst thing on earth, which is to pick Jordan Love. Yeah,
be the worst thing on earth.
I believe so. So ironically,
not the worst.
Yeah, I don't.
True.
I don't hate that pick, but I don't know. Like they've been saying all along that they've got their quarterback of the future, although nobody else.
Yeah, right.
I know, right? Like I've seen that dude
Okay.
throw, and it ain't happening. Just turn him into a gadget guy, which you've done.
And so it's interesting. If we want to win right now, I think that we should try to bolster up our linebacking core. And I saw Kenneth Murray just go off the board with the last pick, and Patrick Queen is still there, who honestly was like one of my favorite linebacking prospects going into the draft. All three of our guys, Demario Davis, Alex Anzalone, and Kiko Alonso are all set to be free agents next season. Two of those players, Anzalone and Alonso, both came off of season-ending injuries. We need to add depth, and we need to think about the future. The thing about Jordan Love, obviously he possesses all the raw athleticism. That is what's enticing scouts right now. And ironically, for as much as I don't like Love, when I first began watching tape, when I first began scouting, objectively, I thought, okay, he needs to go to a system that's going to be able to help, nourish some of his, abilities and maybe curb some of his bad tendencies. And New Orleans was obviously one of those picks. But
can you imagine him learning under Drew Brees and Sean Payton?
How
crazy.
I mean, the possibility is scary. I mean, it really is. He could be elite.
Talented, honestly.
Yeah. Have you seen his 2018 film at all?
Yes, because I started with 2019.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Incredible. If he had declared last year, he would have easily been a top 10 pick.
Yeah, which is funny. I don't think I'd be having this conversation if 2019 didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think this is why he's drawn a lot of Pat Mahomes comparisons, is in terms of he's gonna make every throw and he's gonna believe he can make every throw.
Well, there's other comparisons you can make with that, but
yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Pat Mahomes a magician.
Okay, but there's two ends of the spectrum in terms of where Jordan Love could end up. You could go the Deshaun Kaiser kind of way, the way that's gonna the way you don't want to end up. And then he could also be the guy that they sit and not do what the Browns did with Kaiser and let him make every mistake in the off season. Yeah, exactly. And then slowly pull that leash back, tame it out of him. And I think Sean Payton is the perfect coach to do that. I think it could be interesting. This is an interesting landing spot for Love. I'm not sure this is the pick. As you said, I do like the fit for Queen here, and I think it could be interesting to see Queen fall over here. It could be, but I don't hate the fit for Love. And if he was to go in round 1, this would be an interesting landing spot. Let's see, the pick is in.
Wow, Cesar Ruiz.
Okay.
All right.
What's up with Eric McCoy? What am I missing? What happened? Wait, what happened on the interior?
I don't hate that actually. Watching us get bulldozed by the Vikings last year. I mean, Breeze had no time to operate in that playoff game. It was so frustrating to watch. We've got depth, but we also have a lot of stars potentially leaving in free agency soon. So I don't hate it.
This is more of a win now pick, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and you realize your window's closing with Breeze leaving. So I get it. It's.
I thought Queen could have been more helpful than bringing in, because again, I'm not aware of the whole contract situation with Pete and Warford. You might know more than me.
I think it's Warford who's set to be a free agent next season.
Okay, and I don't think he's very young either.
No, he isn't.
Yeah. Okay, so that could make sense then. Yeah, I could get that. But I think in terms of year 1 production, I would love to see Queen though on that defense.
I know,
and he stays in Louisiana.
Man, I have been waiting for that pick for about a month now, so it is kind of a shame to see him walk.
Yeah.
But hey, man, this could be one of those, if he's the center you need, then
I don't think he'll play center. McCoy's been really good at center.
Well, either way, if he's that interior lineman you need to help out, then you guys are gonna love it. That's really what it comes down to. And it's not like he's a super overreach at this point.
No, he's the top line. He's the top interior lineman.
I mean, as far as boards I'm looking at, top interior lineman, and
he is for me as
near
well.
the end of the first round. You're talking like what a 10-person reach, but like with a team that's a need, it's not a reach. So you're fine.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about earlier. I was saying that it's like need versus supply, right? And there's not a lot of supply. You have a need, go and get your guy in the first round. This is the guy you should go after.
Absolutely.
It makes
Absolutely.
Sense.
Not only that, but we don't have a second-round pick either. So if so if that was our need, then I'm glad that we went up to get him.
Yeah. AJ, you still there? You got any feelings on this one?
Yeah, I'm still here. I like the pick. I mean, I think it's definitely worthwhile to build the line even more and get more help for Breeze. I mean, obviously we know he's not young, and
no.
any protection that he can get anywhere is helpful. I mean, he still has his quickness about him, and is good with getting the ball out of his hands and avoiding crushing blows. But who knows what'll happen this year? I mean, that could just fall off this year, and then where's he going to be? So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think this is a huge boost for Kamara as well. We're not talking about it enough because Cesar Ruiz is a people mover. Yeah,
absolutely.
He is a people mover. He gets his hands right where he needs to get them, and he will twist. He will build an angle. He's got a ton of torque in his upper body. He's really strong.
Yeah, I just remember watching.
When you look at what Michigan was doing in the run game, they were running right behind Ruiz, and he was the one opening gaps over the middle. So
yeah, I remember watching the games with the Saints last year because I was a Kamara owner in one league and just being super frustrated. Like he'd get a handoff and it was like everybody's in the backfield already. Like what the hell? He couldn't go, and you were like, this isn't Kamara's fault at all. Like most of the time, it wasn't. It was just super frustrating. So
if you give him any kind of running lane, he is so quick to burst through that gap.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Definitely.
So yeah. All right, Taylor. So we just had a trade. So I think
the Niners moved up. Yeah.
The Niners moved up to where the Vikings were. So Taylor, we gotta let you go, man, because I think we're gonna have another guest jump on here in just a second, who was covering the Niners for us. So remind everybody again where they can find you on Twitter, and then we'll say adieu until next time, unless the Saints or Dolphins trade back in.
All right, guys.
Dolphins have one.
Oh, the Dolphins on the pick. You coming back?
Yeah, they got one. They're coming back.
Hey, happy to.
Come back, man. You just hang out, mute yourself, and we'll just bring it right back.
Okay.
Pick away. But either way.
Talk to you soon.
All right, man. See ya. I didn't even think of that. All right, man. So yeah. Let's see here.
Was it Nick?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I'm rubbing my eyes a lot. I switched contact solution like 2 nights ago, and it's been awful. Like, I got to go back to my other stuff. Like, my eyes are blurry. I literally didn't put in my contacts all day because it's been happening. Like, after like 3 hours of having my contacts in, and it's happening again, and I hate it. I gotta go. I gotta get rid of this stuff. Anyway.
So the Niners, yeah, man, that's.
It
My eyes,
sucks.
I'm just tired, you know. It's
It,
just
that. I
this
mean, it
strap
might
is
be
taking
that
forever.
too. It might be that too. But it's just been. I was hoping it was the contact solution, but man, like my eyes are just blurry. But Niners, man, what are they doing? Pick us in. Go quick.
It's got to be a wide receiver.
Yeah, you would think so, right?
They gave up 31, the 4th rounder they got from the Bucks,
reach
and then
up.
they gave up their late 5th rounder. So I mean, they
They're
got to be
paying
going
up.
for the wide out they want right now. You got to, I mean,
Brandon.
I don't see.
Is it Aiyuk?
Aiyuk?
Aiyuk, yeah. That's what I was just
Is
thinking
it?
they might be
Oh,
going.
I'm hoping it's Chenault.
It's
Yeah.
Aiyuk. It's Aiyuk.
It is? Okay.
Oh.
I mean,
I
Chenault
don't hate
has
it.
a lot of high scores in a lot of different places, but Aiyuk has a lot of high scores too. Again, I just go back to this, like Jefferson, Reagor, Aiyuk, like all these guys, they're all just like, you could just, it's like Boggle, man. Like you put their names in a Boggle cube, you throw them out, and they're gonna fall in a different order. Like every site is this way. Like your rankings are different than Pro Football Focus from every single site that's out there, dude. Like, I'm not knocking you, but it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, that's the point is that like everybody's site is different with after the first 2 or 3. But
when it's all
Literally all 3 of them back to back to back.
Yeah.
Like
sorry,
like
go.
Oh no, I'm just
Sorry.
saying it's all who's evaluating the talent in
Of
house
course.
too.
Of course.
It's like when they're that close, you got Doug Peterson thought he got his guy, and apparently the Niners thought this was their guy. That they were able to go up and get him. I mean, it's going to be interesting. He's fast. I mean,
he's explosive. Yeah.
That's going to bring another element to the Niners offense that, just frankly isn't there normally. So, yeah, I'm excited about that. I think he's going to have a pretty big impact on their offense, or anyone really that could stretch the field like that. I think it's something they really needed.
Absolutely. We talked about it last pick, so it makes total sense. So the trade, by the way, before we continue, is the Vikings are trading out of the 25th. The 49. Okay, so never mind. That's not that. What did they get?
So
Anybody know what they got?
The Niners keep the. No, they gave. Okay, so the Niners gave up the 31.
Okay, so Vikings are later.
The 4th round, which was 117, they got from the Bucks from the earlier trade, and then they gave up number 176, their 5th pick their 5th rounder. They have the Niners still have the 156 they got from the Broncos, but yeah, so it's a 31, 117, and 176 to go up, 6 spots essentially.
Hey,
so
not too bad.
Be the guy. Yeah, I don't think it's too bad, considering, 117 they got for moving back one and not really, so that's kind of, they basically gave up their 31st and a late 5th rounder, almost a 6th round pick for going up 6 spots.
Yeah. I like it, man. AJ, what do you think about all this?
I like the pick a lot. Definitely a bold move for them to go up, but you guys were already talking about it earlier, how there's not really anybody to trust there other than Debo. So this gives them another weapon, I mean, obviously of Kittle, but he's not a receiver. So this is a nice fit for them. I love the ability and athleticism of Aiyuk.
Oh yeah, he's a tremendous athlete.
I think he gives you that kind of Tyreek Hill factor too to this offense, that is going to open up a lot of the middle of the field where, Kittle and Debo like to operate. And so, frankly, does Jimmy Garoppolo. He likes to get it in there, and that's where his comfort zone is. And so, but, he'll be there to take shots as well. So I think it's actually going to be – it's a nice pick considering they got their D lineman and this guy instead of, what would have been Jeudy.
Yeah.
And who knows what at 31. So, they know what they're doing in San Francisco. It's working out, and, fingers crossed that it keeps going that way.
And what we haven't mentioned is that this guy's going to be a great kick returner. Well, he's going to be a very valuable kick returner for the 49ers. He's had a tremendous career on special teams for Arizona State. Well, career in the last 2 years, he's been a great kick returner. So he should have an instant impact there, and he should have a chance to prove that he can step on the field and get more targets and go from there. So
on that though, we thought Pettis was going to be that too. So
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that shakes down. But yeah, no, I agree with you. But it's I got a sour taste in my mouth from having those high hopes. But we'll see.
Yeah.
All right,
I do think he's got much better hands than Pettis though. But
oh yeah, no, I'm just talking about the kick return game.
No, I agree.
All right, man. Well, appreciate you coming back on. We got to move on. We got a little over 2 minutes till the Dolphins pick, and Taylor's on mute for us, I think. So we're gonna go back to him and hang out a little bit. So
okay.
Have a good night, man. And
Later,
we'll talk to you soon, man.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
Take it easy.
All right, Taylor, you back?
Still with you.
Still with us. All right, man. So Dolphins back up for their third pick now. Kind of shocked they kept all first-round picks. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe we see a late trade here. We've seen it before.
It's interesting you say that because a notification just went off on Twitter from Ian Rappaport saying that the Dolphins are considering a trade back with the Packers.
All right. Well, it still could be a first-round pick, though.
Are the Packers feeling the heat on the receivers right now?
That's what I was
right? I mean, the Dolphins, they need receivers, but that's the least of their worries at this point, I think. One of the least of their worries.
I don't think.
Honestly, if you move back a couple more slots, like that first running back off the board isn't as bad at 30 as it is in 26.
You know what? That's what I was just thinking. Listen, from like a fantasy perspective, which I know might not be fair to address this draft
but
that's
what we are.
How great would it be to see DeAndre Swift go ahead and compliment Jordan Howard? I don't think
compliment, or is it just the guy?
No. Okay, correction. I think
Jordan compliment.
Yeah, Jordan Howard comes in on some short yard situations.
We'd be yelling at Jordan Howard about snaking some touchdowns, but whatever.
No, other way around. Although I am sorry about your dynasty team if that does happen.
Hey, I don't have Howard on any of my teams. I don't give a crap. I got rid of that fool 2 years ago. I was like, bye. There we go. Trade to the Packers. All right, so we got to figure out what it is, and you might be back in 30 minutes. And we might get Mr. Richard Savill on here real quick, who I know has been sitting patiently. What's all the dings for? What's all this?
It's not me.
It's already Richard. Richard already unmuted himself.
I was like,
what is going on?
Green Bay has traded up.
Oh, the Packers have traded up.
You got to turn off the dings, bro.
They were supposed to get Raider. It's not me.
Who's the dings? Who's going?
It's not me.
I hear somebody's notifications going off, but anyway.
They were supposed to get Reagor. Packers.
All right. Well,
they didn't.
But it
didn't happen. All right. So I got to figure out what this pick is. We'll figure it out later. Taylor, hang out. You can drop off and come back if they still have a first round pick, but we gotta jump over to Richard for the Packers pick here. Pick is yours. It's gonna happen quick. So Richard, real quick prediction. What do you have for this pick?
Well, the brain trust. I was predicting that Reagor would fall. Obviously.
Okay, so that didn't happen.
That's not happening. I still think they want a wide receiver.
I do too.
Yeah,
I think Sealand
And
does.
but I don't know about you guys. Don't you think Ruggs is a bit of a waste going to Las Vegas?
yeah.
I don't know if it's a waste, but
For a fan,
It's just
I think
not
it
a
was
fit.
early.
It's just
Yeah.
When you see the options they had on the board, I don't get it. I can't make sense out of the pick.
well, I
I
don't
feel
know.
like they needed more than what they got, but it's whatever.
But it's an Alabama heavy draft, and everybody wants Alabama players.
Do you blame them? The Redskins
No,
started doing
I
that.
am
It's
not.
working pretty well in defense.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
Okay,
he
the
has
pick
more
is
to
in.
do.
The pick is in. Let's see if they're gonna get the Swift or something. I don't know who.
So you think it's receiver, right?
I think it'll be receiver. There's a lot of good receivers.
There's a ton of guys, but man, this would be like what?
Ton of guys.
7th receiver. Jordan Love, holy smokes!
I saw that they were talking to
didn't-
him on ESPN's thing. I was not going to be
Shock
surprised.
of the draft, right there. Gotta be
Well,
right. Shock of the draft.
I think Keith
No
might
way.
be able to confirm that. I don't remember, but when we were doing the perfect fits,
They're going for the quarterback.
episode, I did tell him that there was 2 perfect fits, and it'd be the Colts or Green Bay. And now he's landing in Green Bay. I
This
like
was
the fit.
Are they trying
not
to?
gonna lie.
Okay, you know what this is? This is they know Favre's out. They're gonna draft Rodgers, let him sit for 2-3 years,
Yep.
and then they're doing the same thing. Rodgers
Yeah.
is falling off. They're gonna let Rodgers leave. They're gonna let Jordan Love learn for 2 to 3 years. Guess what, guys? Jordan
like the
Love
pick.
is a 4th round, 5th round quarterback dynasty draft guy.
This is a
him
pick
right there.
I thought the Saints would. This is a pick I
Whoa.
thought the Saints would take.
Holy
High
smokes.
school at 5'6", 130 pounds, and now he's 6'3" and 3/4,
Oh, dude,
224.
Did you
Holy
see the Michael Jordan thing where like Pippen was in a freshman in high school, or a freshman in high school, and freshman in college, and he was like 6 foot, and then he came back to the next year and he was 6'5"? Like it happens all the time. In high school, it's even less crazy. College,
Received
that's
one
nuts, man.
FBS scholarship offer, Utah State. Where did he go? Utah State.
I'm just watching his highlights here.
I mean, I like Love's upside. I do think he was more of a sit and wait kind of guy.
Richard, you're gonna be here twice, huh? Get 2 picks in a row.
Yeah, I guess so. Because Seahawks are up next.
Seahawks are up
Yeah.
next unless they trade.
And there was talk that they were kind of looking for a wide
of
receiver. I
course.
mean, but it could be anything. But they need somebody for Clowney. So
I think they need defensive line way more than anything else. Sealand, do you agree?
yeah, well, but anything defensively though.
I was
So
I
can
was
we-
just
got
talking
it
with
right.
Keith saying that I told him that Jordan Love would be a great fit in Green Bay on that LaFleur.
I
and he could
agree
sit
with you
behind.
that he's a good fit. I just
It's no in terms
first
of coaching,
round,
in
but
terms of the coach. He's got 1st-round arm talent, and they're not drafting him to play right now. They obviously want to tame him and try to see what they could get out of his talent. I think, and when you think about what they did with Kaiser, they also, which is a very similar brand of quarterback, and they try to bring him in. They try to see what they could do with his talent. Maybe they didn't like what they had in Kaiser, but they like what they see in what Love has been able to do. Maybe more in 2018 and 2019, and they want to try and replicate that out of him. And Aaron Rodgers hasn't been on the right trend in terms of progression. So I think I really like the fit in terms of giving Rodgers 1, 2. Maybe if he still has more years and see what you can get out of Love in practice, and then eventually moving on from Rodgers and have a smooth transition. Honestly, I like the fit. It's a good situation
No
for
red shirt him though. He's a red shirt quarterback though.
Yeah.
But it's such a weird.
I mean,
it's such a weird strategy.
how
Like, you're really
long?
banking on that working, and like if it doesn't work, then like
Well, I mean, what
I don't know what to do.
I don't know. He has all the talent in the world that you just need to tame it. Like all the decision making, and he does flash ability and cerebral ability to attempt to make the right reads, attempt to manipulate defenses. Is just he I don't know how to express it, but he kind of over believes in his ability to do it without adapting to how the defense reacts to his moves. Like, for example, you would try to move a linebacker, and if the linebacker doesn't react, he'd still act as if that move would work on the linebacker, and then try and make the play. And those are plays that would tend to get picked off, where he doesn't have that reactive sense of reading coverages and how they evolve to what he does and how he gets through progressions. But the traits are there, and the willingness to do the right thing is there. I think he just, as Richard said, he's just a redshirt quarterback that needs time and needs a good mentor to develop. I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers is going to be that mentor. I really think Matt LaFleur is a good fit. Just like I thought Frank Reich could have been a good fit as well with the Colts. I
feel like Rodgers will be super as bitter about this pick, and he's gonna be like, no.
Yeah, he's gonna hate that.
I wouldn't say that because the Packers are good at. This is one thing that the Packers do that a lot of NFL teams don't, and this is why Green Bay always sort of in recent years, starting with Favre, since the. I don't know, since 1989 in the Favre era, is that they've groomed their quarterbacks, which is what the Bengals tried to do with the other Alabama quarterback, but that didn't quite work out because they left it too long. I mean, but
I get it. I don't know. It doesn't
but
feel right to me. But we should move on to the Seahawks, guys. I hate to like. So
yes, the Seahawks. This will be my last one, and then I'm off the air.
You are off.
Yeah.
So, what's your prediction, man?
What's my prediction?
For the Seahawks. Gotta be quick.
Yeah, gotta be quick.
Well, you can just give position. How about that? You don't have to know player. Prediction for position. I mean,
they could go for something crazy like a safety, Xavier McKinney, or. Just looking at the list here.
I would love to see Jeremy Chin go here. I comped him to Earl Thomas, and this would be fun. There's rumors that they've been.
Has T. Higgins gone yet?
Nope.
I wouldn't want to. If I see T. Higgins going the first,
I would not. Yeah, I'd be mad about that.
Yeah.
Much better fits than Seattle for him. But this is like. As far as value goes, yeah, this is a good place for him. But no,
I think they got to go defense, really, or offensive line. Defense or offense, probably be line or some kind.
I think it's one of the lines. AJ, got over the past pick? Are you still there?
2 years.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Over the past,
I mean, I kind of like Black Lock
somebody's
here.
TV, by the way.
That's not me. That shouldn't be me.
Nope, it's not. All right.
I don't know. Is it Mark?
I think I know. Yeah.
Mark, mute yourself.
Mark. Marky Mark. Mute. I wish I could. I wish I could mute for him, but okay. We'll figure it out.
He's complaining. See, I'd like to because sorry, I wasn't listening.
There we go.
Watching the draft. I was watching the NFL Network draft, and I'm sorry I wasn't listening to you guys. I was watching.
No, that's all good. Don't even listen to us all the time. I don't even listen to us all the time. Just kidding. I love you guys.
It's been a while since I've been podcasting since the season ended.
Yeah,
done any. But we'll get back on there.
The NFL knows how to drag this out, right? I mean, like the pick is in, and then they're doing whatever this nonsense is. Like,
oh, of course.
Yeah, I haven't listened.
Wingo trying to still figure out how to say Tua's last name.
Yeah,
AJ, you say.
I know. Hey,
you
look,
his name.
Tua. Hold on, let me look at it so I can.
Selyan knows how.
Is this
I know.
No situation?
Tagovailoa.
Yes, it is.
Tagovailoa.
Tagovailoa.
Is that right?
Tagovailoa.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
Tagovailoa. Well, he throws
totally
an N in there
totally
somewhere,
guessed.
and it's like
He's throwing an N in there?
Tangalo.
Oh, here we go. Selection. We got one.
There we go.
Let's do
the
it.
Seahawks.
Come on.
My other team of
Yeah.
my other favorite team.
I'm
Jordan
like,
Brooks, Texas Tech linebacker.
Wow. Okay, I like Brooks, but this is early. Wow. Okay.
This is.
I didn't expect him to go that early.
I did not see that.
He's a run fitter. He doesn't have. He hasn't been asked to cover that much, but they have the need at stopping the run a little bit. So.
Jordan Brooks.
Yeah,
super early, man. Like, this is up there with like the Raiders' early reach.
Well,
this is the Clowney replacement. I told you.
This is not the Clowney.
I called it.
This is not the Clowney.
Linebacker.
He's not going to play on the line. He's a middle linebacker.
I don't think he's going to be as good.
Oh, it's middle linebacker.
This is a middle linebacker. He's not going to. He fits at Mike. He's just a run fitter. He's just gonna fill the stat sheets with a lot of runs. He's gonna rush. He's gonna fill the A gap, fill the B gap, get stops in the backfield. He hasn't been asked to drop back in coverage a lot, but he's a safe tackler. He gets through traffic. He brings his arms. He's pretty slippery. He's physical. He knows how to dip his shoulder. He's got good footwork. He's slithery getting in there.
It also helps when you don't get blocked. Just look at that the one highlight. He didn't get blocked, but it's funny.
But yeah, I'm just worried about his instincts in coverage. Obviously, if they want to play him close to the line, then it's a good fit. He can blitz. He can run fit. But in coverage, not as confident in what he can do. He's not a first round player to me. I have a bottom of the second round.
Oh yeah, he's way low. I mean, it's like I said, it's up there with the Raiders pick that they had the corner. It's
Terrell. It's not as bad as this one.
No, dude. Like
I like Terrell. I think I think the grade probably shows that I'm higher on Terrell than I am on Brooks by quite a bit.
All right.
Brooks, I just have linebacker. It doesn't say middle or anything, but it says over aggressive at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just
he trusts his eyes and he just goes and crashes gaps and
he's a linebacker. Which one have you seen that's not over aggressive?
Yeah, that's true. Fair enough.
All right. All right, Richard. Well, we got to let you go and bring on our next guest for the Baltimore Ravens. So, thank you for jumping on, man.
And before I go, one question I got to ask you is, when are we doing our mock?
Not sure yet. We'll either do it. Tomorrow or Sunday night, or we'll just do a long drive. We'll talk, man. We'll figure it out.
Okay, cool. Okay, talk to you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
All right, everybody.
So, Mark is here, but I think he's having technical difficulties. But can you hear me, Mike? Mark? Sorry, Mike, Mark, whatever. You got me? Well, I heard myself. No, I guess we don't yet.
Are we doing a live coverage for the whole draft again?
Well, you hinted that you wanted to do the second day. I'm up for it. I'm all here for it.
I want to do not live, but maybe so I'm thinking like a recap show tomorrow night.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Like literally we could rip through it in like 30 minutes, maybe an hour.
Yeah, if you can help me format it, because I get carried away and want to break down every player.
We'll talk. But it sounds like guys, we'll have a recap show ready for you guys tomorrow night, and then I think day 3 will be more of a breakdown from Sealand by himself, maybe round by round.
Day 3, the best day of them all.
Yeah, I love it, dude. You could AJ Dillon's probably. Who we all know.
No, he's going tomorrow.
I hope, dude. I hope. 'Cause I would love to talk about him because I love that dude. But we'll figure it out. So yeah, we've got
Hello.
Hey, Mark.
Hey.
You there?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
I heard somebody.
Yeah. Someone said hello.
I heard somebody say hi. Live shows, guys. Love it. He's been on the show before, so I don't know why he's quite having so much problems.
I think it's saying the mic is on.
It must be he can't hear us is the problem. Anyway, we're gonna have to make do.
Right. Well, I'm thinking the Ravens should go after Epinesa here. It's just what they tend to go after in terms of outside linebackers and pass rushers. I think this is a good fit. They could stand him up, or they can kick him inside to play four tech. And in that
if the Ravens went after a running back?
Not crazy
okay,
at all.
like they're not at all because they're a very best player available type of team. But I'm just thinking out of fit and who's on the board. That was one of the teams that had highlighted for Epinesa. And I hope he goes in the first round. Teams might pass on him because of that combine. Those combine numbers were a bit worrying, but that's not how he wins, in my opinion. He looked good in the on-field drills. So still the type of player I would go after in the first round, and just a solid base hit of a player if you're looking to get a good contributor. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting pick in my mind. I mean, there's such a good, complete team as it is. Obviously, they love defense.
Hello?
You there, Mark?
Hey.
Can you hear us?
He can't hear us, but we can hear him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's fine.
Yeah, I
trying
think
to text him.
I think I wouldn't be surprised to see them go with. I don't really feel like they need a D line.
They've lost.
Yeah.
They've lost, but and Judon's on a franchise tag, so they're gonna need someone to step in, either linebacker or edge rusher. He's really that's like their main position in need. If they go after need, it's not a team that often goes. They usually go best player available. So
yeah,
tough to predict.
I mean, they were just showing Patrick Queen on there for ESPN, so
yeah,
they're giving it away there.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go after a receiver too. I know it's a very deep class.
True, very true.
But you know, I think
I personally like Boykin.
Interesting.
I think Boykin can break out this year, but we'll see.
Ravens are up. He's trying to call me or something.
Yeah.
Anyway. So Ravens select.
Let's see.
Patrick Queen. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, so it is a linebacker.
Right. Called it again.
AJ, I need to get you on my betting pool or something here for this.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I should start writing those betting articles again.
That's funny.
Oh,
all right, man.
I like it.
So Patrick Queen, linebacker. I mean, Ravens are a good, complete team. They've got offensive firepower for sure. They could use a little offensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say they definitely need. That was definitely a position that they needed help in, whether it be an outside linebacker or someone in the middle. They had LJ Fort kind of spot start last year and actually did really good in the role that he felt that he jumped into. But now they need someone that they know can develop and take on that middle linebacker role. Right now, he could play out in the stronger will role, and then eventually, once he gets his instincts kind of polished up, and he can get shoot his gaps and run fit with good discipline, because that has sometimes gashed the LSU defense during the season. The game that's popping through my mind right now is the Wake Forest game. It was not his best game, but he's a 1-year starter, needs that experience. Get him on the outside, but he's definitely got the playing style of a true middle linebacker, and come in and help. He's got that Ravens mentality. Just go rally to the football and hit someone, and and sideline to sideline speed to fit in a three-man front and help out. I like the pick. And what are you guys?
I think it's a good pick.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, they
You
got
can cover.
Judon on the tag, so
yeah.
Who knows if they'll be able to tag him again or whatever. I mean, he's got good vision. You know, he's a smart player.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely a Ravens defense player.
I'm just surprised.
And once again, already had purple in his team colors.
Yeah. I'm surprised LSU wasn't starting him from the start of the season. They had Divinity ahead, and it took Divinity getting suspended, I think, for him to get some playing time. So the cards kind of fell into place for Queen, but he's very talented, and he's just another talented linebacker out of LSU. They just keep churning them out every year, it seems. Pretty impressive. We had Devin White last year. I mean, Quan Alexander quite a while back. Good linebackers. Levante David, I think he was at LSU as well. Just kind of trust that school now with them linebackers.
Yeah.
So what's the most shocking thing we've seen so far this draft, Sealand? What you got?
Jordan Brooks. Jordan Brooks for me is the most shocking pick.
Right.
I have other linebackers. I really thought Logan Wilson would have had a shot to go ahead of him if someone was kind of suppose out of that linebacker class to sneak into the first round. He's very complete. He's got 4-year starter for Wyoming, 3-year captain, just a guy that has a ton of experience, sees the run game in front of him. He can drop in zones. He's just way more complete in terms of playing that middle linebacker. I keep thinking that this is the type of linebacker that comes into the NFL and plays for 10 years and just holds up the middle of the field and plays the run, the pass, never gets off the field, and just the perfect linebacker to come into the NFL and perform. Jordan Brooks, to me, was just a flashy guy that needs to be – I mean, the talent is there. Obviously, banking on upside by picking him in the first round. He's talented enough to maybe perform, but he needs to be molded into a role. Right now, most of his production came when he was crashing down the line or breaking on outside pursuit or using that speed. He does have some sideline speed, but using his vision, speed, and diagnosis.
Cool.
But as you said earlier, aggressive and sometimes gets beat by play action and when they use his eyes against him.
AJ, what about you, man? What's your most surprising pick? Good or bad?
I feel like the CeeDee Lamb pick was actually a little surprising to me.
Yeah.
I get it. It was a great value where he was, and he probably should have been off the board before that. But the Raiders did Raider-like things and flipped the script by taking Ruggs as the first receiver. I love CeeDee Lamb. I think he's an immense talent. Great route runner. But I just don't feel like it was a need for them. What is this going to do? Like, hey, we got you another weapon, Dak. Can you sign for less money? No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, no, I literally have no idea what the hell happened there.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a waste of a pick other than potentially Jerry Jones, outthinking himself and seeing the value that it was, going after that, but also saying, oh, well, I'm going to take him before, any of these other picks after the Eagles can get him. So that was kind of surprising to me.
Yeah.
Jordan Love didn't really surprise me. I think it's a decent fit, but yeah, other than that, I mean, I feel like there was a whole lot of fanfare made about the Detroit pick and the Giants pick and what they were going to do because it was really the Miami and Charger teams that they were going to try to move up to get the quarterback they wanted. And I think both of them got the guy that they wanted.
Yeah, well,
I
we do
don't
have
think
the Titans
Miami.
pick here, man. So I got to cut you off a little bit.
All right.
Not a super duper exciting pick, but it's Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle for the Dolphins. So yeah, Dolphins. Wait, did I miss the Titans pick? Oh no,
No, this is Titans pick.
Sorry, it's switched over to the Dolphins real quick at the bottom. So yeah, Titans got a tackle. A guy they pretty much need.
They just let what's his name, Conklin walk and get another tackle and step right in at right tackle because Isaiah Wilson was the right tackle for Georgia for a little while, and this is just plug in and keep going, right?
Yeah, see, it seems like it works for me. So, AJ, I'll let you finish your thoughts real quick, and then we'll bring back on Taylor here for the maybe the last Dolphins pick of the draft of the first round. So yeah, finish your thoughts here.
But yeah, so like I said, I feel like the Dolphins and the Chargers got the guys that they wanted. You know, and I didn't think Tua was going to fall past the Dolphins, but
no. I don't know if you were listening during that span of time, but like, you know, we were talking with Rudy Gamble, and he was like, you know what, honestly, like, if the Chargers want Tua, they got to trade up now. Like, and if they don't do it, they're not going to get him, and they didn't. And if they don't, then they shouldn't settle for Herbert, and they did. Like, it was like, oh no, what did you guys do? So maybe they just loved him that much. So. To me, I didn't think it's great. He didn't grade that high to me. I don't know, Sealand, you can disagree or agree, but I don't think he graded that high to go there. But quarterbacks always go higher than they should. It feels like.
Can we talk about that? Who are those people around Vrabel? Like that super suit. What's that super?
Oh, those suits and stuff. I was like, what the hell is that?
I keep seeing that. I'm like, what is going on them?
I saw that too, man. I was like, what is that? The dude in like the full body suit and stuff.
Yeah,
is it like
been there for a little while?
Titan
like,
Man or something? Like,
are those his sons?
I'm
like
the
his
mascot
or something. Like, who are those people?
I hope not. I hope they're just hired help.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be worse?
To be allowed in your house right now?
I don't know. I don't.
Not at
maybe.
all.
I need someone.
Maybe
I need someone in a Titan suit behind me when I make my pick. Like I will hire someone.
Put out a Craigslist ad.
Damn funny. So yeah.
I will test your temperature before you come into my house, and you must have a really, really tight headpiece. Weird blue and white suit thing with
so
1987 sweat shorts. And this guy applied and won.
No idea. It's
clearly didn't have a fever above 100, so
we're good.
He got the gig.
That would be the best home draft moment so far.
Yeah.
Everybody else has like their family behind, they're hugging him and whatever, or like, you know, a couple of friends next to him. This one has like Titan Man. All right, we're good.
Like, we need a super fan.
You win the draft, Razzball.
Yeah.
You're a weirdo.
I just wish somebody would have just been in like, you know, I don't know, gym shorts, no shirt, 3 open beer cans, and one laptop.
Well, you weren't here for that conversation. Like, they specifically said that they couldn't drink certain things.
What?
Oh yeah, no, because they don't want people like hammered on air because they know these guys are on air, right? So they weren't allowed to drink. They're obviously not allowed to drink certain things, you know. Probably
no product placement. Come on, NFL.
So they can't drink Coke because it's Pepsi, you know, it's that kind of thing, right? But probably couldn't even drink Pepsi, really. So all these guys are drinking out of like plastic cups, right? You know, you see that. So
yeah, it's like we can't have solo cups. You need like
a household
paired cups or partner cups,
pink or blue cup or whatever it is. You know, like I get it. You know, it's a big business, but it's kind of funny at the same time.
I mean, my enjoyment and being on with you guys is brought to you by Trogs Independent Brewing, First Cut IPA, ale brewed with mango. Very delicious beer. I've had it on the show before. So there's your product placement. Learn something, NFL.
I got plenty of it. I mentioned YouTube TV about 300 times on this show. So, you know, YouTube TV should reach out to me for some money.
Sponsorship? Yeah,
sponsorship. Yeah, you guys, pay me.
Exactly.
Not gonna happen.
I can ask the Belgian beers if they want to expand to America a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
man. Yeah, you're all
Yeah,
about it,
keep
man.
bringing
Hey,
that.
look, I've got 2 Stone beers here. I got a third one I drank all over the bar. I'm good here, man. I need to get some Stone sponsorship. There's a Richmond
Yeah.
brewery, like, what was that? Maybe 70 miles south of us, AJ.
What?
Richmond?
Stone? Yeah, wow. Richmond's farther than that.
Is it?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
like
know.
2.5.
All right. Well, Dolphins pick is in.
Yep. Oh, is it?
Oh, no, this
Taylor,
Yeah.
you with us?
I'm a bit late.
Yep.
Yeah, back for another installment of the Dolphins saga.
Sweet.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna bring you back on just to be like, hey, what do you think again? I figured let's bring you back because that seems to keep working out. So I bring you back on just as the pick happens. So what do you think of the last few picks? Anything interesting for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that linebacker coming out of Texas Tech was a little bit surprising to me. It was
too.
funny as soon as I hopped off. Naturally, Jordan Love goes to the Packers.
I know.
Right.
Which, you know what, objectively, again, I can enjoy now because it's not us, and I think he has time to develop. So that'll be fun to watch him.
Definitely.
See what happens. Man, all these running backs are going tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was
It's
just
gonna be the
ask-
first time since
The
2014.
Chiefs are going to take one. The Chiefs will
No
take
running
one.
back was in the first. You
Do
think?
you
No, I
think
don't
so?
think.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
they
don't
will.
think so either.
Andy Reid has never taken a running back prior to pick 53 in his entire
Never.
career.
He'll never do it, dude. I don't see it.
It's happening.
So what do you guys think the pick is
How
here?
much? How much you want to bet on that, AJ?
If
Well,
if
Kuiper has
Andy Reid does not pick a running back, I will bring you
5 skill
6.
position players.
Uh,
No,
what?
we know they
What?
got
What?
the-
What?
I will bring you 6 tropical bitches.
No, ew, I don't want those. I had another one of those last night. You're right; those are terrible.
Yeah, they
I
suck.
was like, that's so terrible. Bring me something better.
I can't even give them away to my liver. It's like, no, stop.
I cracked it up. I was like, this can't be that bad. Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. It'll be a 6-pack or something.
Yeah, I'll bet a 6-pack.
All right. The Chiefs are not drafting a running back, so everybody's
They're
witness
definitely
to
not.
this, including
Yeah, I'm a
the
witness.
100-some people that have listened to this show who probably aren't listening anymore. But anyway,
Yeah.
there have been almost 200 people to listen to the show. I thank everybody, by the way, who has listened to the show. Hope you enjoyed it. Go to
It's been fun.
fantasy6pack.net. I have a blast doing this stuff, so hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on the site. We're good to go. Ooh, they are showing Dobbins. That'd be interesting. I think if a running back goes now, then I think the Chiefs have a much higher chance of taking one. If they don't go, hell no.
Yeah, there's some talent sitting at the top of the running back class right now. But again, the NFL is just not RB needy right now, and there's more and more talent that keeps churning out of college. It's
won a Super Bowl with Damian Williams.
Yeah,
and he was good in the playoffs. Why would they need to draft one?
Exactly.
Because
You
I
don't need
don't
a-
know that he's going to stay healthy during.
I don't think it is either.
season,
But
though.
they made it
No,
work
but they-
with whoever they had. So
Yeah,
I mean-
they have Thompson in the back and behind. They have some pieces to rely on. They don't need a run.
Who's your favorite boy last year, Celian?
I'm sorry.
Who was the guy they drafted last year that you liked a lot?
Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I didn't like him a lot.
I still think
but-
he's got potential. Well, you were
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He was like a
exactly.
buy low guy.
You need to tack on some play strength a little bit, and I think a year off is perfect if he did that.
I don't disagree with Thompson still having something to give, but for whatever reason, they just not, they did not want to go to him.
He was just too young,
But
too
because
raw,
he was
wasn't
too
ready
raw,
yet.
yeah, very.
I mean,
he was raw, and he wasn't like his frame wasn't pro ready. He didn't have the play strength to fit as a full on running back in the NFL yet. That's why he went so late. That's why he wasn't ready. In my opinion, a year off is perfect for
right,
what he
Goodell.
needed for his
Here we go.
scheme.
Dolphins pick.
Wait, okay.
Pick number 30. These last picks have taken like 20 minutes each, by the way.
Yeah, they're definitely dragging ass.
Noah Ignogbody. I just killed that one. Quarterback.
What?
All right.
What?
God.
Do what?
All right. So they got.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and draft a cornerback that has no ball skills whatsoever.
They didn't.
I mean, I'm exaggerating.
All right.
I'm freaking exaggerating, but like these are not.
Are you?
I don't know. Like,
You're
this
not.
is gonna.
I
Okay,
feel
you know
like
what?
you're not.
No.
Taylor,
Who?
what do you think, man?
Wait, sorry. Regarding
This pick.
What a reach.
I don't understand that at all. First of all, I think that there were better players available at the position, but they still needed to address their offensive line. Maybe I'm on an island here, but I really think they should have gone with Josh Jones.
I don't know about the guy still sitting there. There's something we don't know about with that guy. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, he's not polished, but outside of that, I mean, he needs to tap. I don't know his
But
frame.
the raw skills.
Yeah,
and stuff
I
is there.
agree.
Like I feel like you.
100%.
Maybe that's the problem. Is that, like, people know these teams that are like win now. Well, the Dolphins aren't win now, but maybe these teams later in the draft, they know we're not going to have an off season with these guys, so like they don't want to take these projects who maybe they had to learn.
Yeah.
So it's like we don't want to wait 2 years for a guy. We only want to wait this year for the guy, and so they don't want to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
it makes sense to me. I mean, Vikings are in, so this is going real quick.
To give kind of my view
Minnesota's
on
pick is in already.
Yeah, pick is in. It has been like 2 minutes, right?
I
know I've had 3 or 4 of these, but like I feel like the time's not moving that fast on me.
Yeah, Goodell's probably like texting these people like, "Hey, it's midnight. My wife's getting really angry that I'm still in the basement at midnight on a Thursday without my poker buddies here."
Yeah, but to give my take real quick on no, I can't say his name. I'm just gonna call him Noah I. He's just another one. There's plenty of players like him actually at corner this year for some reason, like former receivers that have turned to corner in their last 2 seasons and now have started producing. When he turns his back to the football, when he turns his back to the cornerback, he gets into panic mode. He can't find it. He can't turn his head around on time. It's just big projects to draft in the first round, in my opinion. Is kind of like Trevon Diggs, but Trevon Diggs is just if you draft him, you're putting him into a cover 3 scheme where he can drop back and turn his head early and keep reading the quarterback. Hopefully, that's what the Vikings kind of want to do with Noah I, but that's not what they've done with Rhodes in the past. So I don't know if they're trying to fit a new scheme for their secondary or what they're going to do with him. But he's not a guy I would want to inside shade with. He's a guy I would want to keep looking forward and not have to face burners and cause fasteners because he gets into the bodies. His timing looking for the ball isn't great yet. I'll take him in zone. I'd get worried if he has to play man against the speedsters in the NFL and someone that wants to stretch the field. Again, big risk in the first round, in my opinion, with Noah I. I'll learn how to say his name.
All right, well, Taylor, you can hang out for the last couple of picks if you want. If not, we can let you go. But the Vikings pick is up now, so what do you want to do, man?
Nah, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing who Kansas City picks.
All right, man.
So
Well,
I'm happy to stay on.
That's cool. So,
Igbenogany is how I would pronounce it.
TCU. So I think.
Gladney went.
Yeah.
Oh, I like Gladney.
I mean, this is the need as well.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we know Rhodes, as AJ mentioned before, is not the Rhodes that we all used to know.
Well, he's gone anyways.
Yeah, I messed up my.
I messed up my thing. He wasn't, but yeah, I think Gladney's a good pick.
Yeah, I saw Vikings on the board. I talked about Igbenogany as if he went to the Vikings, but
come on, Big Red.
It's all good.
That's why I mentioned Rhodes. I was like, what?
Whoa. He's got some speed. Came off that
this
corner.
Is a good fit.
Wrecked him, yeah.
See, I like to see. I could see. I could see Gladney go in the first round. I have no problem with that. He's my 3rd cornerback on the board. Great man coverage, great ball skills. He's feisty. He's long. He might be small, but he's long. So I have no problem with him
mean,
in terms of size,
he's
play on the outside.
I mean, he's like a
he's the type
second
of
round
guy I could
projection.
evaluate.
So at this point, like,
Yeah, I
end
have
of the
him top
first,
of
who
the second.
cares, right? At that point, it's not a reach. So
Yeah, exactly. I have a second round grade on him, and when you look at my big board, he stacks into my top 32 picks, I believe. I'm double checking that, but
over
yeah,
under
he's my
on
31. He's my 31 player. So
not over under, but who's picking that the ESPN goes to commercial before the Kansas City Chiefs pick? 100% in my opinion.
It's a second TCU guy off the board here.
Yeah,
so
Reagor. I mean,
I like it.
I looked all over YouTube while I was scouting both of those guys. I was looking for those Gladney versus Reagor because Reagor manipulates the system better than anyone, and Gladney gets awesome, like finds a way to neutralize leverage like that from stem benders at the receiver position. So I kept looking for that tape, that practice tape, just like I looked for the Tristan Wirfs versus Epinesa tape, and those are non-existent. So. But those must have been fun to watch.
All right, so here we go. Chiefs. Selyan.
Talking Mahomes here.
What do you got, man?
For the Chiefs, just basing off what I said in the Super Bowl as well, I found their interior of the O-line to be a bit weak. But now that Cesar Ruiz is off the board, it wouldn't be a great pick. I think they go defensive side of the ball. Maybe look at the linebacker position or the secondary. Let me just take a look at who I have on my board. The secondary has seen a lot of picks coming off right now.
Andy Reid with the damn Hawaiian shirt
on.
He won a Super Bowl.
Everybody else is wearing
he deserves
nice
to wear
clothes.
whatever the hell he wants.
I do.
And
it's
smear
just Andy Reid.
cheeseburger ketchup
Sorry to
all
cut you
over
off,
it.
Cillian, but it was just kind of funny.
Nah.
We're at the end of the night. I gotta have a little fun with it. Finish your thought, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was saying, maybe like they'd look at the linebacker position under the cornerback position, because those are two positions they need on their defense. At linebacker, we can still see. I mean, I like Wilson. I think the talent that's left isn't particularly first round talent. While when we look at the cornerback position, I mean, we mentioned Trevon Diggs could be a good fit. Christian Fulton's still on the board, and I know from my mock drafts that Chiefs fans are mad when I pass on Fulton and pick another position. So I think they might go corner here again, and we might have three straight corners go off the board.
I didn't realize Fulton fell this far.
Yeah, Fulton and Diggs are still hanging around.
I don't think any of these guards that they'd potentially be looking at are first round talents at all.
No, I agree. If it was to be any one of them, it'd be Ruiz, but he's already gone. So
yeah.
How do you feel about Jalen Johnson?
Ooh, I like him. Good man coverage. He's really physical. I like him quite a bit. I've bottom of the second round in terms of fit because I think he's a bit tight in the hips a little bit. He takes a little while to turn, but I think if you scheme him right, you don't necessarily play him in press man or you actually could, but playing catch man a lot and let him crowd the top of the route. I think that's where all of his value is, more than pressing and having to turn and make a lot of adjustments with his. I think if he keeps the receiver in front of him and is allowed to make reads like that, I think you get a little bit bouncy with his eyes between looking at the cornerback and at the receiver and kind of make the wrong decisions at time. But if you can teach him to stay on his man and keep him in that catch man or pattern matching concepts, I think he's got a lot of potential. He's physical and long, and he can make plays on the ball as well. So I think he's very underrated right now when you look at the cornerback class. My favorite that we haven't mentioned yet, and we've talked about everyone on my board except that one guy, is Bryce Hall. Bryce Hall started the season last year as a first round talent. He got an ankle injury, and then no one's been talking about Bryce Hall since. You probably know him, Joe, from the ACC, playing for Virginia. He's a nightmare of a matchup on any receiver he matches up on. A shutdown corner, plays zone, breaks on routes, crowds the top of the route. This guy's a sleeper, and I don't know where he's gonna go because of the injury that he suffered last season. But I should have asked that to Deepak earlier, actually, if he had any data on that. But
because man,
I
yeah,
think
he had a monster junior year.
yeah, Bryce Hall is a G, man. He will contest the catch all day long.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce Hall is probably going to go, somewhere in the second to third round, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's where he should.
I agree. He's a phenomenal talent. As much as I don't like to own that as a UVA, with the Hokies here. AJ, you gonna attest to that? But Chiefs pick is in here. Looks like it's coming up soon.
I'm gonna project because I don't see it yet. I'm going.
Oh, I don't see it yet either.
Edwards-Helaire.
You think?
No.
FTW, baby.
No way. I don't think so, dude.
That would be awesome. I would be here for it.
Watch and learn, friends. Watch and learn.
I would be here for it.
I mean, yeah, when I draft,
I'm with you,
Tommy Bahama.
It's not happening.
Let's go, Tommy Bahama. Chew that gum.
I know. He's just chomping on gum with a freaking Hawaiian shirt on. It's pretty funny.
What the hell?
They did a pretty good job with like this whole background thing here. It's pretty nice. I gotta admit, this isn't a bad broadcast.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
No,
it's been clean. It's been holy sh.
Don't tell me. Hold on. Let me wait until I see it come in, and then I will cheers. Come on, pick us in.
Wait. I want to find out.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
Oh my God, let's go. First off the board. Yeah.
What?
I'm letting AJ watch this. I'm letting AJ watch this.
Hold on. I'm taking my earplugs out. Ha!
No way.
Fucking
no way.
Damn it.
What Twitter feed are you following that we aren't? Because that is crazy.
So good at this.
This is crazy. What Twitter feed are you following?
I'm not on Twitter. I literally have my laptop open with the Hangouts call.
Wow. I mean, I knew they liked it, but as a first
just,
running back, no.
Hubble just said something to me.
Joe, what did I send you like 4 days ago?
I know.
I told you you want a good bet to make. He was at plus 1,800. What was it? No, was he that much?
It was pretty high.
What were the odds? Yeah, it was ridiculous. I was like, this is the perfect bet to make.
Holy shit!
So we have a lot to break down here. Okay, first things first.
I will.
AJ, you're gonna go first.
I will let you know what 6-pack I would like, and I will PM you off site.
I hate you. All right.
He's special, man. I'm just. I love seeing the highlights.
Damn it, that's awesome.
All right, so first off, AJ, you gotta let me know. Is he the starter in Kansas City, or does he just fall into this rotation and he's doomed?
I don't think he starts the season as the starter. I think it could be game 5, maybe game 6, where he really starts getting a lot more touches. I think the reason that I picked him for this is because of his passing, his stats in the passing game. I think he's a great runner, but I think his value is really as a pass catching back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Andy Reid loves. This is a perfect fit for him in this offense. So, Shady is, I don't even know if Shady's going to still be there.
Shady was a non-factor.
Shady's already gone.
He is already gone. Okay, that's what I thought. So they needed a replacement for him, I guess. He didn't really do a whole hell of a lot, but this is a very Shady-esque pick for me, from him coming out of college. And this is the exact same mold that Andy Reid wants to put on this team. So I think it's a great pick.
So I'm gonna ask Taylor here. As far as fantasy value, redraft leagues, are you taking Helaire over somebody like, you know, I don't know, any of these other guys, right? Like Swift or whatever. If they land in a relatively,
I don't care where they go. I'm full on. I've been on the Clyde Edwards-Helaire train for a long time now.
I mean, I have a tough time doing it.
I'm all in. Yeah.
I'll be
I'm
honest.
buying in.
I mean, he is one of the most underrated rushers in this class, and I thought that he was one of the most complete prospects.
Yes.
So I love this landing spot. Yes. I'm not going to go so far as to say that he'll be the top rookie because I do want to see where Swift ends up. I want to see where Dobbins ends up, but I will say they're going to be pretty hard pressed to find better landing spots than this.
I don't know, man. I just think there's still just a lot of bodies there in Kansas City.
But the thing, though, is that I don't think it's going to take until week 5. I mean, again, I think that he is an underrated rusher.
Yeah, he's going to get it straight from training camp.
Exactly.
I remember watching just randomly before the season. I was watching this live show of an LSU camp, and at the time he was still sitting behind Brosette, and I was like, who is this guy? Because I didn't see the names, and someone just has faster feet, and it was a simple back drill. It was nothing that stood out and nothing fancy. It was just the feet were much faster, the bounce, the spring. He was just so explosive in the lower half, and I was like, this guy looks special compared to all the other ones that are running through this back drill. And little did I know, 3 weeks later, Edwards-Helaire is the starter. I'm like, oh, he's the same small little dude. They're just making quick bounces out and great reads and setting up defenders at the mesh point and pressing the line of scrimmage like an NFL back. It's just there's nothing not to like. And people will knock him for not having that breakaway speed, but that's the same knocks that they give Devin Singletary last year. You hear that it's an overvalued trait, if you ask me. You don't need that much breakaway speed, and the 40 doesn't mean anything at the running back position. We see that time and time again, getting not saying it doesn't mean anything. It just needs to be put into context, really. I don't know, man. This guy, I don't see. It's very tough for me to poke holes in Helaire's game. The way he plays.
I like his game. I don't, and I love the fit. If I knew he was gonna get volume. My problem is the volume, and that's where my hesitation is with this guy.
This is what me and Taylor are telling you.
It's the only hesitation I have, honestly.
Well, you know what, though? I think that they still value their investment in Williams. I mean, albeit a relatively small investment. So I think that they're really going to try to limit his workload so that when the playoffs come, they have a nasty two-headed backfield. But I think through the majority of the season, you are going to see Edwards-Helaire get a really large share of the work.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that we're all sick of hearing this quote. I'm just going to bring it up one more time, take it with a grain of salt. Burrow has said that Edwards-Helaire is the most talented player he's ever played with.
I believe it.
I've no doubt about it.
Jefferson, and he's played with Jamar Chase, like he's played with
Michael Thomas.
Yeah. Oh, true. Was he around when Michael Thomas was up?
Yeah, it was in his freshman year, I believe.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting. So, all right. Well, we got to close up shop here, guys. Taylor and AJ, we're gonna let you go, but Taylor, remind everybody where they can find you on Twitter and stuff, man.
Yeah, you guys can find me at Taylor S. Lambert. And it's been really fun. Thank you for having me on, guys.
All right, man. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
All right, AJ.
Take it easy.
Gonna let you go next. So we can
all right.
finish
Well,
it out.
you can find me at know-it-all of everything .net /
and I'm pretty sure you were cheating. There's no way you
/
do that.
I swear, I'm not looking at anything. I literally have the ESPN page up, and that's it. That's all I'm paging through.
6 months from now, when we can actually hang out again, thanks to coronavirus, I'll buy you a 6-pack.
Well, I'll drive down there and get it. I have masks. I'm not afraid.
I am.
I'm out driving for work as it is, anyways.
Yep, that's why.
When I need to, not much.
I'll leave it outside of my driveway. You can come get it.
Yeah, it'll be a no contact thing. I'll bring a thing of wipes with me. I'll wipe it down before I put it in my car and transfer it. It's good.
Fair enough. All right,
Applegarth Algar. It's been fun, guys. Thanks for letting me hang out and earn a 6-pack for my intuition and knowing of all things Andy Reid. Selyan,
makes no sense.
Always a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
See ya
later.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
All right, Selyan, I know you need to go to bed, but we gotta kind of promote tomorrow's draft a little bit.
Tomorrow's the best part.
Who
of
are
the
the guys you are looking forward to the most talking about?
Let's see. Let me pull up my board, but there's several players that I thought would go today that haven't gone. The first one that's popping through my mind right now is AJ Epinesa. He is very productive off the edge. Big time pass rusher. I think he's a stout, old school defensive end. You could just put on in a 3-point stance at 4 or 4 tech or even 5 tech, but on an even front and let him set the edge and bull rush or use his hands to keep his chest clean and just crash the pocket. Very, very stout player. So that's the first one that's popping to my mind. And then obviously I was expecting to see Antoine Winfield and Grant Delpit come off the board at safety. Winfield I'm a bit less surprised about because I mean he is undersized. He's I think he's 5'10" for a safety. That's not very tall, but Grant Delpit is extremely instinctive. I struggle to understand why he's been slipping. I think I've been told people have issues with his tackling. I think when you see what you can do in coverage and with manning up on slots and big tight ends, that should have a lot of value in the NFL today. I think he's going to be a great value pick tomorrow. Same goes for McKinney, another safety. We've seen the safety slide, and I think this is a good safety class. So that's gonna be fun to watch. Another player that I thought would go today or could go today was Zach Bond, edge rusher. Now there's outside linebacker, kind of versatile. Could drop back in coverage, be that 5 tech, and in a 5-man front and drop back and play off or on. He did have his test come through after the combine, and reports were that he did submit a distilled sample, or there was some concerns about his testing at the combine in that regard. So that might be the reason he's sliding down the board right now. And then the running backs, man, where are Swift, Taylor, and all these go? That's the next. That's the next.
Guys,
so those are the people I want to see.
So all right, quick analysis, rapid fire. Best pick of the first round.
Best pick. Okay, wow. There's been 32
besides
picks.
Burrow and besides the first two. Those are
Can
the
I
obvious
say?
ones.
Can I say Helaire?
No, I hate
That's
you.
my guy.
Yes,
That's
yes,
my
no.
guy.
No, you may not.
That's my guy.
AJ, go away.
Thank you for being here for this age. Thank you for supporting this choice.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I'll stick by Helaire. I've been into his game for a little while. Otherwise, I'll offer another pick I really enjoyed. I really thought was a smart decision. I like the CJ Henderson pick in Jacksonville. You lose Jalen Ramsey, but you bring in just as smooth of a cover guy and a guy that really has lockdown potential in terms of covering on the outside, playing in man or zone, has the instincts, has the eyes on the quarterback, and bait throws. Create turnovers. I think for a team that wants to rebuild their defense and fill a need that they traded away for whatever reasons, they get a cheap corner to produce instantly. I think he's that smooth, and his issues can be fixed in an instant. So that's a pick I really liked.
All right, so your least favorite pick. Or worst pick.
There was the Jordan Brooks one. That one pops in my mind. I think it's Igbenogene in terms of the development he has to go through. I think a team's gonna have to be really patient if they want to find a value in terms of first round talent. Now he did land in Miami, and when he got drafted, I kind of got confused. I saw the Vikings logo on the TV, and I was like, oh, I did the analysis as if he stepped in right into the Vikings cornerback room, which would imply that he had to start right away. But right now he'd be sitting behind Xavier Howard and Byron Jones. So I think this is a good situation for him in the end. Whether they needed to make that pick in the first round with Josh Jones sitting there, that's debatable. But in terms of what situation he's stepping into, he's going to be playing in a scheme that's in his favor, and probably going to be seeing a lot of zone coverage. Going to be able to play with his instincts and make plays facing the football, and use what made him such a good receiver. Use the skills that he used as a receiver, first of all, and seeing the ball heading his way and not playing with his back to the quarterback. So that's something I want to rectify in my previous analysis. And I think at first I was disappointed with the pick, but I think you're really banking on the upside, but it's not a bad landing spot. I think they could have made it in the second round. That's why I'm disappointed with it. But at the same time, yeah, I'm just reacting on the fly right now, and just thinking about
all good.
Thinking about Josh Jones, thinking about that pick. I'm like, what would I have preferred? I can make some sense out of that pick, but Josh Jones would have been pretty cool for Tua as well.
Oh, it's all good. All right, man. Well, we're gonna close up shop. It is 12:30 Eastern, and who knows what time your time?
It is. That is a good question. It is
Super late.
6:30 a.m.
Yeah, good luck, man. Have a good days of sleep. Hopefully, you don't actually have to go to work today.
Yeah.
We will touch base tomorrow. It sounds like.
Yep.
We'll try to do something after post draft tomorrow. So it's not going to be a live show tomorrow.
No, definitely.
But we'll touch base tomorrow after the draft. We'll do something recorded and post it ASAP, and get it to you guys. It'll be day 2 of the draft analysis show.
Yep.
I had a lot of fun, Sealing. I hope you did too.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
It was outstanding.
And thank you to Keith for being there the whole show, running the slides and everything for us in the background.
Amazing.
It's totally underrated, but it is key.
Sending
I could not do this without you.
Breaking news and confirming things. It was.
Thank you to all 190 of you who listened already. It is awesome. I love it. And and everybody who came on, all the Fantasy Six Pack staff.
Oh, yes.
Deepak and Rudy Gamble as well. Phenomenal. I love it. And we will see you all later. Have a good night, guys.
See you.